Prologue. My name is Himakomi Liesel. I'll become 7 years old this year. Himakomi House is a Marquis house. It has extremely strong influence in the devil world. However, there is one problem. It's how Himakomi House has been carrying the fate of succeeding lovers' arcana for generations in the Devil King Great War. The Devil King Great War before the last one happened 60 years ago. At that time lovers was quickly eliminated and Himakomi House also lost a lot of territory and our financial situation waned drastically. For a moment we even almost lost our rank as Marquis, but thanks to the previous house head's skillful maneuvering, the loss could be kept at minimum. Even so, Himakomi House's history for these past several hundred years is a history of decline. We are still a distinguished family and we also have high status, even so our influence is clearly decreasing compared to the past. And then the previous war happened 10 years ago. In other words, 3 years before I was born. It seemed at that time lovers couldn't even participate in the battle properly. However, the current Devil King is a weirdo. It seemed he didn't levy any kind of penalty to the defeated Devil King candidates and their subordinates. He didn't even dispose the surviving Devil King candidates. Because of that, I can live without any inconvenience and received high-class education. However, who knows how it will be next time? People said that I'll be the next Devil King candidate. Of course I myself also thought so. It might be strange to say this myself, but I'm a genius. I would get bored with my private tutors within several days no matter what kind of people was brought here. They would soon run out of things to teach me. The adults sang their praises to me, but to me those adults looked terribly dim-witted. My magic power itself is still not strong because I'm just a child. However, that too is just a problem of time. I'll surely become one of the strongest people in the devil world. Although, even for someone like me, it's impossible to win the Devil King Great War as the Devil King candidate of lovers. However, fortunately the Devil King Great War had just gotten held 10 years ago. The current Devil King is still young. There won't be any Devil King Great War in my generation, that was what I thought. But a rumor that the current Devil King Gandu Barbatos is planning the Devil King Great War in not that far of a future spread. That's something extremely troubling for me. No matter how strong I am, I have no chance of victory with Lover's Arcana. What a misfortune. Even though I won't have any worry at all if only Himakomi House is a house that inherited other arcana. It's unfair. I was made to pull the short straw. That's what I think. I can also switch side and become a subordinate of other Devil King candidate, but my position will be weak in that case. My status as noble will also fall. However, my fate will be even more horrible if my house continue losing like this. Then perhaps it'll be better if I cut my losses here. However, why is someone excellent like me have to put myself under someone incompetent just because of the circumstance of my birth? It's absurd. I vented my dissatisfaction to the current Devil King Gandu Barbatos. He was coincidentally present in an awards ceremony for outstanding children. It was unusual for the always absent current Devil King to be present like that. That was why I requested a meeting with the Devil King as a reward. My request was granted and I obtained the chance to talk alone with Gandu Barbatos. There I requested him, please don't hold the Devil King Great War. Then the easygoing Barbatos, who didn't look like a Devil King at all, made an apologetic smile and secretly told me, "Sorry. 10 years from now when you are enrolling into the Devil King Academy will be the best timing for it." I was astonished. It was just the worst. There I tried to persuade him. I told him just how wonderful the present Devil King is, how his current reign is the best. I feigned naivety and innocence as a little kid while including sharp perspective in my praises. The Devil King showed a smile that was different from before after hearing that. Trying to manipulate this me, you really gotta promise, missy? I felt a freezing chill on my back. Despite his carefree appearance, he was still the man who won the Devil King Great War. He had slaughtered notorious monsters with his strength and reached the peak of devil. For the first time I felt fear toward an adult. Listen well, smart missy. You think that lovers is the weakest arcana. Isn't that right? Naturally. There is no way there can be any other interpretation than that. That's a mistake. There is no hierarchy between Devil King's arcanas, what they have is only their own idiosyncrasy. I can't believe those words. In fact, the past data has clearly shown that there is clear difference in strength between the Devil King arcanas. That's because until now there is nobody who has discovered the way to use lovers. Barbatos said that. That was why I asked him. What should be done to find it? Even I don't know. But, in the first place, the concept of love that lovers arcana represented doesn't suit the devil race. It's an emotion that has good affinity with human. That's why, if you want to draw out the power of lovers, you need to get involved with human. That's what I think. But you Missy will be the one to decide. Like that our meeting ended. After that I thought, and thought deeply. And then I went to the human world alone. Chapter 1, Cutthroat Scheme. Part 1. At the night of summer festival, Strength, Sanao Rikimaru, and Justice, Sanao Seigi attacked us. In the end of a fierce battle against the two Devil King candidates and their subordinates, we succeeded in defeating Rikimaru just barely. After that, Liesel Senpai cornered Seigi, who was burning with desire of revenge. However, when there was just one step remaining, an obstacle appeared. By chance, we ended up facing the alliance of Lost and others. Death, Jiaodogahama Lost. Wheel of Fortune, Shimokadzuma Rin. Sun, Sansa Summers. Hanged Man, Hayashin Yotaka. Justice, Sanao Seigi. On the other hand. Chariot, Nath Karnak. World, A Spite Line. Judgment, Korma Rookie. And then there is this me, lovers, Morioka Yuto, and my cards, Liesel Senpai, Miyabi, and Reina. But right now it's none of us who is gathering everyone's attention. It's the low-class devil with animal ears and tail Porin instead. She is staring at Lost with moist eyes and muttered with an emotional voice. Lost Nia-chan. Ni-chan? Just what's going on? Lost's face as he stared at Porin also looked like a different person. That's a face of a young man that befitted his age. It's not the usual smile he was always wearing. Bewilderment and nostalgia, the emotions whirling inside his chest, are honestly displayed on there. But that only lasts for a moment. Lost pulled the edge of his hood and covered his eyes deeply with it. The Lost that you know is already dead. Lost shook off Porin's pleading gaze and turned his back on her. Porin and us aren't the only one bewildered. The Devil King candidates at Lost's side are also staring at Lost with a surprised expression. Lost ignored all of those. The situation right now isn't the stage that we wished for. It will be troubling if my side's damage increases any further. We will come again to kill you all. I reflexively called at his back. Wait, Lost. Just what are you? However, Lost's figure vanished in the next moment. Rin, who is following behind him, also vanished. The atmosphere of fighting has already vanished. The sun, Sansa, also shrugged. How boring. What? The mood goes down suddenly. Come on, Seigi. We are also going back. However, Seigi, who is lying on the ground, seems to be unconscious. Sansa sighed and pulled up Seigi's body. Dear me. I should be the one who get looked after by others. A magic circle of teleportation magic spread under her feet and the two vanished instantly. The only one remaining is just Hanged Man, Hayashin Yotaka. Yotaka put on a bewitching smile on her lips and exchanged a glare with Liesel Senpai. The bondage suit wrapping her body is displaying a splendid body line. Even though it has no exposed skin at all, it's like she is standing there stark naked. When she folded her arms, her well-shaped breasts are lifted up. Well, I'll leave it at here for today. After Yotaka announced that, Liesel Senpai put on a provoking smile toward her. Is that so? I don't mind if we continue, so I can stop you from breathing anymore though. The moment you realize that you are an advantage, You immediately made fun of other person. That attitude, and the way you attack too, you're still vulgar like usual. No matter how much you try to act elegant while spouting pretty words, your true nature is unchanged. A fight is a place where you do what your opponent dislike, don't you think? Yes, exactly. That's why you too should display your true nature and demonically. Your strange human act is disgusting. A way of thinking is something that change along with time. Is that so? For me, it feels like you just suddenly changed completely one day. When we were children, since that day Liesel vanished. Just what in the world happened at that time? I'm very interested. Suddenly the bow of characteristic magic, Cupid manifested in Liesel Senpai's hand. Yotaka, as I thought, let's decide our battle here. And then just as she is going to knock an arrow. Yotaka-sama, please return. A girl appeared behind Yotaka. She is a girl who looked like she has Japanese-style red bondage put on her. If I'm not mistaken, she is Hanged Man's ace, Aori Aratsume. Sheesh, really Aori, you're so tactless. I won't back down on this no matter what you say. Ha, Yotaka sighed. At the same time her killing intent vanished as though it has been blown away. The air between Yotaka and Liesel Senpai changed like the atmosphere of classmates chatting in a school's corridor. The past you was like a sharp blade. You were cold, beautiful, and attracting others to come near before cutting them. You were always looking for the next thing for you to vent your dissatisfaction and anger to. That was why I took a liking to you, and yet. You, to me? I'm surprised that you ever thought like that even for just a moment. Oh? I have liked you all this time. That's why I want to tie you, lock you up, and present every kind of pain and pleasure to you. She elegantly pinched the bottom of her coat and slightly lowered her waist. As she made that ladylike greeting, the magic circle of transart space transfer floated up under her feet. That magic circle spread out until underneath Aori and the two vanished. Like that Lost's allies are all gone. The tight string of tension immediately snapped. It's over, just for the time being though. If I relaxed carelessly, I might fell on my butt here. Everyone, thank you. Especially Aspite and Rookie. It's really a big help that you two came here. Let me thank you too again. Rookie's face broke into a bright smile and he hugged my arm. Don't be a stranger. It's only natural considering my relationship with Yuto-kun. No, what kind of relationship do you mean? The deeply interested gazes of the girls are painful. Oi, Morioka Yuto. Aspite made a displeased face and glared at me. Thanks a lot, Aspite. You seriously saved me there. He was someone who I genuinely hated for a time, but right now I can even feel something like friendship from him. Though I don't know how to think about this guy. But, perhaps, he might become someone I can entrust my back to. I'm harboring such hope. Say, Aspite. About you, Wait. Aspite said that and glanced at Rookie who is hanging on my arm and took a step back. Let me say this first, but I don't have that kind of interest. I also don't. Part 2. For the time being Lost and others are gone and the threat has left. However, there are a lot of questions remaining, including the relationship between Lost and Porin. I want to ask Porin in detail about that. Besides, I also need to have a briefing session with Aspite and Rookie after joining hand with them temporarily. For that, we needed a place that can be entered by a lot of people and also not the turf of anybody. To be able to meet with you by chance today, I surely Tilda. Miyabi is singing happily with a mic in her hand. Reina and Rookie are giving her applause with a smile. Liesel Senpai is quietly drinking iced coffee from a straw as though such commotion doesn't enter her ear at all. Okay, next is my turn. When Miyabi finished singing, Rookie took the mic in high spirits. He stepped forward and turned with a twirl of his skirt, and then he shook his waist in the same rhythm of the idol song's intro. Then he started singing. Doki doki, waku waku, canyon canyon heart, heart, this sly cuteness belongs to you alone Tilda. You are He is super good. He is dancing with mic in one hand while singing with an angelic voice. The way he winked just like an idol made him looks like a real idol. Morioka Yuto, isn't there a slightly better place than this? A spite is sitting beside me with a sullen face and arms folded. My bad.
I thought it would be okay if it's a private room though.
This place is a karaoke box located in the city's shopping district. It's also not that far from my house. I thought that it would be fine because a lot of people can enter, but I never expected that a karaoke contest would start right away as we entered into the room. And when it came to Porin, who I wanted to question first, she is casting her eyes downward beside Nath. She won't even reach out toward the sweets that I had intentionally ordered. Rookie finished the song with a cute pose at the end. When the title of the next song is displayed, surprisingly it's Liesel Senpai who took the mic. Miyabi immediately teased her. Oh. This is going to be my first time hearing Senpai singing Hayu Hayu. Liesel Senpai took a deep breath and pushed the remote control's stop button. Miyabi stared at Senpai with a look of letdown. Miyabi, the break time is over with this. Now, let's have a discussion. She announced that and glanced at me. Sorry. Porin. About your talk with Lost before this. Porin's body slightly jerked when I broached the topic like that. Nath hugged Porin's shoulders with a worried face. Yuto-kun, right now she is still. When Nath as her guardian asked me to wait, it became hard to press Porin for an answer. As expected, perhaps we should wait for another day to ask Porin again about this, as I'm thinking that. Porin shook her head. It's fine, this is something I have to talk about. Woof. Porin lifted her face a little and began speaking about the past with a halting speech. Lost Naya-chan lived together with Porin and others in the village. Woof. He was strong, kind, and always protected everyone. Woof. If I'm not mistaken, Porin mentioned before that they had someone kind who acted like everyone's big brother, so it was actually Lost. But the tax collection of the feudal lord was harsh. Because of that we entered the forest to pick herbs or hunt, but it was really dangerous. There were a lot of scary monsters and many of my friends died. Woof. Lost Ni-chan often got bitter, lamenting if only he was stronger. Woof. If I remember right, a noble from somewhere came and recruited volunteers by saying that he would make them stronger, wasn't it? That's right. Woof. Mixed blood devil like Porin and others can't get strength that surpassed the monster that we were originally fused with. Woof. That's why in order to become stronger it's no good unless we take in other monsters' blood. Woof. Liesel Senpai frowned hearing that story. That's a dangerous gamble. Even though there is no chance of success even if you do something like that. But that noble said that he had developed a new magic, so it wasn't dangerous anymore. Liesel Senpai's face became even grimmer. I never heard anything like that. But, he said that even though there is risk of failure, most of the times it will end in success. Woof. That was why Lost Naya-chan. He followed that noble, didn't he? Porin nodded. But even after some months passed, not a single one of them returned. Woof. After a while, there was news from the Lord. He said that there was a slaughter and pillage in a city far away, and the culprits were Lost Naya-chan and others. Tears formed on Porin's eyes. But something like that is absolutely a lie. Woof. That kind and cool Lost Naya-chan would never do something like that. Woof. I don't know what to say here. The current death Jodobahama Lost doesn't seem like someone who would shirk from slaughter or pillaging. He even looked like someone completely different from the Lost Naya-chan in Porin's memory. Silence filled the karaoke room for a while. Hey, Yuto-kun. There is something that bothers me though. Rookie spun the straw of his cream soda while tilting his head. What is? The hood that Lost is always wearing. Have you ever seen him with that hood down? Never. I thought that is his fashion choice. However, after hearing the story just now, I'm guessing that perhaps there is something under it that he doesn't want other people to see. I stared at the dog ears growing on Poran's head. I see, that hood is to hide his ears. Then Aspite cut in with an impatient tone. Oi, Poran, is it? Where is your village located? Poran trembled from his overpowering gaze. Beside her Nath hugged Poran, like a mother hen protecting a chick, and answered in her place. I don't know the precise location, but, guessing from the story of Poran and others, it looks like the location is around Chevalez. That's a really remote place. No, wait. Chevalez? Aspite folded his arms and looked up as he fell into thought. What's the matter, Aspite? Aspite paused for a bit before he stood up. Something bothered me a bit. He only said that and headed to the exit. Eh? Oh oi. I'm feeling flustered by his action. The Liesel senpai spoke out. Aspite. Aspite, who opened the door, stopped walking. Don't let your guard down no matter what. Humph. Worry more for your master rather than me. Those guys will come again. He left those words behind and exited the room. That Aspite, what is he planning to do? I hope he won't do anything reckless. Liesel senpai seemed to guess my feeling and spoke to me. Despite everything, he is still the Devil King candidate of the world. There is no need to worry. Well, I guess. More importantly, about our plan from now. In this recreation period, though a real battle got mixed in it just now, we will still resume the second half of the special training just as planned. But, the situation is like this though, Desu? Reina asked back in surprise. We are continuing exactly because the situation is like this. We need to liberate Yuto's, lover's hidden characteristic magic. Rookie tilted his head in puzzlement. Hidden, characteristic magic? In order to do that, we need to increase the upper limit of Yuto's magic power even more. He also needs to break the limit. That's why I'll have you help out too, Nath. Nath's expression tightened, and then she nodded strongly. Yes, leave it to me. Because I'm already a card of lovers after all. Rookie's eyes widened hearing those words. Is that true? Why yes, that's true. Nath blushed and looked down shyly. Rookie's mouth stayed open while a voice Hoi leaked out from there. Why, you see, I don't think that someone like me will be able to win the Devil King Great War. Yuto-kun is someone who I can trust, and he will make my wish come true, so we formed a contract. Besides, Yuto-kun can become stronger if I share my magic power with him, and conversely I also found out that my power can become stronger if I received Yuto-kun's magic power. That's why. Nath explained like making an excuse. That's amazing, a Devil King candidate becoming a card of other Devil King candidate, that's unprecedented, isn't it? Or rather, something like that, it's actually possible, huh? Rookie groaned in admiration several times. Now I also want to try it, giving each other magic power. Doing healing lovers with Rookie? No, there will be problem doing it between men, various problems. My expression reflexively convulsed. Part 3. In a suite room of a high-class hotel. Two women entered inside a single bathroom. One sat down on a bath chair, while the other one washed the sitting woman's body like a servant. Helping with the bathing of her master Hayashi Yotaka was one of Airi Aratsune's jobs. The foaming body soap got spread out on Yotaka's smooth skin. Airi endeavored to clean her mistress in a gentle way with circling movement so to not put a burden on the skin. And then, she touched her mistress's breasts with a gentle touch that only touched very slightly. Airi forgot that it was a job and became absorbed from the sensual moan that she accidentally heard. She made the bubble to thoroughly cover Yotaka's body as though to confirm her body line, and in addition she also washed Yotaka's butt and between her toes with painstaking detail. Heart. Airi family had served the Marquis house of Takachin for generations. She had lived as Yotaka's playmate, and as her loyal servant since their childhood. The right to wash this body that was beautiful like a gem, it was a pride for Airi, a jurisdiction that she didn't want to yield to anybody else no matter what. Yotaka asked with a blushing face. It was unknown whether it was from the heat or from pleasure. Hey Aoi, about Lost's attitude just now, what do you think? Yes. I believe that he was acting a bit strangely. Yes, he was. He looked like he has some kind of connection with that mixed blood. How filthy. In that case, that man called Lost it's possible that he is also a mixed blood devil. But, that man has the arcana of death in his possession. Isn't that impossible for a mixed blood devil? Aoi confirmed the temperature of the hot water that was coming out from the shower using her hand before directing it toward Yotaka from her shoulder to her chest. Yotaka stood up from her bath chair in that timing. The sight of her beautiful body entered Aoi's eyes without anything hidden. Even the foam that was slightly hiding Yotaka's bare skin was washed away by the shower in her hand. This was a sight that she saw every day, but Aoi's heart still danced every time. She hid that feeling of hers while answering dispassionately. We can't assert that someone isn't a Devil King candidate just because they are a mixed blood devil. After all, the holder of Lover's Arcana, Morioka Yuto, is a human. You're right. The hot water dissolved the foam and flowed down to Yutaka's big breasts. That flow crawled all over her body and went down her tight stomach enticingly. Water drops were dancing on that porcelain skin. Aoi felt like she could stare at such sight forever. Then go investigate Lost's true identity. As you command. What should be done in case he isn't a noble? It doesn't matter whether that man is a noble or commoner. We are going to kill him sooner or later anyway. He simply still has value for me right now. Aoi stopped the shower's hot water and she brought a bath towel to wipe the water drops on Yotaka's body. The only one who I'm going to kill with heartfelt emotion is Himekami Liesel alone. Everyone else is just a mere work. What kind of timing should be chosen to discard which pawn? Let's play it by ear depending on how the game progress. As you command. After saying that, Yotaka exited the bathroom with her hand holding the bath towel. After enjoying that back figure and the swaying buttock, Aoi also exited the bathroom. For now she was going to return to the devil world temporarily. In order to investigate the past of Jaodogahama Lost. Part 4. After exiting the bathroom naked, Yotaka walked through the corridor gallantly in such appearance. She spread out the bath towel in her hand and wiped her body while walking. Around this time, the others should be having an evaluation meeting for today in the living room. She wondered how the discussion there had developed. Yotaka opened the living room's door with a refreshed smile. Everyone. I have made all of you wait. A volatile atmosphere was hanging in the living room. The sun, Sansa glared at Yotaka. I'm amazed you can take a bath at this kind of timmying. Yotaka fended off that sarcasm with a smile and sat down on a white leather sofa. I'm sorry. I can't stay calm no matter what when my body is dirty, and, is the talk over? She looked around inside the room while asking that. There was a large window from the floor until the ceiling. Lost was standing in front of that. The Wheel of Fortune, Shimokadzuma Rin, was standing around 3 steps behind him. She was staring over here with a bit of wariness. Sansa was lying down on the long sofa at the opposite side. And then, Justice Sanao Seigi was. She didn't find her right away. She was sitting on the floor near the door to the corridor. Her posture looked like a puppet with its strings cut. There was no sadness or anger in her face. There was only apathy. It might be over already for Seigi, huh? The instant Yotaka thought that, a voice came from the corpse like Seigi. Why, did Nei-sama die? Nei-sama? These twin sisters should be in a very bad relationship. And yet she called her sister Nei-sama? When she looked around at the faces of the others, Sansa shook her head. Just so you know, don't ask me about it. Presumably, their sister quarrel was just a fake. Or perhaps she really hated her sister, but she felt a sense of loss when her sister was actually gone for real? Hateful but lovable. Yotaka too felt like she could understand how there could be an existence where one could feel a mix of love and hate toward them at the same time. Himekami Liesel. She was her rival since childhood. She had dreamed of tormenting her many times. Binding, whipping, she would give her every kind of pain and shame that she could think of. She had lost count how many times she climaxed while imagining such thing. Liesel, who was someone she hated the most, was the one who also excited her the most. Perhaps this was love. Her body got shivers just from thinking that. She felt like honey would leak out from between her legs that were covered by bath towel. The moment she almost let out a sweet sigh, Seigi stood up unsteadily. "I'll kill him," Lost replied while still staring outside the window. "Do as you please." It was suspect whether Seigi even heard that reply or not. She walked to exit the room with a face like a ghost. Her feet stopped. "Who are you?" Lost tilted his head with a puzzled face. "Is your memory messed up from shock? Or perhaps your cognitive ability is deteriorating? I'm the Devil King candidate of death, Jiaodogahama Lost, you know. From my investigation, the Devil King candidate of death isn't you. Death Arcana had been passed down among Golgotha House until now. That house had no contact with other nobles, and they also didn't announce their candidacy for the Devil King Great War this time too. Most likely the next head, the student called Morris Golgotha, should be the owner of Death Arcana. Viscount House Golgotha. If she remembered correctly, it should be an eccentric noble house that lived at a remote place. She had to send this information to Aoi later, Yotaka thought, without any change in her expression. That whole family's whereabouts is unknown. And then you appeared. Who are you? Seigi's bloodshot eyes caught Lost. However, Lost kept smiling softly and calmly. "Is that really something that important?" "What?" "Because this alliance is just something temporary. Sooner or later we will end up killing each other, and you yourself plan to kill me, right? Then whether I'm Morris Golgotha or not doesn't matter. It will be the same if you just kill me." Besides, Lost added and took out Death Arcana from his chest pocket. "It's a fact that Death Arcana is in my hand." Certainly that was true. Yotaka had to recognize it despite the doubt she harbored. Devil King's Arcana couldn't be held unless that person had the qualification for it. However, that was exactly why this man was a mystery. He was suspicious, eerie, and shady. Seigi sported a twisted smile with a haggard face and dark circles under her eyes. "You're telling me to trust someone scheming like you? That also apply to you, right? Even you pretended to be in a bad relationship with your Oni-san while working together behind the scene." Smile vanished from Seigi's face and killing intent radiated out from her body. The inside of the room was filled with an atmosphere that was a prelude to murder. However, Seigi turned her back and left the room with a staggering gait. Sansa stared at the door that was closed with a thud and asked, "Hey.
Is it really okay?"
She really went off, you know?" Lost answered with a shrug. "There is no way to stop her when she is like that." "Well, certainly, she doesn't look like someone who can be talked with. It feels like she won't listen to anyone. She is going to target lovers on her own. I expect a good fight from her." Seigi was already an unrelated party to them. The atmosphere here felt like that. Yotaka stood up from the sofa when the talk cut off. "I got a bit cold. I'll go change my clothes." Sansa saw off Yotaka moving to the room next door and spoke. She is really going on her own pace with a fed-up look. Yotaka put on the bondage suit that she stripped and left lying around in the room next door while talking out loudly. "And what are we going to do next? I want to torture Liesel already though. Not only she is in her own pace, she is also a pervert." Sansa frowned and got up. "Hey Lost, isn't our number decreasing too much? The Tower Marios, the Moon Lunatic, the Strength Rikamaru, they all got defeated in succession, you know. Marios and Rikamaru ended up like that because they ran wild as they pleased. As for Lunatic, it was the result from Sansa's wish to defeat the star Hangyakusha Stella no matter what, right?" "Well, that's true." Sansa made a conflicted expression. "Although, they didn't obtain any result at all even after gathering this many candidates. There would be no meaning at all in forming an alliance if it was like this. Perhaps it would be the right time. Soon as Sansa started to think that, the room's interphone rang out. Just in case, I had taken a measure to compensate for the decrease in combat strength. Lost picked up the receiver and gave a reply to the ringer to enter the room. Tilda, how astute. Who is it this time? Sansa spoke in admiration even while feeling her mood dampened inside. For her, this alliance was just to remove Stella. About this new addition, the only thing that she cared about was whether they would be useful for that purpose or not. The door opened and a man entered inside. When she saw the person there, Sansa completely thought that he was a cafe waiter coming here bringing catering service. He was dressed like a cafe waiter, with a white dress shirt and black apron wrapped around his waist. He was lean and tall and wearing glasses. It gave the impression that he was a slightly high-strung person. Yeah, everyone is here with this. A, come to think of it, we have met before at school, right? Sansa seemed to recall him and said that. That man responded with a smile. I'm the Devil King candidate of Temperance, Mizusawa Balance. I belong to the Class 3A in the Devil King Academy, so perhaps we had passed each other before. Once more, I'm pleased to make everyone's acquaintance. Yotaka returned to the living room when he finished his greeting. Mizusawa raised his voice in surprise when he saw her. What an extreme attire, how alluring. You two, you seem like someone who will make a good cry. Sansa made such retort back without a moment of pause. Sansa interrupted jeeringly at that. You two seems compatible. Is this a forming of a couple? That sounds good. Mizusawa-kun looks like a masochist after all. Mizusawa shook his head in denial. That's a bit too much. There is this thing called the suitable degree of male and female relationship in high school. Everything has to be done in moderation, in other words temperance. This is important. What, so you're a serious person? Well, drink up. We also have food here. The table was filled with foods and alcohols that they ordered with room service. Mizusawa glanced at those before waving his hand. No, I'll refrain. Those foods looks like they will make my calorie intake for today go over the limit. Are you dieting? That's not quite it. There is this saying of too much of a good thing. In everything, taking in just the moderate amount is important. My calorie expenditure per day is 3,000 kilocalorie. I can't take in calorie any lower or higher than that. That's temperance, suppressing your desire and admonishing yourself. Taking the moderate action no matter what with everything. That is temperance. Sansa was starting to think what a troublesome man. However, she needed a man who would fight in her place. Since the Moon, Kitakami lunatic was defeated, she was still unable to find the replacement. I guess even this man is fine for the time being, Sansa compromised in her heart. By the way, Death, you were talking about forming an alliance with me, right? Mizusawa turned his gaze to Lost, who was standing beside the window. Yep. I think this is also not a bad offer for you. Mizusawa took a look inside the room and placed his hand on his chin with a troubled look. There is one thing that bothers me. What is it? I wish to erase anything that worry you as much as possible. Which side the star is siding with? The star, Hoshigawaka Stella. Sansan clicked her tongue. What? What about Stella? You ask what? That's unexpected. I think it's only natural to be bothered by this matter though. Mizusawa looked around to the members here, Lost, Rin, Yotaka, and Sansa. If Justice and I added to the 4 people here, then I guess this alliance will have enough chance of victory. However, the situation might be overturned depending on who the star will side with. Yotaka interrupted with an annoyed look. And, in the end, which side she will go with? Mizusawa raised his index finger and pressed it on his lips. The situation will greatly change depending on who she sides with. The other side has powerful cards like Himikomi Liesel, Yugao's Miyabi, and Koiwai Reina. Other than them, even Chariot, World, and Judgment are at that side. If Star also join that side, I definitely won't be able to call this side as superior. But on the contrary, if she side with this group, then this group's advantage will be rock so. That's impossible. Sansa immediately denied it. We had failed once to kill that girl. But there is also no way she will side with Lover's group. I think that girl won't join up with anybody. Then Lost muttered. Guess we should go kill her soon. You say it like it's so easy to do, but we already failed in doing that before. What are you going to do? Last time I just wanted to see the way you guys do things. I myself have thought up a plan for that, you know? Sansa stared at Lost half in disbelief. This man couldn't be trusted. However, there was no denying that this man was hiding immeasurable strength. But if he could boast like that, he should have some kind of prospect to win. I don't care how it's done as long as Stella is dead. I have hated that girl since a long time ago. She is pretty, smart, can do everything perfectly, and yet she is loved by a lot of people. I didn't sympathize with her even when there was an incident when her family was killed by someone. Rather, I got jealous because she got a tragic heroine status with that. She and I are the polar opposite in everything. Silver hair and blonde hair. White skin and tan skin. Personality that pretended to be graceful and friendly, and bright personality. That girl shine brightly by making other people, giving her tribute of magic power. While my son has the ability to make other person shine with the sunlight, a magic to strengthen other. Other worship me only because of it, bring profit to themselves, but all the people who worship that girl adore and devoted to her. I don't care about being better or more amazing than her. She simply irritate me. She is annoying. Her very existence is offensive. Tell me from the start if you have that kind of good plan. Sansa grinned widely and stood up from the sofa. Hey, what kind of plan it is? When Sansa tried to get closer to Lost while making sweet voice, the woman who was standing near the wall nonchalantly put herself between them. Shimokadzuma Rin. This woman was also a mystery. She was gloomy, taciturn, and it was unknown just what was going inside her head. What? I need to talk with Lost, you know. She never heard this woman talking. Could it be that she couldn't talk? Rin, it's fine. You don't need to be wary like that. Lost lightly tapped Rin's shoulder from behind. I'm beneath her notice. Isn't that right? I guess, though that will depend on your plan to defeat Stella, I think. Then I think you won't be disappointed. I'll tie her down and make her unable to move. Yotaka got excited hearing the word tie. What is that lovely plan? Mizusawa smiled and clapped his hands lightly. I guess the word tie here is just a metaphor, but if you can really defeat that Hoshigaoka Stella, that's very interesting. If that's actually possible, please allow me to join this side. I see. Then it's decided. Rin too, you should put away that dangerous thing. Rin's right hand was holding a cutter knife when they noticed. Rin obediently nodded and pulled back the cutter's blade. That's good. We are comrades here after all. However, that voice sounded somewhat hollow. Chapter 2, Shaming Play After Training. Part 1. The Demon King Academy was deserted during the summer holiday. It was even more so when it was night. There was a man walking through the deserted corridor that was illuminated by the moonlight. That man was the ruler of this academy, no, the whole Devil world. The current Devil King, Gandu Barbatos, was thinking about the Devil King Great War that was currently underway. The development was getting really interesting. Especially lovers and death. They were bringing unpredictability to the Devil King Great War that tended to progress in a predictable fashion. A grin formed on his mouth that grew stubble. As expected, strong devils would show up when the Devil King Great War was held. The causal relationship was unclear, but that was a definite fact. When there was a clear objective, living creature would try to evolve and advance to that direction. Just like how war could advance technology. Just like how living creature would try to adapt to a harsh environment. The Devil King Great War made the devils to be stronger. If things progressed at this rate, then perhaps there was something ahead of the corridor. It was mana that even made him felt pressure. And then there was heat that made it felt the temperature increased. A killing intent that cleaved through the air. He was familiar with this killing intent. It was something that he had also thoroughly tasted 20 years ago. What's your business, Emperor? A body that was clearly huge even from far away. That person approached like a moving wall. He was an opponent that Gandu once fought with his life on the line. And he was also one of the triumphant 6 kings. Long time no see Gandu. Blue eyes that glinted at the height of 2 meters. Blonde hair that was cropped short. His thick neck was spreading toward his shoulders like a mountain foot. His shoulder width below that was also wide. Even from above the uniform, his bulging deltoid muscles and thick pectoral chest muscles were obvious to see. His expression also became clear to see when he entered under the moonlight that shined in from the window. His mature face displayed how that man wasn't in the age of a high school student. Oinomori Marchosias, so you really became the Emperor's Devil King candidate for 2 times in a row, huh? Naturally. I had continued leaving my name in the Devil King Academy's register this whole time for that. Wahahaha. A high school student even when you have turned 36, you're really passionate, huh? But sensei will be troubled if you don't come to school sometimes, you know? Marchosias's expression didn't change at all by Gandu's teasing words. What's with you, Marchosias? Is there something that worries you? Then I can lend you an ear, you know? We are former classmate after all. I still can't forget the humiliation from 20 years ago. It wasn't an anger that could easily make blood rushed into the head or resentment that made one wanted to spit out curses. It was a deep-seated grudge that had piled up into layers and settled down into a solid clot. That was what forming the current Marchosias. It would still be better if you finished me off and sent me to the purgatory at that time. Even though you had rendered me unable to fight, you left me alive and engraved humiliation and disgrace into me for eternity. It was a living hell for me after that. Do you bastard understand that? My bad. I don't get it at all. My only purpose of living is to kill you. Oi, I'm still the current Devil King though I look like this, you know? Is it all right for you to say that? However, Marchosias completely ignored Gandu's teasing. Exactly. You are the Devil King. That's why I can't carelessly lay my hand on you. But it will be a different story if I win the Devil King Great War this time. Even fighting the previous Devil King will be allowed. Well, that's true. I'm planning to wait for that chance even if it takes me a century. But that chance came unexpectedly quickly. I can only call this a godsend. Then you should thank me. It's this me who opened the Devil King Great War. Yeah, that's why I don't get it. Marchosias raised his guard. Mana became golden flame that burst out from his body. The throne of Devil King that you obtained after winning the Devil King Great War. Why are you trying to let go of it this easily? Gandu's lips twisted with a bitter smile. Well, I got a lot of things in my mind. What are you scheming, Gandu? I'll murder you right here depending on your answer. You want to kill this me? The Devil King Great War this time. I have checked out all the participating candidates but, all of them are weak. So let me say this. There is nobody else than this me who can kill you. Who? Big talk. Gandu's expression changed. His usual frivolous behavior laid low and an expression of joy for violence spread in his face. Blue flame flickered from Gandu's body. Looks like you have gotten a bit stronger after training for 20 years, huh, Marchosias? You can experience it yourself with your body. 2 flames burst in the next moment. An explosive sound that pierced the eardrum thundered along with a tremor of the ground. A shockwave that was like a bomb exploding blew away the school building. The fragments of the building that was instantly turned into rubbles were flying to all direction. Every single one of them became a bomb that destroyed other school buildings and caused secondary damage. Gandu pleasantly enjoyed the destructive shockwave while laughing. Oi oi Marchosias. Have you declined from getting old? The name of Emperor is going to cry like that. You're still a mouthy man like usual. Isn't it actually you who have gotten dull from getting away from real battle? The eyes of both sides glinted. Magic formulas that were complicated to an irrational degree were constructed inside their bodies. Immense amount of mana rushed through their bodies. The average devil wouldn't be able to endure that burden, and their brain would be burnt out while the blood veins of their whole body would rupture. The two of them performed such feat with a smile. And then magic formulas that shook the air of the surrounding area were completed. Even upper-class magic couldn't be compared with this. It was too magic filled with impossible amount of destructive power. It was a reproduction of the climax of the Devil King Great War 20 years ago. If those two magic clashed, a terrifying catastrophe would descend here. Here I come Gando. Come at me Marchosias. Collision in that instant. Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. Someone intruded between the two. The magic formulas were reset and the whole mana was blown away. The surrounding air that was groaning instantly became wrapped with silence. Both of you are so immature. It was a woman. She crossed both her arms to use her fists to avert Gandu and Marchosias's respective shortkill magic to different directions. The confrontation between the two of you has a different scale from the fight between the average Devil King candidates. Even though the Devil King Academy is protected by a solid barrier, this fight will still affect the surrounding. Besides, the second term will begin soon, so what are you two doing destroying the academy like this? A mundane argument was suddenly thrown to them while they were in the middle of killing each other with maximum tension. Yeah, you're right. Sensei got too excited just now. Humph, throwing cold water on this like that. You're a noisy woman like usual. That woman turned a peaceful smile toward the frowning Marchosias. You shouldn't make that kind of tone, Oinomori-kun. And also Gandu-kun too, you're the headmaster now after all. You need to act more prim and proper. Ha ha ha. As expected, even Gandu could only reply with a dry laugh. Her seriousness and prudence strangely hadn't changed at all since 20 years ago. Her beautiful blue hair that reached until her waist and her mystical-looking purple eyes hadn't changed since that time. However, she not only had pure and clean atmosphere. Her matured limbs were secretly captivating anyone who saw her. You are level-headed as usual, priestess. Meanwhile, the both of you are still childish. She easily said harsh words with a smile. That was the priestess Devil King candidate, Astarte Fleminar. As expected from one of the Triumph who fought in the previous Devil King Great War. Gandu and Marchosias respectively lowered their guard and calmed their mana. Gandu looked at the figure of his former classmate who he hadn't met for a long time from the top of her head until the tip of her toes repeatedly. The uniform covering Astarte's body was the same white sailor uniform like that time. It was completely a uniform of a high school student. Astarte, you are still wearing that uniform like before, huh? Is it strange? Although she looked young, a 36-year-old woman wearing sailor uniform was a bit painful to see. But that, along with the immoral feeling it had, brought about a particular sexual appeal of its own. I thought that I should wear uniform if I come to the academy. No, it's not strange at all. This kind of thing is Sensei's favorite. Huh? Astarte tilted her head in puzzlement. Well, certainly it will be bad if class can't be held right at the beginning of the second term because of building renovation. Or rather, you guys should come to the academy too sometimes. Or else I'm going to strip away your status as enrolling student, you know? Marchosias glared fiercely at Gandu instead of replying. Astarte interrupted between the two now in order to soften the dangerous atmosphere. More importantly, I came to the academy tonight because, Gandu-kun, I have something to ask you. If it's about girlfriend, then right now I'm not going out with anyone. Astarte ignored Gandu's joke and stared at him seriously. Why are you holding the Devil King Great War now? Only 20 years has passed since the last one. It's a far shorter interval than normal. What is the reason of that? Marchosias made a disparaging grin as though to say, well, look at that. Gandu scratched his head with a troubled look. Well, it's fine, isn't it? This is also better for you, right? You yourself kept your name listed in the academy for the next Devil King Great War. How many years you plan to repeat the year until you are satisfied, huh? Astarte stared at Gandu without blinking. The one who made me do that was you, Gandu-kun. Gandu responded with a wry smile as though to say that he didn't get what she meant. Me? Why didn't you kill Oinomori-kun and me? Oi, don't act humble. I was simply unable to do that. That failure to kill you too was my only black mark in the previous war. Astarte smiled with a sigh. That's a lie. Gandu stared at his old acquaintance with a sour face. Astarte looked back at Gandu with eyes that were filled with deep glint. Fufu, I'll satisfy myself for today just from being able to see Gandu-kun making that face. She said that with a sing-song tone, then next she talked to Marchosias. Oinomori-kun, you are also fine with that, aren't you? Devil King Great War is a battle between fellow Devil King candidates. It's not a battle against the current Devil King. Humph. He snorted and glared intensely at Gandu. Then I shall slaughter every single one of your students. You don't mind, right? Gandu grinned and jerked his chin. Of course. But be careful out there. What? Those guys are in their growth period. You'll get into a world of pain if you underestimate them. Marchosias snorted one more time. This me won't let my guard down anymore. I have learned my lesson 20 years ago because of you. Part 2. And so, it's the second half of the summer holiday. We the team of lovers ended up leaving to the training camp again. We are riding Liesel Senpai's personal airplane again from the airport and flew to the sky. This time it's also unclear where is our destination going to be. I'm looking forward to when we arrive. The difference from last time is that Rookie is joining us. Yes. Unexpectedly the number of boy here has increased. With this I got a friend who I can get along with without any reservation, or that's how it should be, but... Here, say heart. He held up a piece of hamburger that had been cut into bite-size toward my mouth. A beautiful girl who fed me the in-flight meal with a lovely smile. But he is a boy. Look here, Rookie. I can eat by myself, so you don't need to do something like that. When I gently refused, Rookie showed an expression of surprise and sadness as though he had just gotten told about his death sentence. No way, we are going to fight together from now on, so I want us to get along better, and yet, you don't want? He asked me with an upward gaze and moist eyes. I swallowed the hamburger with a conflicted thought. Delicious. As expected from Liesel Senpai's private plane. The in-flight meal is also super first class. This quality will make the average first-class flight to run with their tail between their legs, I think. I never rode first class myself, so I don't really know. Rookie was watching me chewing with a cheerful smile. The gazes felt painful for some reason. It's not just Rookie's gaze. The gazes from the sofa in front of me also stabbed into me painfully. The inside of the plane was arranged to be like a living room. There are a low table with 2 sofas at both sides of it. Miyabi and Reina are sitting at that other sofa while glaring at me with half-closed eyes. Hey Yuto? Why are you only flirting with Rookie AI? Miyabi howled as though her patience has run out. Desu. The little sister Reina should be the one doing that, Desu. Reina also sullenly expressed displeasure through her cheeks and eyebrows as she glared at me. No, we aren't flirting or anything. Yuto-kun. We can see the ground through the cloud's gap. You are, What is that? Rookie stared outside the window through my shoulder while leaning forward as though he is hugging me. I can feel how slender and soft his body is when we are sticking close like this. His smoothly flowing hair and the sweet smell that is characteristic of a girl from his neck. Wait, he ain't a girl. However, whether it was his slender limbs, or the delicate-looking shoulders and neck, everything looked like they belonged to a beautiful girl. Pippi. That's red card. Rookie out. Miyabi stood up and wedged herself at my side. And then she held out the glass in her hand. This is a special Devil World's cocktail. It will make you drunk, but it doesn't has any alcohol in it. It will get cleared even with human world's law, you know. What a convenient drink. Onii-chan, Reina also, want to take care of you desu. Reina, who lost anywhere to go because my left and right have been taken by Rookie and Miyabi, kneeled before my feet. Reina is. After she muttered that, she suddenly buried her face on my crotch. Riana? Fun you, Reina, how, so warm? She is drunk? Miyabi. Did you make Reina drink alcohol? This isn't alcohol, Yanao. It's Devil World cocktail, Yanao. That excuse won't work. Now. It's delicious, so drink it. Miyabi said that and took a gulp herself before holding it out to me. Here. It comes with an indirect kiss as extra, heart. Indirect kiss. Perhaps drinking mouth to mouth will be better, Chou heart. Normally Liesel senpai would yell enough playing around at this moment, but she isn't here. She has been talking with Nath since some time ago in the private room at the back. It seemed that they are discussing about the matter from here on. This gap between the dependable senior group and this irresponsible junior group is horrible. Even Reina, who is the one with conscience, is in this state. Onii-chan, Suha. Reina. Don't take a deep breath at that kind of place. Like that we spent a relaxed time without thinking about the battle for a brief moment. But the days of special training are still waiting ahead at our destination when we arrive. There are less than 2 weeks until the summer break is over. In Liesel senpai's prediction, when the new term come, the movement of the other Devil King candidates will also turn active once more. Until then I have to learn the offensive characteristic magic of lovers no matter what. As I'm seriously worrying about that, I'm also still enjoying a relaxed time with everyone. And then, after a flight of around 13 hours, we landed on a foreign land. This place is. The junior group were all falling asleep until the moment of our landing, perhaps because they had gotten too tired from making racket. We missed seeing the scenery from the sky and don't know where we landed. There is also how it's night. Even when we walk down the ramp, we can't realize which country is this just from the airport's view. Liesel senpai. Where is this place? It's Fiumicino Airport in Rome, aka Leonardo da Vinci Airport. Wait, could it be we are in Italia? Liesel senpai grinned. We will go into the city after this, so ascertain it with your own eyes. We easily finished the immigration check and found a limousine waiting for us outside. It seems that our baggage is carried by another car, so we followed after Liesel senpai entering into the back seat. Drive around to famous landmarks of this place before going to the destination. The limousine started moving after senpai said that to the driver. The car ran for a while through the highway before an old townscape came into view with orange light at the background. A city with medieval style that was made from stone. A road of stone paving. It was exactly like the scenery of Europe that I saw from TV programs. So big. A huge stone structure came into view. It was a building that looked like a round stadium. Onii-chan, is that a baseball stadium desu? Reina is watching outside the window with her jaw hanging open the whole time. Nath explained to us like a tour guide. That's the Colosseum. It was built as a recreational facility that displayed the fight of gladiator in the ancient Rome Empire. I heard that it could even draw in water to hold a mock naval battle. The car advanced further through the road at night. No matter whether I looked at left or right, there are old buildings that look like they have long history behind them everywhere. I can't calm down. Among them there are also buildings with modern construction style, but they are coexisting with the old buildings and archaeological sites without looking out of place. Yuto. The next one is going to be really amazing, you know. When I turned my gaze following the direction that Miyabi said, I saw a magnificent building. A building that looked like a Greek temple is surrounding a plaza in a circle. There is a pillar that looked like an obelisk at the center of the plaza. At the back is a huge building with a dome on it. Ooh? Is that a temple? Well, something like that. What is it called again? It seems that Miyabi too had gone to Italia before, but she doesn't remember the proper name of things here. That's San Pietro Cathedral. It's the headquarter of Catholic religion. Rookie answered in her place. So it's like the stronghold of God? I suddenly recalled that we are a group of devils. Then isn't it like the enemy territory? Won't it be bad to get too close to it? However, Rookie let out a chuckle. Fufu. Something like that isn't related at all to us. That's a god that human created for human's sake. Rookie stared outside the window with freezing cold eyes. Humans? I reflexively turned a questioning gaze at Liesel Senpai. Yes. It's just as he said. Then, God doesn't exist? God exists. Rookie replied in a flash. But, that God is different from the God that humans believe in. Different, like how? Who knows? Rookie tilted his head and made a troubled smile. Actually, I also don't really know. Sorry. Is that so? You spoke like you know a lot about it though. I looked toward Liesel Senpai and Nath to see if they knew anything else. Let's see. I heard that God's place has been divided from the devil world for a long time. That's why there is no one who knows about it directly. What about you, Nath? I'm the same like that. But, it seems that God is really similar with us devils though. Similar with devils? I completely thought that God is the antithesis of devils, but that's not the case. Even we don't know any more than that. Is that so? I'm a bit interested with this topic, so it's unfortunate. However, it's also a fact that right now I don't have any leeway to think about unnecessary things. I stared at the sight of foreign country that is flowing outside the window and fired up myself in preparation of the special training that will start tomorrow. Part 3. The sound of swords clashing reverberated. Coup. The long sword that is almost as long as I am tall, Reina's sword that she named Ponchon, and my current sword Imperator scattered sparks from their clash. Reina has a petite body. And yet she pushed me back when we locked swords with each other. Here, Reina, come. Onii-chan. You? Reina's swing blew my body backward for several meters. Onii-chan, trust your sword more and draw out its power. Desu. I took a stance with my sword once more. Got it. Is what I want to say, but I looked around. I just can't calm down in this place. Reina lowered her hand that is holding the sword. What's the matter, Desu? Let's take a break if Onii-chan is tired, Desu. No, that's not it, but I'm scared that we are going to destroy a World Heritage here. Yes, to be frank, this place is the World Heritage Site, the Colosseum. Putting it bluntly, it's a mystery how we are able to completely reserve this kind of place. Just what kind of connection Liesel Senpai has? It's surpassing the limit of my imagination. In the first place, I also don't really get it why we are doing the special training in this kind of place.
Please say it if there is anything that Onii-chan doesn't understand, okay?
Reina came running at me with rapid footsteps. She is making a slightly worried face. Well, I'll only trouble Reina if I ask her this question. Let's ask Liesel Senpai when I have the chance. More importantly, there is something that I wanted to ask Reina about the swordsmanship lesson I'm learning right now. Actually, just now the movement of the sword and my body was all over the place, it felt like my body couldn't keep up. Like it was the sword swinging around my body. Reina si desu. Reina nodded. That's the proof that Onii-chan has become able to use that sword fully desu. That sword is a very high-level sword, so it's understandable that Onii-chan's body can't keep up desu. Does that mean I'll need to train my body next? Apply what Miyabi-senpai taught Onii-chan desu. Circulate the mana not just to the sword, but to the body too, and use the strengthening magic desu. I see, things are becoming really complicated as the training level get more advanced, huh? Yes. Reina too was thoroughly worked hard by Reina's senior disciple Sordia desu. Sordia, that blindfolded swordswoman, huh? She was formerly a card of the moon, but now she is Justice's card. I thought that she is a very powerful person, but for some reason she seemed to like the lowest card rank, too. There is also how she is hiding her eyes. She is quite a peculiar person. Say, what kind of person that Sordia is? That's, Reina too doesn't really know desu. Doesn't know? But she is your senior disciple, right? You said that she also often trained you. Desu. But Reina doesn't know anything about her other than training. She wouldn't say anything unnecessary, even her family and status are unknown desu. Then, Sordia isn't a noble? But, she is enrolled into the Devil King Academy, so Reina think that's not the case. Reina think that the academy surely is aware what kind of background she has desu. So she is a mysterious swordswoman. That sounds a bit cool. Onii-chan, it's nice timing, so how about we take a break desu? Reina suggested with a look that couldn't hide her excitement. This was because we have catering service prepared for us to eat in this coliseum, where they also prepared sweets from local pastry shop. It will be all you can eat. I guess. Then, let's take a break. Reina's expression broke into a bright smile. Then she started running impatiently. Onii-chan. Quick. Ha, I get it. I also followed behind Reina in a run. The current training has a lot more practical part than the first half of the training camp, so to be honest it's hard. But, it's fun because everyone is together with me here, and I can also feel how I'm definitely getting stronger. That's why, emotion-wise it doesn't feel hard at all for me. However, there is one problem that is troubling me. That is the special training that we are doing mainly at night, the increasing of my mana's upper limit through healing lovers. Part 4. By the way, we are staying in a super high-class hotel located at the center of Roma. I, Liesel-senpai, Miyabi, Reina, and Nath are staying there. Just in case we also reserved rooms for Aspite and Rookie, but Aspite hasn't contacted us since he went off from the karaoke box. I had sent him our location through a text just in case, so perhaps he will come here if he is finished with his business. Rookie said that I have my own regular hotel and quickly moved to a different hotel. Thanks to that I don't need to feel awkward to him when doing the night special training. Even so, Rookie would come visit my day training, although not every day. Although, he wouldn't directly participate in the training. He mainly just observed and/or acted as support. Rookie himself never exercised physically or used magic. It seems that Rookie really just come here with us to play. Rookie too is a really elusive and unpredictable person. He is just like a bird that fly freely in the sky or a whimsical cat. Come to think of it, I didn't ask Rookie which hotel he is staying at. Let's try asking him the next time he come visiting my day training. I looked around inside the room and ran my thought toward the night special training that is going to start after this. This is a hotel room. And then I am sitting on a bed wearing only a bathrobe. The room's lighting has been turned off with indirect lighting that has warmth faintly illuminating the room. 3 days has passed since we came to Italia. During that time, I have been doing healing lovers every night with Liesel-senpai, Miyabi, and Reina. It was a time that was like a dream for any boy, where I experienced pleasures with such beautiful girls that sent me into a daze. However, The upper limit of my mana stayed unmoving in 95,000. There is just one more step until the target of 100,000. The three of them are all extraordinary beauty with lewd bodies in their own right. And yet why is it like this? Don't tell me, it's because I have gotten used to it or something. No. There is no way something like that can be true. I was always nervous with my heart beating so hard. I think that perhaps I'll never get tired of it for my whole life. There is a reserved knocking sound. Yuto. Liesel Senpai, who was preparing at the room next door, opened the door and peered inside. Sorry to make you wait. The preparation took a bit of time. Yes, it's not a problem at all though. Today we're going to do something that need preparation. Then Liesel Senpai winked with a meaningful smile. Ufufu, look forward to it. Liesel Senpai said that and entered inside the room. Surprisingly, she is wearing a full-body suit. Her body from below the neck is tightly wrapped in a fabric that looked like stocking. And then her hands are covered with leather gloves while her legs are wearing leather boots that reached until above her knees. It has zero skin exposure, but the outfit used stocking fabric, so it's no different than being naked. This style passed through my retina and strongly stimulated my instinct.
I see, so Senpai, it took some time in order to wear that costume.
Yes. I think it's better to try out various approaches to increase your mana's upper limit. And so I prepared this for tonight. I'm sorry, Senpai thought hard for my sake. But there is something that I want to consult with Yuto. It's about Nath. Nath? Since we came to Rome, Nath also participated in the night's special training, but she tended to get embarrassed that most of the times she only watched. We unexpectedly got a Devil King candidate to join us. If Healing Lovers is done with her, I think that the effect will be really significant. That's why I want to do something about her. Certainly the effect in the fight against Rikamaru was amazing. True, the Infinite Lovers after that also gave me staggering amount of mana from Nath. The power just burst out explosively. Yes, and that also drew out Nath's power. It was truly a cycle of perpetuity. An infinite power. Liesel Senpai walked around inside the room while still dressed stimulatingly like that. The way her breasts jiggled with each step that she took and her butt swaying to left and right when her back is turned at me, it made me wanted to yell if she is doing that intentionally. Senpai has the habit of naturally moving around when thinking. As the result, I can enjoy watching Senpai's body in that lewd costume from various angels. I'm truly grateful. That's why I want to make Nath do Healing Lovers properly no matter what. But I didn't expect that Nath is that much of a shy person. Forcing her when she is reluctant like that is a bit. Liesel Senpai's feet stopped moving completely. I got an idea from there. Hey, can you ask Lover's Arcana for me? Huh? Ask what? What is it that Nath wants? Huh? No, but. Something like that. No matter how convenient the arcana is, asking it that kind of question is just. However, Liesel Senpai cutely requested me please, so I thought to try it just in case, even knowing that it's no good. But how should I ask that kind of question? Arcana? I held up the Lover's Arcana and faced it while I'm talking. I don't know what should I say here, but, Understood. Starting the analysis about Healing Lovers with card number 7, Nath Karnak. So quick. Analysis complete. Recommending a way that suit the preference of Nath Karnak as the most effective way to contribute to the increase of mana's upper limit through Healing Lovers. Drawing up a sample plan. And then Lover's Arcana suggested a shocking date plan to me. Part 5. The next day, I'm waiting for Nath at the hotel's lobby. Last night, I visited Nath's room and... How about we go sightseeing with just the two of us tomorrow? I invited her like that. Although Nath looked a bit reserved because she felt bad for everyone else, in the end she happily accepted. But Nath froze when she heard the condition. I have just one request to you that I gave her. That's why I don't know whether she will really come. However, according to Arcana, So, sorry to make you wait. She came. Nate is blushing a little. She is standing there while fidgeting nervously. She is wearing a white dress with largely opened neckline. Her skirt that reached until above her knee also looked light. It's an outfit that is perfectly suited for an outing at summer. The thin and refreshing white fabric also suited Nath's brown skin very well. Nath nonchalantly covered her chest with her hands. Clothes with a bit darker color will be. That outfit really suit you. Nath's face brightened. I see, perhaps. It's something that Yuto-kun chose for me, yes. Actually it was Senpai and Miyabi who coordinated the outfit. So Nath, have you done like I asked? Yes. She barely answered with a trailing off voice. What I asked Nath to do was, I want you to come without wearing underwear. Something like that. And then I also prepared the clothes for her to wear so that she wouldn't choose an outfit that covered it up. That is the Arcana's recommendation. Last night I objected when I heard that recommendation. This is the timid and shy Nath we are talking about. If I asked her to do something like that, she would absolutely not come or cry. However, Liesel-senpai. I see, that plan is worth a try. She nodded with admiration. Even Liesel-senpai? For her to be extremely shy means that she is also conscious about it to such degree. Perhaps she is actually feeling carnality from embarrassment. This plan is worth doing. Is that something like how a person who bashed H manga or anime might actually love H behind the scene? The Arcana's suggestion is to have a date in the city while not allowing Nath to wear underwear. And then I'll make Nath do various embarrassing things during the date. The plan will be a success if at the end I can make Nath to be the one asking me to do lewd thing to her. If Nath got into the mood to such degree, then the effect to the increase of my mana amount will definitely be most effective too. Can such thing really be true? When I explained the situation, Miyabi, whose body style is relatively close to Nath, chose an outfit from her wardrobe for this plan. Something like this is gonna be perfect. I think it will also suit Nath perfectly. The way the underwear feel like it will show through, or not, but as expected it show through, is just sexy and doki doki. That was Gao's Miyabi-san's theory. This mission was executed also with the assistance of the support team above. Then let's go. I offered her my hand. Then Nath's expression brightened happily before turning uneasy. And then after hesitating, her hands left the chest that she covered up. With just that, when her breasts shook and bounced forward, my gaze reflexively got absorbed toward there. Naturally Nath painfully felt my gaze. Her face quickly turned bright red and she tried to hide her chest once more. Then Arcana's voice resounded inside my head immediately. Recommendation. Obstruct 7's defensive action. I immediately grabbed Nath's hand. I guess, this is my first time holding hand with Nath. It's seriously embarrassing. But Nath replied yes with a smile that looked happy from the bottom of her heart. Even a pushy action sometimes can be unexpectedly pleasing for the other party if you do it resolutely. Judging the right situation for that is very difficult. It feels like romance is a type of gambling. Well, right now I have a reassuring navigator in the form of Arcana though. Then let's go. Yes. We left the hotel and did sightseeing by aimlessly walking through the streets. Nath is holding hand with me with her left hand, while her right hand is rested on my arm. She is cleverly hiding her chest with that. However, it made our distance to be closer, so an accident where Nath's breasts are touching my arm also occurred. Furthermore, it happened frequently. Each time that happened, a small voice would leak out from Nath and her body stepped back. To be honest, it made me wanted to suspect whether she is tempting me. Is she making a move on me? I even got that kind of thinking. If so, there is no way I'll lose. A strange fighting spirit welled up inside me. First I avoided the downtown where there are a lot of people and tried heading toward the hill called Palatino that is also close to the Colosseum that we are using for my special training. It was the place where the nobles and emperor of ancient Rome built their mansions. So to speak, it was a super affluent neighborhood. Now it's more like a park with historic ruins scattered throughout it. Its size is very wide and it felt like it will take a lot of time to walk around the whole place. The atmosphere here is different from the historic ruin at Egypt. Nath is unexpectedly looking really interested. Certainly as a Japanese I'm very surprised that this much historic ruins are still remaining here even after 2000 years, but I don't really understand its significance. When we look down from a spot with good visibility, there is also a hill at the opposite side. There is a flatland at low altitude between the two hills. Nath's eyes sparkled brightly seeing the long and narrow straight path. That's Circus Maximus. It's the place where chariots pulled by horses were racing at the ancient Rome. I see. That must be something that drew your interest, Nath. It's shocking that 300,000 people could watch the race. The obelisk here is something that was brought from Egypt and it's still existing even now, you know. Then at the place called Piazza del Popolo. Arcana's voice talked to me over Nath's explanation. Recommendation. Confirm the existence of the underwear from above the clothes. In addition, give stimulation to Seven's rear. Here? However, the Arcana had never said anything wrong. I guess I should trust it here. Just in case I checked that there isn't anybody behind before my hand reached out to the butt of Nath who stood beside me. Yeah? Nath jumped when her butt got suddenly touched. Yuto-kun? Nath looked up to me in bewilderment. However, I'm being absorbed by how pleasant the sensation on my palm is. I'm feeling Nath's large butt with only a single thin skirt in between. I can feel how firm it is even through the fabric. The feeling of how it stuck to my palm is unbearable. Why Yuto-kun, in this kind of place is? It's fine, there is nobody else. But we are standing at an open space like this. Certainly this is a very visible place. We can be seen clearly from the front and the back. The sense of liberation here has full mark. That's exactly why it's perfect. So you really aren't wearing underwear? I caressed her butts and confirmed that there is no panty there. That's because Yuto-kun told me not to. She muttered that and casted her gaze down shyly. I felt the sign of tourists coming from behind at that timing and took off my hand from Nath's butts. Let's go. Why, yes. Nath replied half in relief and half uneasily. We left from that spot and passed beside the approaching tourists. Continuation. Confirmed that there is no panty over Seven's buttocks by sight. Seriously, Nath, can you walk in front of me? Oh, okay. Nath obediently followed my request, and then I said this next. Flip up your skirt! Exclamation mark. Nath's eyes became teary, but she looked resigned right away. She walked while slowly flipping up her skirt to expose her butts. The brown-skinned butts are exposed under my sight. Certainly she isn't wearing anything there. If she is wearing a small G-string panty, perhaps I won't be able to notice it just by touching, but with this there is no room for doubt. I stared fixedly at the butts that aren't wearing anything. Those butts swayed to left and right and jiggled up and down each time she took a step. I felt like I can keep staring forever. Although it'll be a disaster if someone see this. You can stop now. Nath quickly returned her skirt like before when I said that. And then she turned around and leapt on my chest. Nath. It's so embarrassing, I felt like I'd die. She rubbed her forehead on my chest like a spoiled child. Report. The increase of Seven's carnal desire and affection confirmed. It seems that what the Arcana said is correct. I patted Nath's head. You did your best. Good girl. Treating someone older like Nath tenderly, this felt strangely immoral. I'm feeling something like a sense of conquest. It tickled my self-esteem. I put my hand around Nath's shoulders and walked toward the city. Even during that time I followed the Arcana's instructions to use my hand around her shoulders to touch her chest or caress her butts. Nath showed no sign of refusal and simply accepted my touch quietly. Not only that, she is clearly happy. Her cheeks are blushing slightly, she is also letting out sweet sighs, and her expression looked really erotic. I'm the one who is getting worried whether the people who passed by us will notice or not. As expected, this is bad. I'm thinking to take a break somewhere and let's take a rest somewhere. When I said that, in hotel? She asked back with an expression of ecstasy. No, for now let's enter this cafe. I ordered 2 cups of coffee using a smattering of English and some gesturing before sitting on the seats at the back. I'm sitting with the wall on my back while Nath is sitting with her back turned toward other customers. After this we are planning to go to a place called Vatican Museum. It's a world-famous museum and there will be terrifyingly long line for anyone who wants to enter through the normal way, but Senpai had made a reservation so we can enter inside quickly. What did she do to make such reservation, as I'm filled with trepidation from imagining it? Recommendation. Directly look at Seven's breasts. Wait, in this place too? What's more, ain't that the breast challenge that was once popular for a time? No, but thinking carefully, it's just a recommendation, isn't it? It's not really a requirement, so I'll just ignore this one. Essential. Really, seriously, what the hell? Lovers. Nath was a bit in a daze as though she has a fever. Behind her, there are some local women chatting. It would be bad if they overheard, but thinking again, I'm going to talk with Japanese so there is no way they will understand. Nath, show me your breasts. I slightly heard the sound of holding breath. But Nath doesn't make a disgusted expression. Nath's eyes are obscenely moist to a terrifying degree. She lifted both her hands, and loosened her collar with her fingertips. She stretched the elastic fabric and her brown skin peeked out. And then, Nath's shockingly large breast is exposed. Heart. Nath's breathed out as though she is feeling it just from the air touching her skin. My sight is taken by that beautiful breast. Her brown skin is hit by light and shined with luster. The nipple at the tip has pink color. I thought that normally the nipple's color will be darker than the skin color, but the color of Nath's nipple is bright. It made Nath's breast to look even lewder. Furthermore, the nipple at the tip is standing erect completely. You can stop now. When I instructed her that, Nath returned her collar back to the right position and covered her breast. However, I can clearly see the shape of her nipples that has gotten bigger even from over her clothes. What will happen after this? I'm harboring such anxiety while leaving the cafe with Nath in tow. Then. What's wrong? Nath pulled the sleeve of my clothes and dragged me. As expected, she finally has enough with this treatment? However, Nath continued dragging me until a narrow alley beside the cafe. Most likely only the cafe staffs will ever pass through this alley. Nath muttered while keeping her gaze down in that narrow path. Hotel. I want to return to hotel. I got overwhelmed with guilt. Sorry, Nath. There is a reason. Nath gripped the bottom of her dress and lifted it up. Her lower body is exposed with nothing hiding it. Sue. Under the golden bush, drip honey trickled down. Nath. I gulped. I can't hold back anymore. Nath lifted up her face. The expression on her face has completely melted in lewdness. Her eyes that are moist from tears pleaded. Yuto-kun, I want you to mess me up quickly, please. Lover's Arcana whispered inside my head at that timing. Preparation complete. Recommending going back swiftly and performing healing lovers. That mechanical voice sounded somewhat proud. Part 6 And then we performed healing lovers as soon as we returned. Hotel. Nath sought me fiercely as though she was a completely different person. And then. When I realized, I'm standing in a familiar space. The watercolored sky with cloud floating there. Red mountain that looked like it's placed on the flat horizon. It's a sight that looked straightforward and artificial like a theater backdrop then. Morioka Yuto. As I thought. Zain, right? When I turned around, a peerless beauty is standing there. Silver hair that looked like soft metal. Eyes that are shining gold. White skin that looked transparent. Simple white dress like in the story of Greek legend. The way she looked, I won't be surprised even if I'm told that she is a goddess. We meet again. Does that mean this is the dream's continuation? This isn't a dream. You came to my world. Zain's world? What did we talk about the last time we met? I remember that we had a conversation that I really don't understand, as though I got told a riddle. It looks like you have really grown. Is that so? I haven't measured my height recently though. Not physically, but mentally. I mean the size of your mana. You mean, the upper limit of my mana capacity? Zain doesn't answer. However, I took it as confirmation that I'm right. Let me give you a warning. The mana amount size that you are aiming at, you won't be able to obtain what you want with just that much. You need even greater strength for what you are looking for. At the very least twice of the current amount. That means 200,000. Even though just going over 100,000 is already this difficult, but why does Zain know something like that? Zain smiled thinly instead of answering. Let's meet again when that time comes. Zain's figure suddenly turned fainter. Wait. I still want to ask something. Every phenomenon is the karma of the past. Past? When you regain the missing key, is the time when your seal is removed. The scenery that looked like backdrop suddenly blacked out. Chapter 3, The Star is Shooting. Part 1. 50,000 fans has gathered in Tokyo Dome. There is call and response under orderly command like in military. The fans waved around their penlight as though they are performing massed calisthenics. The audiences here have a loyalty that is far deeper than any other idol's fans. The one who monopolized that faith is this me who is ruling on top of the stage. The top idol, Hangyakusha. I sang out my hit songs one after another and danced. Every single one of my gaze and gesture toyed the fans and controlled their heart significantly. Colorful penlights swayed as though to display their excitement. Fufufu, offer your mana, your life forces, all of you. To this me. I'm feeling the overall excitement of the fans. Human emotions are energy for devils. Even greater mental fluctuation will produce even better quality energy. My fans are offering me mana daily. The daily fan activities. Buying my goods. Propagating my popularity through social networking services. Even those kinds of things provided me with mana, although in lesser quantity. However, the amount of mana that I can collect from a live performance is in different level. This performance is like a Sabbath, a ritual magic. That's why live performance is essential. Besides, even discounting the mana collection, live performance is something that I like to do. Directly facing the fans who are worshipping me give me a different sensation than simply confirming it through a monitor screen. When I saw them getting drunk in my performance, I can taste deep sense of satisfaction and euphoria. That's right. Look at me more. Get to like me more. If you do that, then my dance will get even more passionate. When I wriggled my waist to add to my sexiness, the voltage of the venue rose up even more. Behind me are the support members who are the cards of Star. They are playing the role of back dancers and heated up the stage to make me shine even brighter. Neko Maya, who joined recently, is also one of them. When I made a turn and glanced at her face, her smile is a bit stiff. Mistress's performance today is even more intense than the rehearsal. Naya. Just following along is the best that I can do. Maya. It felt like I can hear that grumbling in her heart. My cards are also dancing desperately so they won't drag me down. There is a huge LED display at the back of the stage. It's projecting a footage with elaborate CG to enliven the stage. The stars are shining in the night sky, depicting the beautiful nebula. It's in that moment. The footage vanished and the screen turned black. Incidentally, the song has just finished. However, the switchover shouldn't like this. There is no change in my expression, however my blood is boiling inside. Geez. What are the staffs doing? However, the next moment. The black screen displayed some words with a drab font. The white letters showed. No interest. What's this? Everyone go home. When I looked at the wing of the stage, the staffs are getting into panic. And then the audiences started to make a stir. No good. For now I need to cover this up. Everyone sorry. Looks like there is a mechanical trouble.
I think it will be fixed soon, so wait a second, okay?
I added a wink as a service. However, the state of the audiences is strange. A fragment of the stir reached my ears. For some reason, I'm not that interested anymore. Want to go home? I guess. I'm bored. This is just what's going on? Or rather, I shouldn't come. I wonder why I really got into this? Certainly. Well, guess it's like a popular TV show that is finally past its prime. I could feel my face turning pale. Coo. I bit my lip. Calm down. Something is clearly strange. Most likely this is a trap that someone arranged. The back dancers are also in confusion. Estella Samar. What's going with everyone, Maya? Maya looked like she wanted to cry. It made me wanted to yell at her. I'm the one who wanted to know just what's going on here. The hearts of the audiences are going away from me. I'm feeling the lines that are sending mana to me getting blocked one after another. Nekob, do you feel anything strange? What do you think about me? Now? That's, Stella Summer is Maya's mistress. You are as pretty and cool as usual, Maya. Maya's reaction hadn't changed. From what I observed, the other members are also the same. They are confused because they can't understand the audience's reaction. When I turned my gaze to the arena, I can see the audiences flowing out toward the exit. Something is going on. Furthermore, it's something really bad. Anyway, it's impossible to continue the show. We're going back. I headed straight toward the stage's wing without doing any follow-up or saying anything else. From there I went to the backyard right away, into the waiting room. I kept looking forward as I talked to Maya and others who were following behind me. This is most likely an enemy's scheme. We're leaving this place quickly. While it's still not too late. There is a silhouette standing in the way at the corridor ahead. Toe barred. It's already too late. Blonde hair and tan skin. Fashion style with a lot of skin exposure like a bitchy gal. The sun, Sansa Summers. Sansa, is this your work? No way. There is no way I can do anything directly, right? Certainly it's unthinkable that Sansa can do something like this. In that case. ! I suddenly got hit by a terrible impact. I felt my body got blown to the side. Stella Summer? My body broke through even the wall at the opposite side of the corridor and tumbled into the storehouse at the other side. Horoscope's defensive ability activated and automatically layered armored magic over my body. Thanks to that I'm not seriously injured. But, my vision is shaking from too much impact. Someone launched an attack magic from the other side of the wall. Sue. Horoscope's magic vanished in that moment. It's because my mana lines got cut off. A magic like Horoscope consumed a lot of mana. It's impossible to use it constantly. Furthermore, because the mana supply got stopped suddenly, there isn't much magic power remaining inside my body. But my mana consumption is already bad even in the best of times. My magic formula is powerful, but I can't produce enough mana to fuel it. That's exactly why I needed the mana supply lines. I need to preserve my mana while escaping from here as quickly as possible. I got on my feet and rushed toward the exit. However, Kya? My ankle got entangled by something and I stumbled forward. Fufafu, you won't get away that easily. A woman in an erotic bondage fashion came from the other side of the broken wall. The whip in her hand is entwined around my ankle. So the magic before this was also from her Heishi in Yotaka. You hire? My body got lifted up. It's like the whip itself has its own will and tossed me away. Gwa. I got slammed to the ceiling. And then I fell down. Ga, cough. Cough. The impact didn't get fully absorbed even though I had deployed defensive magic. Ku, you. Ooh, that's nice state you end up in, Stella. Perhaps I should also join? Sansa passed the opened hole in the wall and clapped her hands while grinning widely. A lump of flame floated between her opened hands. The round fireball looked like a miniature sun. Prominent scorching dragon flame. That miniature sun headed to here. It stretched for long and undulated. A dragon made from flame assaulted me. Ku, barricade. I deployed a defensive magic. This isn't the time to be stingy with mana. Prominence collided on barricade. The area in front of me got wrapped in flame. You, Kia are. The flame dragon scattered. The barricade was also smashed at the same time. The impact blew me backward showily. Ahaha, so funny. What happened with your usual pompousness? Come on, try looking down on me now. Sue. This kind of woman. Even though I can kill her instantly if I'm in the perfect state. Stella Summer. Maya and others, my cards who served as my back dancers, stood in front of me to protect me. Wait, you girls, you still haven't run away? What are you saying, Maya? Maya and others are Stella Summer's cards, Naya. How can we just run away, Naya? Idiot. All of you aren't fighters. Run away quickly. However, Maya and others showed no sign of running away. They will be slaughtered at this rate. Geez. I took out Star Arcana from the pouch attached on my waist and held it forward. Release contract release. The arcana shined brightly and radiance of stardust also whirled around Maya and my other cards. And then that radiance instantly got sucked into Star Arcana. Naya? EA? What was that just now, Naya? With this, everyone isn't my card anymore. There is no worry of them getting killed. Yotaka chuckled seeing what I did. Oh, to worry for your underlings like that, I'm so moved I'll cry. Sansa also laughed in ridicule. Is this the time to act generous like Tar? Wouldn't it be better if you use these bunches as meat shield? That's not your business. I took out the other thing that I hid in my pouch. That's the magic stone that I brought with me in exchange of a charm for when push came to shove. I threw it on the floor. Exclamation mark, this girl. Sansa raised her voice in panic, but it's too late. A magic circle formed under my feet. My body already got teleported to other place at that time. From the backyard of Tokyo Dome to inside a forest. This place is Koishikawa Karakun Gardens that is adjacent to Tokyo Dome. The surrounding is dark with lush trees growing thickly. There isn't any sign of people. I sighed in relief. The magic stone that has teleport's formula and mana sealed inside it was useful. Though I never expected that the time would come I have to use it. Even so, this is troublesome. At this rate I won't be able to use both Horoscope and Galaxy Zero. My tactic can't work if I can't collect mana from my fans. Still, right now isn't the time to relax like this. I checked the magic stones inside my pouch. I still have several remaining. If I use them. Yeah, young lady of prestigious noble house. I closed my pouch in panic. A shadow is standing like darkness ahead of the dark path. I said it before, didn't it? I might kill you the next time we meet. You. A man wearing a hood with a fake-looking smile. The Devil King candidate of death, Jaudogahama lost. I brushed away my platinum blonde hair and glared condescendingly at him. Can you not underestimate me too much? I don't know how you did it, but, even without the offering from my fans, do you think that I can be killed by the like of you? I can't possibly show weakness no matter the situation. Even if it's just a bluff, I'll act self-assured. That's my style. However, Lost's smile doesn't change and he starts walking toward here. I said it right? I'll bring death to all of you. All of you, the way he said that is slightly strange. However, it doesn't matter right now. I want to get away from here without using up too much mana. Besides, I haven't forgotten the feeling when I encountered Lost last time. I don't know the reason, but he doesn't feel like a normal devil. If Lost got serious, would I die at that time? I can't wipe away that unpleasant thought. In any case, I want to avoid getting into a fight with him, but don't fear him more than necessary. My childhood trauma crossed my mind for just an instant. Because I already have too much of that kind of feeling. Fizzed. I held my right hand forward and deployed magic circle at my fingertip. A lump of flame surged from the center of that. If he flinch or dodge even just for a bit, I'll use that opening. However, Lost doesn't dodge. He also doesn't deploy defensive magic. He doesn't even stop walking. He causally walked and caught Fizzed with his body just like that. Exclamation mark. It hit. The flame pierced Lost's torso. His clothes burned and the torn scrap became sparks that fluttered in the air. However, Lost's expression doesn't change at the slightest. Wah. What's with this guy? What's the matter, Star's Devil King candidate? You don't need to hold back, you know. Then. Thundrio explosive lightning hammer. Thunder roared and lightning tore through the air toward Lost's body. What about this? Do you feel a bit numb? Lost's clothes is scorched and smoking. However. Perhaps it will feel better as electric massage if you do it a bit stronger. Sue. Shit. Don't screw with me. Although it was just an intermediate level magic, my remaining mana will be worrying if I fire it consecutively. But I won't be able to create an opening if he doesn't even flinch at the slightest. Fine then. I'll treat you with a high-class magic. There won't be any result if I just stupidly use mana in small amounts. I'll gamble it with a single powerful shot then. I lifted up my hands over my head before bringing them down toward Lost. A large magic circle formed under Lost. Destruction demonic gunpowder break. Extra large explosion gouged a hole in the park, creating a crater. An impact that can be mistaken as earthquake shook the ground and air. At the same time, flame blast rushed through the park and burned the trees and plants. The flame blast spread largely even at the night sky and a crimson fire pillar rose tall. As expected, with this even Sansa and Yotaka will notice my presence here. I need to retreat right away. Thinking that, I hurriedly turned around. It's then. Something is swaying inside the flame. No way. Lost showed up from inside the flame with unchanging gait from before. The hood he is wearing has been burned to ash. I saw his head for the first time. There are ears there. Ears that looked like animal ears. Wolf ears grew on his head. You saw it. Lost raised the corner of his lips in a smile. It's truly a smile of the devil. Dreaming wish atrocity. When he muttered that, Lost's body got dyed black. Wah. What? What's with this guy? Lost's form turned into a pitch-black shadow. The outline of his shape isn't clear. It's like he is a monster with indeterminate form. Such thing that is unthinkable to be in existence of this world approached. My eyes opened wide. My pupils shook. My body trembled. Cold sweat oozed out from all over my body. I saw this once. This is, like, the monster that killed my family 10 years ago. The figures of my slaughtered family revived in front of my eyes. The black form is right in front of me. You will die here. Young lady of prestigious noble house. In that moment fear broke my sense. No. This is the same like that time. Nothing can be done. Nothing works. But, the only thing that I can do is run. Scary. I don't want to die. I somehow resisted my fear and turned back. There is no black shadow. Can I escape? There is no way you can escape, right? A voice came from above my head. When I looked up, the sky is dark as though it has been painted black. Two eyes floated glaringly inside that darkness. Kya ah 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 ah. A scream burst out from my throat. Something burst on my back at the same time. An explosion-type magic threw my body to float in the air. I flew for several meters and fell inside a thicket. Gar. My back is burning hot. I can't breathe from the impact that hit me. Even so, I somehow crawled to escape into the thicket. I have to run. I don't want to die. Death is scary. My vision is blurry from tears. I crawled on all fours and held my breath as I hid behind a thick tree. I hugged my knees and made my body as small as possible. No more. Something like this. My body won't stop shaking. Help, someone help me. Rustle, rustle, the sound of the thicket being parted entered my ears. Where are you? Scary, 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 scary. Tears spilled out and won't stop. I pressed my hands over my mouth that almost sobbed. This is the same like that time. I'm hiding while trembling in fear. Nothing has changed with me since that time. The footsteps approached. I pressed my back on the tree trunk, but something is getting in the way. The pouch on my waist. The magic stone inside it. There, huh? A voice that sounded like it came from the bottom of earth resounded from right beside me. Part 2. I'm rushing under the night sky of Rome together with Liesel Senpai. The city that is illuminated by the orange streetlights can be seen below. The rooftop of the building with classical design that was designated as the destination is approaching. I landed, and then ran on the rooftop before leaping once more. I went forward and chased after Liesel Senpai's back. Her figure isn't in her usual uniform. Both Liesel Senpai and I are wearing black body suits so we won't stand out under the night sky. Putting me aside, Senpai's back is really alluring. The small headset on my ear is flaring with Liesel Senpai's delighted voice. Fufu, come catch me quickly. She turned back to look at me with a mischievous smile. Cute, I thought, but I can't possibly speak my impression out loud. Roger. Today I'll definitely catch up for sure. We are amusing ourselves with playing tag under the night sky. This too is a part of the special training. It's a special training in order to skillfully use every kind of magic freely. Furthermore, it has to be done subconsciously with delicate control. There is nothing to be done except practicing by repetition for that. By doing that, magic circuit is engraved in my body. By the way, it seems Liesel Senpai managed to learn it right away when she was a child. But I'm not a genius like Liesel Senpai. To compensate, I can only train a lot. Miyabi said that she was the same like me and trained single-mindedly to learn it. Yuto, here, heart. That Miyabi appeared from out of nowhere and ran beside me. As expected, she is also wearing a black body suit that clung tightly on her body. Her two large breasts that are wrapped in that suit are jiggling around. My eyes are sucked toward there. She poked on my cheek. Geez, you're too careless. You didn't notice me until I'm right by your side. It's usual for someone to be unable to see anything else when chasing after someone though. Certainly, thanks for the warning, Miyabi. Hey, you're welcome. Also. Miyabi scooped up her breasts with her hands and lifted them up. My breasts won't settle down with this suit. It will be a big help if Yuto can help holding them down firmly in place though, heart. We kicked on a church's rooftop side by side and made a big jump. Oi, right now isn't the training for that, right? Then Miyabi smiled sweetly in anticipation. Tonight is my turn. So it's fine to have fun from now, heart. Miyabi. Don't say something that stimulated my lower body like that. My concentration got disturbed here. When I thought that, there is a shadow that rushed here with terrific speed from the other side of Miyabi. Looks like Miyabi's opponent is here. Huh? A beautiful girl with blonde hair and brown skin. Nath approached in the blink of eye. Hya? Miyabi manifested a magic circle midair and used it as foothold to change her direction. Woah! Miyabi yelled as her figure vanished into the night sky. Kaya? Nath crashed onto me from the excessive momentum. Sorry. I can't reply from getting buried into the valley of Nath's breasts. No, it's all right. When I lifted my face, I met Nath's moistened eyes. Her cheeks are blushing as though she has gotten sexually excited. When I hurriedly lowered my gaze, I found huge breasts that don't lose even against Miyabi there. The shape of the nipples that are pushing the thin body suit are clearly displayed there. Shit. My lower body is getting even worse. Then. I'm going before Liesel-senpai yell at me. What did you say I'm going to do? A cold voice spoke out from the headset. Damn it, she heard everything. It's nothing at all. I hurriedly chased after Liesel-senpai. Liesel-senpai is in a large plaza that is dotted with historical ruins. It seems to be a site called Foro Romano and has existed since 2,000 years ago. 8 marble pillars with height around 3 or 4 meters are standing in a line. That place was once a shrine. Liesel-senpai is standing on top of there. I also landed beside her. I still can't catch up with senpai today. You can't catch up with me because you got distracted by Miyabi and Nath's breasts, you know. She saw through me. And then senpai too folded her arms and lifted up her large and beautiful breasts from below as though to show them off. The soft curve and the shape of nipple that came to the surface tightly grasped my gaze and won't let go. Fufufu, should we do mana supply? Liesel-senpai felt my gaze and smiled teasingly. No, my mana's upper limit has also increased a lot so. 1 week has passed since the latter half of the training camp started. There are also only 5 days remaining for the summer break. I have cleared the first objective of reaching 10,000 mana capacity. It looked like things are going well from that, but then I ran into a wall at that point. My mana's upper limit increased until 12,000 by doing healing lovers with Nath, and yet it's just like Sign said, the new characteristic magic didn't activate. Since then we have tried out various stimulating plays, but we haven't found an effective way that can solve the problem. We are in such a stagnating situation, so I kept feeling under pressure no matter what. There are 80,000 remaining until the mana upper limit that Zine mentioned. If I can meet with Zine one more time, perhaps I'll be able to hear useful information. After thinking that, the question of who Zine is came up once more. Presumably, that place might not be my own mental world. No, rather. I took the lover's arcana that is dangling from my neck. The scenery of that world, somehow, it felt similar with this arcana's background. Then, did I enter inside lover's arcana? Besides that voice, it's similar with the arcana's voice that usually guided me. The arcana's voice is like an unemotional system voice, so I didn't notice, but when I tried thinking back real hard, aren't they actually the same voice? Liesel-senpai, the Devil King's arcana, are the arcanas themselves have their own will or something? Why do you think so? Recently I went to a strange place inside my dream. I met with a woman there, but it feels like that person has a connection with lover's arcana. Liesel-senpai looked across Rome. There is a reason why we are training in this place. It's not the answer to my question. However, I listened quietly. There is no accurate record about the origin of Devil King's arcana remaining. However, it's said that the origin is most likely this Italy. The Devil King's arcana wasn't created at the Devil World? The devils who came to this world created them while receiving the influence of human world. It's considered to be like that. The theory that tarot cards were created by using that Devil King's arcana as reference is a popular theory. Is that so? Then, I'm doing special training in the land of origin of Devil King's arcana right now? I thought that perhaps if we have special training in the land where the Devil King's arcana was born, the connection between Lover's arcana and Yuto might receive some kind of influence. Then, as I thought, When I met Zion in the dream, it felt like there was even more sense of reality than before. It was also easy to talk to her, and it felt like we could have smoother conversation than before. Then, the thing that Zion said at the end. The past's karma, the moment the missing key is recovered, my seal will be released if I remember correctly, she said something like that. Did something happen in my past? Senpai. Before this At that timing, the arcana's voice suddenly echoed inside my head. Warning. Transart magic detected. Recommending vigilance. A magic circle is suddenly deployed at the ground below. Yuto. Yes. I got on my guard and prepared both attack and defense magic. The white shining magic circle rotated and a fallen person appeared at the center. That silhouette that is illuminated by Mana's light looked like a corpse for a moment. That's just how much it lacked vitality. The whole body is dirtied by blood and mud and the clothes are torn to pieces. The chest and thigh that peeked out from there are pale white as though no blood passed through. The platinum blonde hair that is covered by mud is also crumpled like a discarded doll. The expressionless face is like a corpse and the lightless eyes are unfocused and not looking anywhere. No way. Liesel Senpai also turned pale. When the magic circle turned into light particles and vanished, Liesel Senpai and I jumped down from the shrine ruin to the side of the fallen silhouette. I got shocked once more when I saw that silhouette from nearby. A shrill voice naturally leaked out from my mouth. This is Hangyakusha, Stella. The fallen figure looked like a torn rag. It's unthinkable that this is that beautiful and haughty devil king candidate of Star who shined radiantly on the seat of top idol. Part 3. That person is living inside a mountain in the middle of nowhere. That's why it takes time and effort to go meet that person. The rental car I chartered turned away from the highway to a side road and ran through a small road where it will be difficult to continue if other car comes from the opposite direction. The car passed a path that turned and twisted through the slope of the mountain before an open space suddenly appeared. There are many houses with thatch roofs standing there. The person who I'm going to meet after this is living alone in this settlement that has been abandoned now. Dear customer, is this place all right? When the rental car stopped, the driver asked me solemnly. I lifted up my face and nodded a little to the driver through the rearview mirror. My smiling face is reflected in that mirror. The face of the Devil King candidate of Wheel of Fortune, Shimokadzuma Rin. That smile is there simply because I'm making that kind of face. It's not any sign that showed my emotion. The driver got down from the car and opened the door of the back seat. Then, I will wait over here. The driver kept standing as he saw me off. He isn't a devil, but just a human. The taxi company that I chose is also one that isn't related to any devil. It's not allow other Devil King candidates to learn of the location of the person I'm going to meet after this. If I carelessly used a company that is involved with devil, the information will leak easily. Not just human, even devils under the influence of Shimokadzuma house is just as risky. And most of all, I don't trust anybody in my house. I took out my smartphone and wrote a message in a social networking service. The name of the person I'm messaging is Hermit. I'm in front of the house. Can I enter? Then a reply came immediately. Ooh, that's fine. The barrier deployed around the house is dispelled along with that light-hearted reply. I walked until under the eaves, and put my hand on the door with bad fitting. It can't be opened with one hand, so I used both my hands, then I pried it open by using all my strength. For me, this door is more annoying than the magic barrier. Inside there is dirt floor with a tatami room a step higher on it. I took off my shoes and stepped on the tatami mat, then I walked inside the house with familiarity in my steps. I stopped walking in the middle of the corridor and removed a floorboard. There is a square hole in the floor. Underneath it is a hidden stair. I went down carefully so I won't misstep. Underground there is a different space with a completely different image from above spreading out. Glass cases filled with figurines are lined up. Many tapestries of beautiful girl characters and handsome guy characters are hanging down from the ceiling. Tall bookshelves are laid out on the wall. They are packed full with otaku-type books like manga or picture books. There is a large PC desk at the middle of such room. 3 large monitors are lined up there. In front of them, the girl who is the place's owner is sitting. When she noticed my presence, that girl with white hair that has pink highlight turned around. Her eye color is also pink. Her white skin that has no tan and long and bushy white eyelashes are really pretty. This is the Devil King candidate of Hermit Kozukata Hisaka. She is a pessimist whose shut-in level has reached transcendental level. She is already close to being an actual hermit. When she saw me, she turned her gaze to the monitors so she won't meet my eyes, and then when she placed her hands on the keyboard, she inputted a message into the application that is displayed on the monitor. My smartphone made a notification sound. And, how was it? It was a good job for a Hisaka's work, don't you think? I also don't talk to her directly and inputted my reply into my smartphone. Yes. Looks like it went perfectly. Apparently she got away before she could be finished off, but the star is surely already an invalid now. I see. It's also Rin-chan's achievement, ain't it? It seems so. Thank you. It's thanks to Hisaka-chan. As I replied like that, I checked the person herself in front of me. There isn't really any change in Hisaka's expression. Even though in the net she is super lively and full of emotion, the actual person is like a doll. Hisaka is a shut-in and is bad at communication on top of that. Normally she won't show her face to anybody. I'm allowed to enter her house like this is an exception among exceptions. But, I'm sorry, even though Hisaka-chan doesn't really want to get involved with other people. I told you it's fine already. I can get along with Rin-chan thanks to that after all. Hisaka is made to take part because Lost found her out. Unlike me, she is simply cooperating so that she can be overlooked. It seemed that at first she was obeying reluctantly because she felt that her life was in danger. However, her attitude slightly changed since I became the one in contact with her. I think that perhaps it's because we are similar in some respect. I don't know the detail, but apparently Hisaka can't endure the expectation of her family to become the next Devil King and became a shut-in. She also terribly feared being criticized or harmed by other people. Her defensive instinct of not wanting to be harmed is also too strong that she can't even communicate well with other people. I'm also similar to her in some respects, she must be sensitively sensing that from me. She is relieved that I won't do anything she dislike. I have been careful, but I'm worried that Hisaka-chan's location might get leaked out from somewhere. But well, the work is over already, and I'm planning to hide myself again soon. But I'll keep in touch. Yes. With pleasure. It will be nice if we both can survive. Hisaka hate dying more than becoming the Devil King, you know. I really don't want a DE. Hisaka is likable when she talked without care like this. I think Hisaka is also considering me as someone amiable. Perhaps, even I can make a friend, I harbored such hope. Hisaka-chan is planning to run away instead of fighting, aren't you? That's it. Because Hisaka got 0 combat strength here. Hisaka is accidentally useful against Star, but it's impossible to win against her without anybody's help. Hisaka's characteristic magic brainwasher bleaching brainwash has the power to brainwash the opponent. It sounded like a very terrifying ability from just that description. Like the superior version Devil King candidate, Mitsuishi Ibiza's Sickonect, however brainwasher isn't effective against devil. It's only effective against human. It might be useful for managing the territory normally, but it's not useful in Devil King Great War. But it was the power of brainwasher that severed the source of Stella's mana. Hisaka carried out the brainwashing through human senses like sight or hearing. She hijacked the stage's display system and brainwashed the fans through the screen. With Hisaka's characteristic magic, it's impossible to fight in Devil King Great War. But there were survivors even at the last battle, so Hisoka will also aim to complete escape by hiding the whole time. Yep. Do your best. Rin-chan too. Let's survive together, yeah. Actually, I want to leave her alone. But there is one other thing that Lost asked me to do. I can't go against Lost. No, I don't want to. I have pledged my loyalty to him since that day he saved my soul. I was receiving strict education since I was little in order to be the next Devil King, but I was raised to be the family's puppet that will fight in the Devil King Great War without my own will. However, I couldn't produce a result that could answer their expectation at all. Perhaps I was too serious. That was why I got completely sick mentally. I ended up cutting my own wrist because I wanted to be forgiven for being no good. My feeling would lighten when I cut my wrist. Perhaps it was just in my imagination, but I'd also be able to slightly feel that I could start over something. Thinking back now, perhaps that feeling was the impetus that made me awakened to revival. The wrist cutting saved me temporarily, but something that made such thing to be trivial happened. The people of my family announced my death sentence. My family decided to prop up a branch house's daughter as the Devil King candidate instead of me. Then I'll withdraw myself, so please leave me alone, I begged like that. However, there was also the possibility of me rebelling. In order to not leave behind any enmity, they attacked me to kill me right there. I begged for my life while crying. I showed my cut-covered arms and pleaded while cutting my wrist over and over. However, that only brought the opposite effect. They insulted me even more that not only I'm unsuitable as a Devil King candidate, I'm not even worthy to be a member of Shimokazuma House. I grabbed a cutter with a trembling hand and desperately apologized while cutting my wrist. In that moment, time rewound to when I'm inside my room while waiting for the people of my family to come. At first I didn't understand what happened. However, you can use an interesting magic. A hooded man stood beside me. You are? I'm Jaudogahama Lost. I'll save you. Save me? What is this person saying? I thought. I don't have any worth for that. No one want me and I can't be useful to anybody, that's why. That's why, you want to die? My body jerked. Death. Fear pierced my body. If you wish for death, I shall give you death. But if you want to live, say it. But after all, I need you. Need? Me? It was a word that I never heard at all. Other people is in control of your destiny and being treated like trash. I too understand that feeling very well. This man know the pain that my heart is feeling. Your ability is amazing. I can make use of your power to great effect. Those were words that I had wanted to hear the whole time. That's why I want to answer Lost's expectation. There is just one more thing that I want Hisoka to do. I resolved myself and input a message into my smartphone, but you know, in the Devil King Great War this time, there is just one person that Hisoka-chan can win against, you know. No way there is anybody like that. I let out a deep breath and mentioned the sacrifice's name. You see, the lover Devil King candidate is a human. Chapter 4, The Ace of Lovers. Part 1. A Spiteline was walking in a misty forest by himself. This place was a remote region in the devil world, Chevelez. The region where the village of that mixed devil called Poran was located. However, there is nothing here, huh? There was only a dry wasteland as far as his eyes could see. When he thought that he saw a forest, it was only a forest of dried trees. In the devil world, while there were cities where a lot of devils gathered, there were also remote places that were hard to reach. This place definitely belonged to the latter group. A Spite entered into that forest with annoyance. The story that he heard in the karaoke box made him curious, and he came here to the devil world using his private jet. Even a Spite knew that Chevelez was a territory of Golgotha House. There wasn't any particular resource here, and the soul was also desiccated. This place could even be called as mostly uninhabited location. Lost was living there in the past. In the previous Devil King Great War, The Death Devil King candidate was also chosen from this Golgotha house. However, he heard that candidate was eliminated without making any good showing. In contrast with how the name Death sounded, this arcana had never produced considerable result in the Devil King Great Wars until now. It was unknown whether that was because Death Arcana's ability was low or it was Golgotha House that was inferior. Either way, the like of Golgotha House was beneath his consideration. It seemed that their management of their territory was also terrible. In order to compensate for that, they made use of the fact that they were located at a remote place that was outside of even the Devil King's attention and carried out acts that were illegal in even the Devil world. Such plausible-sounding rumor was spreading. Performing biological experiment using low-class devils. A spite recalled that story that he heard. Looks like it's not just a rumor. A spite focused his sight to the forest ahead. There were many huts ahead of the dry trees. Is that a village? He came out to a slightly open place. It was a land where even grass couldn't grow properly. Huts were standing there in rows looking like they would fall any time. A number among them had tilted and just barely stood by leaning on the next hut. There isn't any sign of living thing here. When he peered into one of the almost falling huts, the inside was in a desolate state. Most likely this place had been abandoned for many years. Was there nobody else who were living here since Poran and others got kidnapped as slaves? A spite left behind the ruined village and walked further ahead. The path was gradually sloping down. He saw a valley ahead of it. Is that it? He could see the silhouette of a mansion on the hill at the other side of the valley. The other side of the valley was misty and he couldn't see very well. But that should be the mansion of this land's feudal lord. The mist rapidly got thicker as he walked down the valley. It seemed that both sides of the path were a swampland. Several dead trees were floating on it. There wasn't a shred of beauty here, and the scenery was also far from possessing any graceful quietness, and there was also no romance of decadence here. What existed here was only the image of death and nihility. I don't get what can possibly be in the mind of someone who built a mansion in this kind of place, a spite thought with a frown. However, this was the perfect environment to scheme something that nobody else could be allowed to know. But nobody knew anything other than the rumor. Thinking normally, the one who should be inheriting Death Arcana was the next head of Golgotha House, Morris Golgotha, who should enroll into Devil King Academy this year. However, Morris had never showed up in the academy even once. He thought that the Devil King candidate of death in this Devil King Great War didn't appear because they withdrew from it. Considering their result until now, it couldn't be helped even if they judged that it was pointless to participate. That was what he thought. But perhaps the matter wasn't as simple as that. It's impossible, but perhaps they are being a shut-in just like me not long ago, a spite thought with a self-depreciating smile. Then he looked up to the mansion that was standing tall before him. When he tried to approach until a distance where the mist couldn't hinder his eyes, that mansion looked like a normal building without anything strange at all in a glance. However, he vaguely felt something out of place. It was strange to describe it like this, but he didn't feel any life from the mansion. There wasn't any presence of anyone inside, or mana, nothing. The place was like a ruin. As I thought, this doesn't seem like a trivial matter, huh? A spite deeply tightened his gloves again and focused his mind. And then he stepped inside the mansion carefully. Exclamation mark. When he entered inside, he found the interior to be messed up. The wallpaper was torn, and the floor's carpet was also hacked to pieces. Even the paintings and porcelains had fallen from the wall and scattered everywhere on the floor. They looked like traces that someone fought here. He carefully walked through a corridor and found a large living room. Inside there, the wall also had holes and broken chairs lied on the floor. Those were traces of someone going wild here. Just what in the world happened? A spite thought for a while before. World revision. He activated his characteristic magic. A magic barrier with diameter of 3 meters appeared with a spite at the center. The residue of mana of the devils who once lived here is lingering here. Visualize the mana with this world. Although it was limited to inside the barrier, Aspite could freely alter the rule of the world. It scattered all over the place. When Aspite walked inside the room, he could see mana as red color within the range of 3 meters around him. The lights were like dust drifting in the air. Those small particles faintly showed the form of the devils who died there. He could see a figure collapsing on the floor. He couldn't see the detailed form, but it looked like a mature adult. When he came to the center of the room, his eyes stopped at a strange thing. He could see 2 feet. It seemed that a devil was standing there, but the upper body was completely omitted. What was this? Was the mana scattered earlier only at this part? No, however. Aspite dispelled world revision and crouched at the spot where the 2 feet were at. A small memo was fallen there. A student handbook of Devil King Academy. When he looked inside it, the name of the owner was written. Morris Golgotha. This is. The moment Aspite obtained a certain conviction. The floor exploded. The flames spread out instantly and enveloped Aspite's body. The explosion's impact blew away the ceiling and wall. The powerful magic explosion completely turned Golgotha House's mansion into ruin. Fire rose up from the broken walls and the whole mansion burst into flames in the blink of eye. There was a woman staring at that flame. Fufu. The world is finished with this. The woman in red bondage costume smiled. She had a short-cut black hair shaped like a Japanese person. She was the ace of Hanged Man, Aoi Aratsume. He is just a man who was defeated by the like of lovers after all. He is no challenge at all as expected. She sported an erotic smile and turned her back toward the blazing mansion to Lev. But! Exclamation mark. Aoi stopped walking and turned back. There was something inside the blazing ruin. I'm being underestimated. To believe that a trap of that level would be able to kill this me. There was a silhouette inside the flame. The flame was pushed away to spherical shape as though avoiding that silhouette. That man came out from the burned-down mansion with casual footsteps while keeping both his hands inside his pockets. The world, Aspite line, you're more tenacious than expected. Humph. A card of Hanged Man After a glance, Aspite passed beside Aoi without doing anything. Wait, Aspite. You think you can just escape from here like that? What? Aspite stopped walking. He turned around and glared at Aoi with one eyebrow raised. The like of you isn't worthy to face me. At least bring Hayashin Yotaka with you if you want to try something with me. And then he added mockingly. Although that girl also won't have any hope against me. How dare you speak so insolently about Oju Summer, a disgrace of devil race who lost against mere human like you. Aoi's eyes were blazing in fury. Detonation. Explosive type intermediate class magic burst under Aspite's feet, or it should be, the magic definitely activated. However, the effect wasn't displayed. What's wrong? Start already. Aspite gestured with his hand provocatively. Ku, then Fidozanon. Flame type high class magic. It was the strongest class of magic that Aoi could use. However, Aspite only held his right hand forward in annoyance. Barricade. Aoi's full-powered attack was easily deflected by Aspite's defensive magic. What? Aspite sighed. This time he held his left hand forward. A huge magic circle spread out ahead of his palm. This is what you can call Fidozanon. It was like the lid of hell was opened. Horrifying heat and miasma overflowed. Flame jetted out from the middle of the magic circle like volcano explosion. Aoi immediately deployed defensive magic barricade in many layers. She resolutely blocked the hell flame. However, Aspite's Fidozanon easily smashed Aoi's barricade. The barricade was broken and Aoi's body was blown far away. She flew through the air for more than 10 meters and fell on the ground while rolling. Aoi couldn't move. There was no doubt that her bones also broke in various places. She wanted to apply healing magic, but her flow of mana wouldn't settle down, so that was also impossible. Too easy. Now then, are you Hayashine Yotaka's favorite pet? Aspite went to Aori's side and grabbed her scorched hair before dragging her. Goo. Did you also come here to investigate Death's true identity? What about it? Fufu. Looks like even the so-called alliance of your side isn't a monolith. Aspite smiled sarcastically. Then he shook Aori's body. And, what did you find here? Spit it out. Ku, don't kid me, the like of you won't. Aspite sighed in annoyance. World revision, your thinking will leak out through your vocal cord word for word. Huh? Go sleep, talk in your sleep. Aori glared at Aspite challengingly, but then her mouth started talking on its own. I found the house head's record. In that mansion, it was written that Morris Golgotha had inherited Death Arcane. It's a fact that Morris was the formal Devil King candidate. I see. So Morris and his family was killed by Lost, huh? It's not just here. The other mansions too, the whole clan of Golgotha has been massacred. What? Aori was drenched in cold sweat while staring at Aspite with a look of shock and fear. Wah, impossible, what I'm thinking is leaking out by themselves. Don't say anything unnecessary. Think about Lost. Although she thought that she must not think about it, she reflexively thought about it the moment she heard those words. Then her mouth once more talked about what came to her mind. Most likely, Lost is harboring personal resentment for Golgotha clan. The reason is... A black arm suddenly grew out from Aori's chest. Exclamation mark. Aspite's body moved faster than his mind. He leapt far backward and dodged the black arm. What is that? The inside of his chest turned cold with a shudder. Aori herself was looking down on the arm growing out from her chest with astonishment. Wah, this, what? To dodge the attack just now, as expected from you, the world, Aspite. The arm that grew out from Aori's chest talked. The black arm was rapidly extending forward. Wah. A black figure appeared by coming out from Aori's body. It was an object of indeterminate form with human shape. The lump of sticky liquid that was like coal tar was forming a human shape. It appeared by breaking through Aori's body. Gaia? Aori breathed in pain. Exclamation mark. Half of Aori's body was gone. Her body was shaved off into the shape of the black monster. Aori fell on that spot like a doll with its string severed. A black stain spread on the ground. A swamp of death dragged down Aori's body underground. Sue. That blackness looked the same like the black monster before him. Voice came out once more from the black monster with twisted flabby shape. But, fishing for other people's personal information is really not an admirable thing to do, you know? You bastard, are you, Jiaodogahama Lost? The black object suddenly changed shape. It was like seeing a sculpture naturally forming. The hair turned into red color, and the face and skin color also changed. Jiaodogahama Lost that he encountered the other day appeared there. However, there were ears growing on his head. And then his body was wearing a different outfit from the casual clothing before this. A black armor. It was fitted to his body tightly with light armoring. Strangely, it felt like Lost wasn't wearing armor, but it was his skin that was turning into armor. This is my characteristic magic, dreaming. Dream, you say? I can take any kind of shape that I want. It makes my dream comes true. Amazing, right? Aspite scoffed. Humph, I see now. So that liquid that looked like black swamp is your true form. Lost's eyes narrowed. Something like that, it doesn't matter, right? Killing intent oozed out slowly. Aspite was making an arrogant expression, but there was cold sweat trickling down on his cheek. This guy seems pretty dangerous. Lost asked with a slightly displeased tone. You are recently getting close with Yuto, huh? Yuto? Aspite formed magic formula inside his body while making a condescending smile. What about it? It's not the business of an enemy like you. Lost glared at Aspite with an upward gaze. You're annoying. And you're insolent. This me is the #1 man in the world Aspite, you know? Lost's golden eyes shined. He's coming. Lost leapt toward Aspite. Aspite's magic formula was completed at that moment. Lost's arm was dyed black and stretched toward Aspite as liquid. But. Exclamation mark. Aspite's figure vanished. A slight trace of magic circle was projected on the ground. Transit, he was quick to skedaddle despite his big talk. This is why noble is just. Lost glared at that magic circle hatefully. When even that trace vanished, he heard the sound of someone's footstep approaching. He is still nearby? He turned around and swung his arm. Sue. The one who was there was a pink-haired girl. The pitiful girl who was devoted to him, Rin. Shimokadzuma Rin froze with a shocked face. You Lost showed an awkward smile. Sorry, you startled me. I was in a little altercation with the world just now. Rin's complexion changed instantly. I'm sorry. Rin dropped her gaze, wondering if she got in his way, if she shouldn't come here. Really, don't mind it. He just got away when you came. Forget about it, what's your business here? Why yes, about that matter. Hermit accepted it. Lost grinned brightly when she muttered that hesitantly. He tapped Rin's shoulder. Thanks. You did great. Rin's face brightened. She was working because she wanted to hear that word. She was useful to Lost. She was wrapped in incredible euphoria. Then let's go back. We don't have any more business here. Why yes. Rin followed behind Lost with a feeling of fulfillment. Part 2 We sheltered Stella in the hotel where we are staying in 3 days past. She got a lot of help, like Reina bathing her, Miyabi preparing change of clothes for her, Nath combing her hair, etc. Thanks to that she was cleaned up. However, she still wouldn't say what happened. We at least learned that Stella's concert got halted from internet. But it was unexpected that the topic didn't get that big. In Liesel Senpai's opinion, Stella was most likely trapped using some kind of method. But it's unknown what was that method. We want to ask Stella about the detail, but Stella herself has been in low spirits this whole time. She won't answer at all. But I stood in front of Stella's room and knocked the door. Stella, I'm coming in. There is no reply. I softly opened the door. Inside I found Stella sitting on the bed. I sat down on the chair beside the bed. Hey, Stella. The second term is going to start soon. We're planning to leave here the day after tomorrow and go back to school. That's why. There was no change in Stella's expression. She was just staring nowhere with blank eyes. It made me wondered if she was just a doll. Her usual energetic idle smile and haughty attitude are gone without a trace, as though she has really become an empty husk. However, when Stella is quiet like this, only the beauty of her face and body are standing out, so she looked like a beautiful doll all the more. What are you going to do, Stella? Even if she would keep living in this hotel room, in her current state it's difficult for Stella to live alone. Will you return back together with us? If there is anything that you want to do then tell us. We will do anything that we can to meet your wishes. Phew. My eyes widened. Stella's lips are forming a smile. It's an emotion that she showed for the first time since she arrived here. Stella? What a sorry state. Mortification oozed out from her frown. This me is showing an unsightly figure like this. Just what happened? For someone strong like Stella too. Stella doesn't look at me. She answered as though she is talking to herself. I made my fans presented their life force to me and converted it to mana. That was why vast amount of mana constantly flowed into me. That flow was suddenly cut off. Her hands that are grasping the blanket tightened. I don't know what happened. But there is just thing that is certain. I'm not the strongest anymore. No matter how high my ability to construct magic formula is, I don't have the mana to carry it out. In the end, I'm no different from a normal devil that can be found anywhere. I can't fight in a battle like the Devil King Great War. I wanted to say something to her. However, she won't be consoled no matter what I say. Right now I have the feeling that the best thing to do is to listen to her quietly. I swore to take revenge and lived until now. Revenge? Since I was little, I was talented. I thought that I was the strongest in the world. I lived without any inconvenience as a young lady of a prestigious noble house. I had Oto-sama, Oka-sama, a younger brother, but one day, all of those were destroyed suddenly, by the monster in black form. Black monster? That night should be no different than any other night, but that guy appeared and killed everyone. I couldn't do anything other than running away, while crying and trembling in fear. It's an unexpected confession. He thought that she is a noble daughter who was raised without any inconvenience, but to think that she has such tragic past. I survived alone. After that I protected my house name by myself. I became strong with hatred and vengeance fueling my heart. If I can encounter my nemesis, I absolutely won't forgive him at that time. I'll make him regret ever being born into this world. I'll give him the equal amount of pain. That was what I thought. And yet... Stella looked down. Tear fell on her hand. And yet, as I thought, I couldn't do anything. I could only cry, tremble, and run around like coward, the same like that time. Nothing has changed, for what, I lived until now. Her trembling voice changed into sobbing before long. Tears spilled on top of the blanket without stopping. Stella. I raised my waist and sat on Stella's bed. I'm staying close to Stella by choice. I wanted her to notice that. So something like that happened to you, that must be hard, and sad, and unbearable. It's normal for you to cry. So noisy. Don't talk as though a human like you understand. I got glared with eyes that looked ready to kill. But, she finally looked at me, so I'm a little bit happy. Even though tears are trickling down and the area around her eyes swelled red, as expected, Stella is pretty. It can't be helped if someone cannot get back on their feet again after going through that kind of experience. And yet, you propped up your house by yourself, became a super idol, and got stronger in order to take revenge for your family. That's amazing. Stella's hand slapped my face. It made a dry sound. I'm surprised. Not from getting slapped, but from how weak her slap was. Stella. Coo. Stella blushed from anger and shame. She clenched her fist and began to hit my chest. That's right. Right now I'm only this strong. Laugh if you want to laugh. The pain is not non-existent, but her hit is far from giving me any damage. This is the current strength of Hangyakusha Stella, who was once a genuine monster and highly proclaimed as the likeliest candidate to be the next Devil King. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it, Chu, you are on. She head-butted my chest and then she started crying loudly. I can't say anything. In exchange, I put my hands on Stella's back and hugged her, and then I gently caressed her head. I'm a bit surprised by how small her head is. Also, by how pleasant it is to touch her platinum blonde hair. I gently hugged her and continued to pat her head like soothing a child. I don't know how long I'm doing that. When she stopped crying, Stella parted from me while keeping her gaze down. She sat on the bed while hugging her knees and burying her face there. Perhaps she has calmed down a little and got embarrassed. But she isn't getting away from my side, so it looked like it's still all right for me to be here. And then as I'm sitting down without saying anything, you are a strange guy. I smiled wryly at her mutter. Maybe. Is there still something that you want to say? It's fine even if just for a while, but will you stay together with us? Perhaps there is another way for you to gather mana, and if there is someone plotting to reduce you to this state, then there must also be a way to return you. Then tell me, what should I do to get back at my former state? She glared at me with a sullen gaze. Sorry. I don't know how. But, first you need to be high-spirited. It will be really over if you lost mentally. Stella sighed in exasperation. It might be too late for me to say this, but what are you doing trying to cheer me up? Even I am your enemy, you know. We won't abandon Stella, who relied on us. Stella sported a cynical smile after a while. Of course, right now I don't even enter your consideration. I'm not even fit to be your enemy. She hugged her knees and looked down once more. There was no radiance from her at all like in the past. It made me hard to believe that this person is really that Hangyakusha Stella. Look down on me as much as you want. After talking big like that in front of you guys, I came looking for help without any care of appearance. It's really the worst. Stella sighed in resignation. I don't want to die, only that thought occupied my mind, but, in the end I ended up no different from being dead. Even if I return to the academy, or even if stay here, or even if return to the devil world, surely I'll just get killed. I won't let you get killed. Why, if you don't kill me now, one day I might be the one to kill you, Yuto, you know? Certainly if Stella got back on her feet, she might become my strongest enemy in the Devil King Great War. But devils are using human emotion in order to gather mana. That's why making them hate each other, harbor resentment, or feel fear are most likely the fastest way to do it. I stared at Stella, who kept hanging her head down. But Stella is different. You grant humans joy and fun in order to gather mana. You are taking away their life force, but you are keeping it within limit that doesn't endanger their life. That's why I believe in you, Stella. Stella slightly lifted up her face. That's just a mere method. But I think Stella is a good person for taking such method. Even if Stella is the one who end up becoming the Devil King, I got the feeling that you will create a good world in your own way. Perhaps it will be a different world from my interpretation, but surely it will be a fun one. You are really a strange man. No, I don't think I'm that strange. Normally, you won't say something like that against your opponent in a fight to be the next Devil King. Certainly that might be true. Perhaps it's because I know that Stella is a good girl and a hard worker. Stella got quiet for a while, but then she whispered something with a small voice. Good girl, hard worker, huh? It has been a long time since I got called that. Stella's body leaned at me. Eh? Stella placed her head on my shoulder, as though she is fawning. Stella? Her slender arms entwined on my arm. Hey, Yuto. What? Until I regain my strength, will you protect me? Stella looked up at me with an uneasy gaze. I answered with a smile that is for reassuring a child. Leave it to me. Stella's uneasy face smiled brightly. In that instant. Exclamation mark. A magic circle unfolded on the room's ceiling. Is that Transit's magic circle? Hi? I embraced the scared Stella. It's all right. Don't get separated from me. I embraced Stella to protect her and glared at the magic circle. Most likely this is Stella's pursuer. In that case, is this lost subordinate? I held my left hand forward and formed defensive magic. Feet appeared from the magic circle that is floating on the ceiling. A familiar silhouette landed on the floor. A man with grey hair and unpleasant eyes caught sight of Stella and me, who are hugging on the bed. He is staring fixedly for a while, but then his expression immediately changed into irritation. Morioka Yuto, you bastard, while I was going out of my way to investigate, you were flirting with an enemy. Just what are you thinking? It's the world's Devil King candidate, a spite. Why you misunderstand a spite? There is actually a deep reason for this. Stella, who was hugging me, separated away. However, she seemed to still be uneasy. Her fingertips are pinching my sleeve, and then she glared at a spite hatefully. Yuto. Just finish off the like of a spite. What? Oi, Morioka Yuto. What's the meaning of this? Wait, a spite. Stella too, calm down. A spite is all right. What do you mean all right? He completely looked like someone who will side with Lost. Blood vein throbbed angrily on Aspite's forehead. That's rude. Oi Morioka Yuto, don't get tricked by this kind of woman. Woman is a creature that you will never know what they are thinking behind your back. It's this girl who must be Lost's spy. Things are getting super troublesome. The door opened loudly at that timing. Yuto. Did something happen? Liesel Senpai, Miyabi, Reina, Nath, and Rookie rushed in. I yelled, I'm saved. Inside. Thank God. Liesel Senpai explained to these two. What's this? What's this situation? Desu? Miyabi and Reina made a ruckus with loud voices that drowned my voice. And then Nath quickly stood in front of Aspite. What are you trying, Chariot? Aspite, don't tell me you are trying to assault Yuto. No matter how you look at it, it's that star woman who is trying to assault Morioka Yuto. Aspite snapped and yelled angrily. This time it's Liesel Senpai who reacted. Yuto? Liesel Senpai towered in front of Stella and me. Her eyes were cold like knife. What are you doing? This situation where we are hugging each other no matter how you looked at it. After that, 50 minutes were needed until the situation calmed down. Part 3 I see. So something like that happened. Liesel Senpai nodded in understanding after hearing Stella's story. The commotion settled down, we finally could have a talk calmly. Stella and I are sitting on the bed, while Liesel Senpai and Aspite are each sitting on a single-seat sofa. Reina, Nath, and Rookie are sitting on a long sofa while Miyabi is sitting on the window frame for some reason. She is making her feet dangling back and forth. But Senpai, would those passionate fans really suddenly go pui and toss away their idol that abruptly? Miyabi's question was only natural. Liesel Senpai fell into thought with her fingertip touching her lips. Most likely they used some kind of magic. From what Stella said and the information from internet, the fans suddenly lost interest to you in the middle of concert. Just what kind of method they used, Nath, do you have any idea? Nath, who was addressed, shook her head apologetically. I don't know, but there are still Devil King candidates who haven't showed themselves. Rookie also nodded in agreement. That's it, surely. Isn't it natural to think that a Devil King candidate with that kind of characteristic magic is at Lost's side? That's true, it's hard to think that any of the Triumph will join Death, so perhaps it's the remaining Hermit or Temperance. However, the discussion doesn't progress any further than that. There isn't really any clue, and even if it was an ability of Hermit or Temperance, what should be done to make Stella return to before? Will the fans return to normal if those two are defeated? Or perhaps it's already too late? The information is just too insufficient. I talked toward Aspite to change the topic. Come to think of it, what did you investigate, Aspite? Or rather, thanks. You took action by yourself like that for us. Aspite folded his arms in displeasure and reclined on the sofa. Humph. You thanked me too lately. That's truly insolent of you. Even though he said that, Aspite proudly talked about what happened at Chevalets. I see. Then lost, against the Death Devil King candidate Yeah. He slaughtered the whole clan. However, Stella made an unconvinced expression. Isn't that strange? You can't obtain Devil King candidate's qualification by killing a candidate. Even the Arcane should return to the Devil King Academy if that happen. And yet, how can Lost is in possession of Death Arcane? It's just as Stella said. Headmaster Gandu also seemed curious by Lost's true identity. The story isn't something that's simple, I think. Liesel Senpai also agreed. Almost everyone sent a disagreeing gaze at Aspite. However, Aspite only accepted those gazes with a pleased look and spoke proudly. In the end, your brain only have that much imagination. Unlike this great me. Even though he doesn't need to take such provocative attitude, I'm feeling anxious in my heart. However, Aspite doesn't show any sign of worrying about everyone's chilly gaze or my worry. Rather, it brightened his mood even more from how he looked like. I'll tell all of you stupid people. Listen well. Jaudogahama Lost didn't simply kill Morris Golgotha. That guy ate him. Ate? Oi, a spite. Don't tell me. Don't misunderstand, Morioka Yuto. I don't mean that he ate him like how one ate a meal. Most likely that guy has the ability to absorb his opponent. The ability to absorb. That's right. I told you how Aoi died from having her body gouged, but she wasn't torn apart. When Lost passed through Aoi's body, her body was cleanly shaved with Lost's body shape. Not even a piece of her lost body part could be found anywhere. Most likely he absorbed Aoi's power, her mana, her existence as devil, and her lineage. Lineage, you say? Devil prized their lineage. Their ability and identity as devil existed in that blood. The bloodline magic that is passed down in the clan is also done through blood. I learned that through the battle between Miyabi and Ibiza. Is something like that possible? When that guy was a kid, he got experimented with receiving blood transfusion of monster blood in order to become stronger, right? Most likely this ability is the result that he obtained from that. Conversely speaking, he is still alive even now only because he managed to do that. However, I'm still half in disbelief. But, how did you manage to know that? Golgotha's mansion was in ruin. Most likely it was because of Lost's attack, but I couldn't know what happened. So there I made the residual mana to be visible using World Revision. World Revision can also do something like that? That's seriously amazing. So even you has finally become able to understand how things are. A Spite looked absurdly happy. There was traces of many people getting killed, but there was just one guy that was left in a strange state. There was the residue of his feet's mana, but no residue of his other body parts. Only the feet? After I asked that, A Spite stood up and leaned forward toward me. That's right. I thought that the mana residue had dispersed, but the other residues had complete body, although only thinly. It was strange that only one person vanished with only one body part leaving residue. And then near that residue, there was the student handbook of Morris Golgotha lying on the floor. That means most likely Morris Golgotha got eaten by Jaudogahama Lost for his Devil King candidate's qualification. That's why Lost has the qualification to own Death Arcane. Because he has absorbed Morris's blood into his body. That's the answer. I can't believe it immediately. However, the reason for Lost to leave his village that Poran told us is strangely coinciding with this theory. A Spite grinned and added more. From the start, there was a suspicious rumor spreading from that area. Rumor? It's the story about how Golgotha House took advantage of their remote location to do experiments that would be bad if they got found out. Experiments? The end result of those experiments is that guy. Have you ever seen that guy's true form? True form? The form that you guys saw are just something temporary. That guy's actual body is a black swamp. Everyone went Miyabi asked with a spooked expression. Black swamp, you mean, that thing that dragged Devil when they died? That's right. As the result of absorbing various monsters, Lost became unable to even maintain his original shape. The black liquid that came out from Aoi's body, that is that guy's true nature. What the hell is that? That muddy black liquid is his true form? I suddenly recalled an old action movie that Tucson recommended to me. A killer machine of liquid metal that can turn into anything made appearance there. When I saw it for the first time at my childhood, I was shaking in my boots. A Spite seemed to have finished talking for the moment. He leaned back on his sofa cockily. To think, his true form is the swamp of death itself, in a sense, that guy might be worthy to be the Death Devil King candidate. What an ironic story. Liesel-senpai muttered with a sigh. No matter how beautiful colors are, they all will turn black when mixed together, and that's a terrifying power to blot out other colors. As I thought, the one who killed my family was. Stella, who is sitting beside me, muttered with a trembling voice. However, Nath interrupted with a worried look. But, according to Poran, Lost was taken away around 10 years ago. If I remember right, Stella's family was attacked 10 years ago. The timing is iffy. However, Stella glared at Nath with a grave face. But it's not possible that Lost isn't related. I'll defeat that guy and make him confess. The way she spoke is like the usual Stella has returned. Even Nath instinctively drew back from her pressure. However, that spirit doesn't last long. Stella's shoulders dropped and her expression clouded. Even so, I don't know if my power can come back though. Aspite doesn't miss that muttering. What, you lost your power? Ku. It's not your business, isn't it? Aspite made a wicked grin as though he has waited for this moment. I see. You had always been making big talk before this and acted pointlessly haughty. And look at you now. This is truly a delight. Wahahahaha. Aspite, he really looked like he is having fun. Isn't his smile right now the best he has ever shown until now? On the other hand, Stella is gritting her teeth as she muttered, "Gun on you. Shut up. You are the only one I don't want to hear that from." That too is correct. While I'm thinking that, Stella pulled on my sleeve. Yuto. You can't believe this kind of fellow. He will definitely betray you. Just look at that villainous mug. This guy is really fitting the defeated bad guy stereotype. You bitcher. How dare you speak so insolently to this great me? Oi Morioka Yuto. Don't give that kind of woman any time of yours. In the first place, the like of woman only have their mind full of how to make use of man. You will never know what they are thinking behind your back. He is completely traumatized from getting used by Liesel Senpai. In regard that, I'm also feeling responsible. Yuto. Morioka Yuto. However, I don't know what to do in this situation where both of them are yelling at each other with me at the center. Seeing this made me thought, Devil King is really amazing. He is reigning this kind of really peculiar fellows who also happen to have monstrous strength. To be honest, I can't see myself taking reign of this kind of fellows at all. Surely it's necessary to find a point of compromise and convince these two to accept it, but, when thinking that I'll need to do it at the level of a country or the world, it made me feel faint. When I heard the words Devil King, the figure of a ruler or a tyrant or an absolute monarch immediately came to mind. I had the image of someone who decided the fate of people and the world as he pleased. Even in human world there are dictators. What, if by chance I ended up becoming the Devil King as I am, what will happen? Will I become a dictator when I get into that position regardless of what I'm thinking right now? I got scared when I considered that, but at the very least, I don't have the slightest intention to be like that right now. I also don't think I'll be able to. I can easily imagine how I'll be at my wits' end from being placed in the middle of some troublesome and dangerous guys though. Rather than being a Devil King, it will be more like a coordinator. Unless I have a very strong volunteer mentality, I got the feeling that I won't be able to do it at all. Is that perhaps the figure of Devil King that I'm thinking of? Enough talking, just go away to somewhere else. You're the one who should make yourself vanish. Putting that aside, I needed to do something about this situation right now. I stared at Liesel Senpai with a gaze that asked for help. In the end I can only rely on Senpai, so uncool. Liesel Senpai smiled as though to say it can't be helped and stood up. Stella. What is it, Liesel? There is only one way for you to regain your mana. Huh? Stella and I raised our voices at the same time. Wait. What do you mean? Stella stood up on the bed. But, this is a different way from your way before. Perhaps this might be a hard choice for Stella. However, you will be able to obtain mana in no inferior amount than before, depending on you yourself. Liesel Senpai looked up at Stella, who is standing on the bed with an upward look that is radiating dreadfulness. Cold sweat trickled down Stella's cheek. Humph, bring it on. She forced herself to bluff with a smile. It doesn't matter what is the method. What's important isn't the method but the objective, whether you can achieve that objective or not. Tell me. Of that method. Liesel Senpai's blue eyes pierced Stella. Become a card of lovers. Stella lost her voice from those words. Her eyes opened so wide that even her pupil widened. I'm also dumbfounded. Stella doesn't show any further reaction. Liesel Senpai added more explanation. That's the only way available to you whose mana supply is severed. Lee, don't be stupid. There is no way I can do something like that. First thing first, I'm aiming to be the next Devil King. You telling me to become other person's card is incomprehensible. It's possible for a Devil King candidate to become a card of other Devil King candidate. And then, Lovers has the characteristic magic called Infinite Lovers to produce infinite mana. If you use that effect, you will be able to obtain vast amount of mana. Look here, What random nonsense are you prattling here, Liesel? Are you making fun of me? Nath raised her hand shyly. You equals Stella. That's true. Huh? When Lovers Infinite Lovers activated, Yuto-kun's mana entered my body, the amount was amazing, but, not only that, how should I say it, the mana felt pretty, it felt like the magic's effect jumped up even just from using a bit of mana. Top Runner was really powered up tremendously at that time. Something like that, wait Stella glared at Nath with a doubtful expression. Nath, you, don't tell me. Nath's face blushed red. She fidgeted while intertwining her fingers. Yes. I have become Yuto-kun's card. Huh? Stella was taken aback and yelled at Nath. Are you sane? You're giving up your own chance of winning by doing that. I don't have any chance of winning with Stella and Liesel also in this battle, so. Stella was at a loss for words.
Right now I too am a former shadow of myself, but, are you really okay with that, Nath?
Nath nodded slightly with a calm smile. Yuto-kun will grant me my wish if he win, so it's fine. I don't need anything else as long as I can protect my own territory like right now. I see, but I still can't accept it. Stella folded her arms and looked away. Liesel Senpai quietly talked to Stella, who is acting like that. I never asked you to be a card forever. For now it will only be until Lost is defeated, after that you can decide it again. It's fine even if we do release at that time, and if you want we can also extend it until Triumph is defeated. You can make your own decision. That's really flexible of you. That's only natural. Right now we possess overwhelming advantage. If you don't like it you can just leave from this hotel. This might be unpleasant to hear, but, right now Stella is still breathing because you are under our protection. If you go out from here, you will end up as a corpse in several days. Liesel. I'm reminded of just how bad your personality is again after so long. I'm just speaking out the fact. I wish that you won't interpret anything inconvenient for yourself with vague impression like me having bad personality or something. That is why I'm saying your personality is bad. But, if you can at least survive for the time being, you might be able to find a way to regain your mana. For me, I'm simply trying to offer you a helping hand here, Liesel Senpai sported a devilish smile literally. Why you, ooh. Stella clenched her fists. Her shoulders trembled. Why do I have to, you. She casted her gaze down. Tears of frustration are spilling out from her eyes that are looking down. Her gritted teeth are making grinding sound. You. She is groaning with a low voice for a while, but before long she muttered with a voice that is filled with grudge. I get it. Liesel Senpai returned a satisfied smile that even looked sadistic as she asked back, In other words, you are going to become lovers, Yuto's card. Can I take it that your words mean that? Stella folded her arms haughtily and looked up to the side. But I'm the ace. She looked down on me with an angry expression and... I'm the ace after all. I won't accept anything else than being ace. she declared that with tearful eyes. Part 4. Although there was that kind of dispute, I ended up forming a contract with Stella that night. We are alone with each other, because Stella doesn't want to do it in front of everyone. Also, Liesel Senpai told me to do an imitation of healing lovers. Right now Stella's mana is 0. It's pointless even if I do healing lovers with her, but it seems that doing it is the prerequisite for doing infinite lovers. Just in case, I also confirmed it with Lovers Arcane. In addition, I also consulted it what kind of situation Stella will prefer. Somehow the Arcane has completely become a love consultant. Hey, isn't this a bit too childish? Stella came out from the changing room wearing the underwear that Miyabi prepared for her. It's a white baby doll that has a lot of frills attached. When someone with outstanding style like Stella wear it, it looked sexy in its own way but with chaste and adorable design. Arcane's advice is to treat the ace candidate tenderly like a child. I myself am half in disbelief. Treating that self-confident and actually strong Stella like that. Even so, I can only believe in Arcane. No, it really suits you. You look cute. It's embarrassing to give that kind of praise, but I persuaded myself that the other party is a small child and do my best to not get embarrassed. Sue. That's a trite words of praise. She averted her face while saying that. Her face is slightly red. I gently patted Stella's head. Ah. Stella looked up with a slightly surprised face. And then she weakly glared at me. What are you trying to do? You also took advantage of the confusion last time and patted my head without asking, aren't you getting a bit too full of yourself? It's because Stella is always working hard. It's my hand that is feeling good from patting her head. Stella's hair is silky and soft. I caressed her platinum blonde hair as though to comb it. Your hair, it feels good. Do you hate getting your hair patted, Stella? Not really. She bit her lip before answering. It reminded me of my childhood. Recommendation. Hug the target gently. I did as I was told and put my hands on Stella's shoulder before softly pulling her toward me. Far from disliking it, Stella buried her face on my chest. I have been working hard by myself all this time, you know. There wasn't anybody who would cherish me. You have really done great, Stella. I put my hands around her back and hugged her while patting her head once more. It must be hard for you to always work hard like that the whole time. You can relax at least while you are with us. But, if I manage to regain my power, I'll become your enemy again, you know. I don't mind. In exchange, you are our comrade while you are with us. No matter what happen, I'll protect you, Stella. I won't let anyone hurt you. Stella looked up at me. Her eyes are glistening from the tears that are pooling there. Really? Really? You won't leave me alone? Stella? You won't let me be lonely anymore? Her voice when asking that is vaguely filled with the tone of a spoiled child. I won't. I promise. Understood. Then, I'll also make the contract. And then Stella quietly closed her eyes. Stella. I approached Stella's face. When looking from this close, the face of the top idol is so pretty that I almost sighed. Pushing my lips towards something this beautiful made me felt like I'm doing an outrageous blasphemy. I stopped when there is only 3 centimeters remaining. But Stella is waiting. Not only that, she is standing on her toes to make it easier for me to kiss her. I resolved myself and closed the 3 centimeters distance. A supreme pleasant feeling spread from the lips. I inserted my tongue from that soft entrance. Stella's shoulders jerked. However, she doesn't show any sign of dislike. I found Stella's tongue and our tongues entwined. Once our tongues touched, Stella became proactive in entwining our tongues. She put her arms around my neck and put her strength into her arms as though to say that she won't let go. While I'm getting absorbed with devouring the inside of Stella's mouth, I'm pulled back to my senses by a voice that suddenly reverberated. Hangyakusha, Stella has become the ace. I gently separated from Stella's lips. Stella stared with a blushing face. Somehow it made me suddenly felt shy. It must be embarrassing for Stella too. She averted her gaze and pouted. Geez, doing French kiss so persistently like that, you animal. Wasn't she also getting absorbed into it like me? I thought that, but not saying it will be kinder. Sorry. It felt too good. That might be my first time getting that absorbed into a kiss. When I said that, she glared at me angrily like I have offended her. I see. Just so you know, it was my first kiss. Eh? I took a National Idol's first.
My first kiss is really expensive, okay?
You better remember that. She is complaining like that, but for some reason she is lowering the baby doll's string from her shoulder. Stella? White and slender limbs that are like fairy came into view. Her body on the whole has faint pigment. It made me felt purity that is far removed from human from her. The tips of her breasts that are faintly colored pink needlessly drew my gaze. Stella felt my gaze and shyly used her hands to hide her chest. This is necessary for your characteristic magic, right? It can be helped, so I'll also give you my first time in this. Be thankful. She acted tough, but her shoulders are trembling slightly. No matter what she said, she is definitely feeling scared. When I wondered whether Stella is being considerate to me, my feeling that is seeing Stella as lovely got stronger. I gently touched Stella's arms with both my hands. Stella is really kind, you're a good girl. I'll also treat you gently.
When I told that from my heart, Stella let down her hands and exposed the breasts she were hiding. Treat me gently for real, okay?
Stella leaned closer with a face that looked slightly uneasy and also spoiled. Chapter 5, The Labyrinth's Battle Royal. Part 1. We came back to Japan at 30 when the end of August is imminent. Mama. We're home desu. Welcome homie. Reina and Ka-san exchanged a passionate embrace in front of the entrance. This already became something expected in Morioka home. Yukun too, welcome home. I held out the paper bags hanging on my hands. I'm home. We bought a lot of souvenirs from the trip this time. We also took a lot of photos. Really? Then let's open all the souvenirs tonight. Ka-san smiled brightly. Reina replied energetically. Yes. Please leave it to Reina. Reina had also taken lot of photos desu. Let's check the photos later just in case that there isn't any photo of the night special training. And then, that night we have Ka-san's home cooking party after so long. As expected, eating Japan's household cooking is relieving. The next day we are also relaxing for the whole day. And then at the start of the month, September 1st, the second term began. Part 2. There is only an opening ceremony at the first day. The students can go home after they finished the homeroom in their respective class. In front of the students who gathered in the gymnasium the first thing in the morning, Headmaster Gandu gave a speech, and then he announced some warnings and the like without any accident. All the students of this academy should be gathered here, but almost none of the Devil King candidates are here. Based from what I know about the candidates, there are only Nath and Stella here at best. Naturally, Lost is also nowhere to see. Conversely speaking, it also doesn't look like anything is going to happen, so I can feel relieved. The opening ceremony is finished and each student headed to their respective classroom. I also returned to class 1D and sat down on my seat after so long. The school internal broadcast chimed as though it had been waiting for that timing. The disaster prevention practice is being held from now. It's abrupt, I know. Huh? The voice just now, that was Headmaster Gandu, right? Practice, he said. I never heard of anything like that, you know. When I looked around inside the classroom, everyone is also looking bewildered. They are chatting with their friends around them. Then the headmaster's voice continued coming out from the speaker. Then begin evacuating. First gather at the courtyard and then leave the academy in turn. However, the Devil King candidates and their cards are to remain inside the school. The commotion inside the classroom became even louder. What to do? I don't know, but it's the headmaster's order, so we can only obey, right? Such conversation is being repeated here and there. The number of students leaving the classroom increased. Miyabi glanced at such development while coming to my side. Hey Yuto. This is too student that it made you went UE, isn't it? What is the meaning of this, I wonder? Who knows, this that headmaster we're talking about. Just what can he possibly think? Ain't that right? It makes you go doki doki, isn't it? Miyabi said that and sat down on my lap like it's only natural. On my lap, Miyabi's the soft sensation of Miyabi's butts that has perfect score in elasticity spread out.
You might be planning to sit down casually, but it's not casual at all, okay?
Ha ha, don't mind. I should be the one saying that. The other students ignored us and got out of the classroom in droves. Geld raised his hand in greeting as he went out, and I also raised my hand in response. And so we ended up alone inside the classroom. After that, time passed without any contact from anyone. Disaster prevention practice, does that mean we're assuming there is earthquake or fire? Who knows? This is the first time there is a practice like this since I enrolled into this academy, you know. Is that so? Yep. It's not like fire or earthquake are any danger for us. Then, what kind of disaster this practice is for? I somehow removed the grumbling Miyabi from my lap and walked toward the window. When I look down to the schoolyard from there, I can see the gathered students rapidly leaving from the school gate. There is a small figure going against that flow and coming here. Is that Reina? A petite girl wearing middle school uniform is rushing here with rapid footsteps. Her long silver hair is trailing behind her with a long katana that is even longer than her body on her back. I turned around while talking to Miyabi. Perhaps there is also the same announcement in the middle school section. Suddenly the class turned into night. Miyabi is also nowhere to find. I turned around toward the window once more. The schoolyard entered my sight. It's night there. Miyabi. I looked around inside the classroom while going out to the corridor. The corridor is completely silent. There is nothing other than the sight of school at night. Moonlight is shining in. Ahead there is only the single green light of the emergency door. Cough. Headmaster? The evacuation of the average student is finished. Therefore the inside of the school is going to be a battlefield from now on. What? Wait a second. What do you mean battlefield? There is no way an answer will come even if I yelled like that. You're in high spirit, huh, Yuto-kun? A reply really came back. The inside of the school is all within Sensei's grasp, so I can see everything. So, by battlefield I mean exactly like that. I'm going to have the lovers faction of you guys and death faction of Lost Kun to kill each other, yeah? Yay! Wait. So suddenly like that? Oi, remember again since when this Devil King Great War had started, yeah? This ain't sudden or anything at all. But why is it Sensei who is controlling things? Haha, Sensei got impatient waiting for you guys to start. It was like a rom-com where both sides love each other and yet the confession just keep getting delayed on and on. Of course it will make anyone irritated, ain't it? It make you want to yell, just push her down already. What kind of example is that? But, that main participant lost isn't in the academy. About that, believe it or not. He attended the school for the first time today. That lost who called himself as a rebel of the Devil King Academy. Accompanying a truant student with strong persistence and never giving up to show him the right way, Sensei is really a model educator. Ah ha 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 ha. That sounded a bit suspicious, but if Lost has come to the academy, it won't be strange for the battle to really start. The headmaster had set up the table so elaborately like this. It's unthinkable that he will let us leave without doing anything. Then, I'll explain the rule. Everyone from both factions of lovers and death has been scattered all over inside the academy. You can look for your comrades and work together, or you can also aim to destroy your enemies one by one before they can link up. It will be game over when one side is completely annihilated or unable to battle. There isn't really any restriction. You can say that the rule is there is no rule. In other words, it's a free-for-all In exchange of barrier, Sensei's characteristic magic is surrounding the school ground. So you guys can go wild. Is it that thing that stopped my rampaging world fall? Certainly if we are surrounded by that, the surrounding won't get affected. Then, start. The terrifying death game began with such sloppy signal. A call from Liesel Senpai immediately came. Yuto, where are you right now? I'm inside the school building. At 1Ds, eh? The plank where the class's name should be written is becoming pure white. The corridor is also strange somehow. Although it's dark, the corridor is stretching so long that the end cannot be seen. Senpai, something is strange. I'm definitely inside the school building, but I don't know which classroom I'm at. The building is abnormally vast. That too must be the headmaster's doing. The inside of the academy is turning into a labyrinth. I'm at the soccer field right now, but I'll try going to the tennis court beside it. I can hear the sound of creaking sound like an attempt to open a wire netting at the other side of the phone. I came out into the indoor pool. That means the space is connected in a strange way. Liesel Senpai? I'm sorry. I'm in the middle of something right now.
Let's join up with everyone somehow, okay?
Why, yes. The call got cut after I replied that. I wonder what happened? I want to believe that Liesel Senpai will be fine no matter what, but, as expected, it's worrying. Of course, I'm also worried for everyone else too. I walked through the endlessly continuing corridor while using my smartphone to call the others in turn. Part 3. Are you finished with saying your farewell to him in this life, Liesel? Liesel cut off her call with Yuto and glared at the person standing at the opposite side of the 25-meter pool. Yotaka, how unlucky it is to encounter you of all people right from the start. Hayashine Yotaka was standing on one of the diving boards that was right in the middle. She was in her usual bondage outfit. Her hand was holding her favorite whip. She grasped that whip with both hands and made a sadistic smile. I'm considering this as a good fortune. Now there is no chance of the other taking you away from me. By the way. Yotaka stared fixedly at Liesel, who was 25 meters ahead of her. I haven't seen Aoi around recently. Do you have any idea about what might have happened to her? You mean the ace in your place? I didn't see it directly, but, according to a spite, she was killed by Lost. I see, what a pitiful girl. So you are also suspecting Lost then? Well, of course. That man is suspiciousness personified. I'm not that interested though. Yotaka swung her whip with one hand. There was the sound of the whip cleaving through air and the pool's water surface was whipped. Water sprayed up. The only thing I'm interested in is you. Himekomi Liesel, we often played together at our childhood, didn't we? There was something like that, I guess. Fufu, putting it nicely, we were rival. And also best friend. We understood each other the best, more than anyone. But, that day, since that day you went to the human world, you changed completely. I can't possibly allow you to leave in disgrace any more than this. I'll consign you to oblivion while you are still beautiful like this. I will kill you in your prettiest figure, along with the height of beauty and loveliness right before your death. Yotaka smiled in ecstasy. Liesel was staring at her with a cold gaze. You are simply too perverted. Light ran through Liesel's hand. That radiance expanded straight before making a curve. When both tips were connected with a thin light, it formed the shape of bow. Cupid. It was Liesel's characteristic magic that boasted the greatest power in long-range attack. You can only feel joy from the suffering of other people. However, it's only limited to beautiful people. That's even more so if it's toward an existence who I harbor love toward. Pervert. Liesel drew her bow and fired an arrow without hesitation. The arrow that was formed from mana approached Yotaka with a speed that was like light. Not only human, Even the average devil could only be pierced by this attack without being able to do anything. Yotaka's blue eyes shined under her long eyelashes. The whip in her hand twisted and rushed through the air. Liesel's arrow was split into two several meters ahead of Yotaka. The mana arrow became light particles and scattered on the pool's surface. Yotaka's glistening lips curled in a grin. Too slow. Yotaka pulled back her whip and swung it, to show off. Each time she did that, a sharp sound that was like a sound of destruction reverberated. Your arrow can display its might only when it came to an unexpected direction. It's not useful at all in this kind of open place where we are face to face directly. It's a trifling matter to strike it down. Liesel knocked the next arrow quietly. Yotaka's voice was getting more and more excited seeing that stiff expression. Fufufu. It looks like this condition that Headmaster Gandu set up is not working in your favor. Liesel quietly fired her arrow. Yotaka's whip accurately caught the flying arrow and very easily snapped it in the air. The snapped arrow fell on the pool. You can fire from nearer, you know. It would be even harder to strike down the arrow if the distance was closed. However, it would also become easier for Liesel to fall prey to the whip. Liesel didn't move from her spot and drew her bow once more. Then, I'll be the one to come over there. Yotaka lightly leapt from the diving board toward the pool. Normally she would fall into the water after that. However, Yotaka's toes landed on the water surface. And then she started running toward Liesel on top of water. Coo. Liesel's face frowned for the first time. And then she fired her arrow. Yotaka didn't stop running and swung her whip. The sound of whip cleaving through air was accompanied by the arrow snapping and sinking into the pool. Now, you will be within my grasp soon, you know. Sue. Liesel also knocked her arrow while jumping down to the pool surface. She stood up on the water naturally just like Yotaka. Oh? So you were giving it your all? Liesel continued firing arrows. Yotaka swept away the arrows. The distance between the two was shortened and the tip of the whip that was brushing away the arrows tore Liesel's skirt. In that moment, Liesel's fingertips that were trying to knock an arrow moved up as though to scoop the water surface. The pool's water instantly billowed. Exclamation mark. The calm pool was suddenly transformed into a raging sea. A wall of water was formed like tsunami between the two. The water was scooped up from under Yotaka's feet. Yotaka's body tilted as though she got attacked by a violent earthquake. Too naive. The whip flashed. Yotaka swung her whip even while falling. It tore apart the wall of water. However, Liesel wasn't there. The water splash struck her like a slanting rain. Liesel rode the water that Yotaka tore apart on top of the fiercely stirring pool and danced in the air. Thundergear Lightning God's Thunder Beast. The lightning-type advanced magic flowed through water and assaulted Yotaka from every direction. Fizzed. Super hot flame blazed up around Yotaka. The water descending onto that heat was evaporated instantly. The Wavita vapor blocked the vision like smoke screen. That threw Liesel's sense of direction into disarray. Ecstasy Death's cause climax. What? Something entwined around her body from inside the pure white field of vision. Liesel tried to spread out her arms to deploy a magic circle. However, both her arms wouldn't move. She tried to use magic to secure a foothold, but her legs also became unable to move at that time. This is? When the vapor thinned down and her sight returned, Liesel realized what kind of situation she was in. Her whole body was tied with a rope made with magic. And then she got hanged from the ceiling like a prey being captured in a spider's web. Something like this. Liesel tried to sever the rope with attack magic. When she looked at the rope digging into her chest, the white rope that was shining faintly had magic letters on its surface. It became impossible for Liesel to construct magic formula inside her body, perhaps because these magic letters were accomplishing the role of a barrier. The rope tightly dug into her body. Liesel's soft body looked even more sensually bewitching with that. The rope on her chest made her breasts to stand out even more. The rope restraining her legs lifted up one leg and forcefully exposed her crotch. The rope also dug to that area between the legs and tortured the underwear and the sensitive part underneath it. Fufufu, you look lovely, Liesel. Yotaka floated with floating magic and smiled lewdly in front of Liesel. Yotaka, is this your characteristic magic? Yes, ecstasy, the magic that will present you the happiest way to die in this world, to leave this world together with the greatest and highest pleasure of your life. That is my characteristic magic. That's the worst magic. Oh? It's all right for you to not force yourself, you know. You should have been feeling a considerable pleasure already. Yotaka came to in front of Liesel. And then she teased the tip of Liesel's breast with the tip of her whip. Now. Fufufufu, you cry with a nice voice. Unbearable. Ku, do you think you can do something to me with just this much? You can still talk big like that, you are quite something. You are feeling unbearable at the spots where the rope is digging in, right? Even just a little bit of stimulation should make you sensitive, heart. The tip of Liesel's breast was clearly erect, even seen from on top of her uniform. Yotaka pinched it, shook it, and pulled at it with an exaggerated air. You are. Fufu, it's all right for you to enjoy it, but it will be better if you pay attention, you know. Liesel glared at Yotaka with an angry gaze. What are you saying? This characteristic magic will take away your life the moment you reached climax, you know. What did you say? Sweat trickled down Liesel's cheek. Yotaka brought her face closer and whispered into her ear. That's why, do your best to not come. Fu, she blew into her ear after saying that. Ku. Shuddering pleasure ran from Liesel's ear to her nape. I also forgot to say this, but this rope magnify the pleasure by 3 times, so you will be able to enjoy pleasure that you normally can't taste with it. 3 times? A chill froze Liesel's back. Yes, for now. What do you mean? Yotaka's hand crawled over Liesel's chest and slowly massaged it. The pleasure will magnify even more as time passed. That's why the longer you endure it, the greater the climax you will taste. As you endure, and cross the limit, the moment your rational mind crumble, you will be able to taste the ultimate pleasure that nobody else can experience. If it's Liesel, then you surely will be able to reach it, won't you? Sue. Liesel gritted her teeth and couldn't say anything back. Yotaka smiled and her hand let go. Ufufu. I think the pleasure will become 300 times after 5 minutes passed. Wah. Liesel's complexion became pale white. Stop. There is no way I can endure something like. Yotaka slapped Liesel's butt with her palm. Hi, heart. My, making that kind of obscene voice. The young lady of Himikomi House of all people. Yotaka was experiencing a shuddering pleasure while putting her fingertip on the rope near Liesel's crotch. Stop. That place is. Only that place. I won't be able to endure something like. However, Yotaka smiled sadistically and pulled that rope to dig deeper into Liesel's slit. Hiji, H. Liesel desperately endured by gritting her teeth. She put too much strength that her jaw and neck were trembling fiercely. Drool trickled from the corner of her lips and her tears were pooling on her eyes. Magnificent. You endured well. As expected from Liesel. Liesel's shoulders were heaving while she begged with a trembling voice. Please, no more. I'm begging you, spare me. Unbearable. Just how lovely you can be. That's it. As the pleasure keep mounting higher and higher like that, it's right when you welcome the supreme climax that is the moment when you will be at your most beautiful. That is the ephemeral beauty of only an instant. However, that will last for eternity. And then Yotaka continued tormenting Liesel's body with a gleeful expression. Liesel continued to desperately endure during that time. And then. 5 minutes already passed. What a pleasurable time. It passed in the blink of eye. You. Liesel was drooling and crying with a hollow gaze. There wasn't any trace of her usual self there, but I didn't think that you would be able to endure until this far. Although, perhaps you have lost your mind already. Yotaka said that and smiled elegantly. That laughing voice was drowned by another laughing voice. Liesel? Foo, foo 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 foo. Have you really lost your mind? You wasted a bit too much time. No, enduring it longer will enable you to welcome the greatest climax and death you know. This is a chance that will never come again, so let's aim for that pleasure in the untrodden land. If it's you, then you should be able to reach it. Too bad, but you will go there by yourself alone. What are you? Countless arrows pierced Yotaka in that moment. Sue. It was like the arrows that were sinking into the bottom of the pool came back to life and flew up all at once. Those were the arrows that Yotaka struck down. Impossible, I definitely snapped them. Come to think of it, even though the arrow that she first struck down immediately vanished, the arrows after that fell into the pool and sunk down. The arrows weren't dead. I only put them to sleep. And then they revived after some time passed and aimed at the target. It finished off Yotaka, who was convinced of her victory and got drunk in the pleasure of tormenting her prey. Gu, Gua Ao. Another arrow that revived pierced Yotaka again. They further changed direction and assaulted Yotaka over and over. Times and times, they pierced through her beautiful body, Ka. Yotaka's body spurted out blood while falling to the pool. Her fall made a showy water splash and Yotaka's body sunk. The characteristic magic that was restraining Liesel's body also vanished in that moment. Liesel stayed floating in the air as she looked down on the rippling water surface. Yotaka's figure wasn't there anymore. Had she been dragged into the black swamp, or perhaps? However, with that wound, she wouldn't be able to return into battle anymore. Liesel landed on the poolside and let out a long sigh. And then she headed to the pool's exit while softly tracing the rope mark on her chest. If it's Yuto, then perhaps even that kind of play will be nice? She felt like she could understand Nath's fetish a little bit now. Liesel smiled and passed through the changing room and arrived until the exit door. However, right now the priority was joining up with Yuto. Liesel put her hand on the knob and mentally prepared herself. She wondered where she would come out next. Would an oni or a snake came out next? It was an old saying, but an oni or a snake would be far better than a devil king candidate. Liesel opened the door while thinking that. Part 4. The chariot devil king candidate, Nath Karnak, was at the ground for track and field events. She should be in her class, but she had moved here when she blinked. She was able to grasp the situation from the headmaster's explanation from the speaker. However, she never even imagined that she would suddenly get tossed into the battlefield. There was no point in complaining. Right now she was a card of lovers. She had to rush to the side of her master Yuto as quickly as possible. If an enemy appeared before then. Someone was coming from the other side of the track that was 400 meter long per lap. Even though it should be still in the middle of morning, the place was dark like it was night. The sound of a metal rod being dragged was approaching from that darkness. It wasn't a rod but a sword. The silhouette was dragging a sword with their left hand. They were approaching with staggering footsteps and swaying body. They looked like a walking corpse. Sanao, Seigi. The Devil King candidate of justice, Sanao Seigi. There wasn't any trace the dignified young prince like in the past from her. She noticed Nath's presence and lifted up her face. Her face was pale, her eyes clouded. The area around her eyes were dyed black from serious lack of sleep. Chariot. Her hollow gaze caught Nath. You bastard, joined hand with lovers, and killed, Nay Summer. A chill ran through Nath's spine. The mana of Seigi, who looked like a corpse, was increasing. It was like there was a form of demon that could be seen behind her. Unforgivable, 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 unforgivable. Seigi put her hand on the sword's handle. Why do Ne-sama had to die? Ne-sama will be the next Devil King. No, she is already as good as the Devil King already, and yet she died. It's just strange because of you. She unsheathed her sword and her unstable eyes blazed red. Nath was swallowed by that resentment and moved late. Her movement that was like a living corpse went a complete reversal, and she approached Nath with a Godspeed step. Coup, barricade. Nath put up a defensive magic while stepping back. However, Seigi's sword cut apart the defensive magic in one attack. Nath's shoulder was cut even though the sword didn't touch her. She leapt backward while blood spurted out. Top runner. She had no leeway to hold back. She moved to trample the enemy instantly with her characteristic magic. Chariot's characteristic magic materialized a chariot that looked like it came from the ancient Rome era. And then what was pulling the beautifully decorated armored cart wasn't a horse, but two masked sphinxes. Trample. Nath lashed the sphinxes back with the rein and their lions' legs kicked on the ground. The chariot started running violently while gouging the track and field course. Seigi's big sister Rikamaru, the Devil King candidate of strength, managed to stop this charge. A small anxiety crossed Nath's chest. She gripped the reins stronger to deny that uneasiness. That was something possible only because the opponent was strength. With the trait of Justice's ability, Seigi wouldn't be able to stop this charge. No matter how skilled her swordplay was, she would definitely run her over. Go. Top runner. The chariot crossed the 400-meter track and approached Seigi. Seigi's lips twisted into a smile. Exclamation mark. A sharp sword pierced the leg of the Sphinx, pulling the chariot. Next its neck, torso, rear leg, swords stabbed out from the ground one after another and skewered the Sphinxes. In addition, the swords destroyed the chariot's wheels and pierced the body too. This is, Su. Nath abandoned her chariot and jumped far away backward. Sword tips grew out from the ground around Seigi. It was like a mountain of swords. The chariot's breakthrough power is really something. Normally the swords will get snapped and my body will get trampled. However, my sixes created 666 swords, you can't trample over all of them. Seigi dragged the sword in her hand while starting to walk unsteadily. It's possible to kill the Sphinxes pulling the chariot with 10 swords. The same with the wheels too. Seigi passed beside the wheels and Sphinxes that had been reduced into porcupine. So that's the characteristic magic of justice. Sixes, 666 swords are protecting me and defeating the enemy. This is the swords of justice. Seigi's face twisted into a convulsing smile. Cuckoo, you're powerless without your chariot. Sweat trickled down Nath's forehead. The swords all pointed at Nath. Go. Sixes. The swords all flew out simultaneously because of that order. Barricade. Nath held her right hand forward and deployed a defensive magic. She blocked the swords that flew at her like a muddy stream. However, the deflected swords would float up one more and aimed at Nath's back. Coup. She deployed a barricade with her left hand too. She blocked the swords that attacked her from behind. However, the swords moved like they had their own will. They attacked at Nath's opening. Kya? Her upper arm and thigh got slashed. Blood spurted out. Nath couldn't hold her ground and used floating magic to escape that place. However, the swords flew to the sky toward her. They were moving like a swarm of insects. Wahahaha. I'll carve you apart slowly. Ne-sama's resentment won't be cleared with something like this, but Ne-sama's regret, pain, this will at least make you taste 1,000th of it. Nath somehow managed to avoid lethal wound, but her whole body was covered with wounds. Her bleeding was also getting worse as time passed. I'll lose at this rate. While I'm still being unable to be useful at all as Yuto-kun's card. Seigi is chasing after Yuto-kun to take revenge for Rikamaru. If I can't take her down here, and she arrive at where Yuto-kun is. If something happened to Yuto-kun, no matter how small is the chance of that happening, A seething feeling overflowed from inside Nath's body. It was as though her reserve fuel was burning. Explosive amount of mana was produced from Nath's body. It was affecting the surrounding space. The swords of sixes also sensed the sign of something extraordinary occurring and stopped moving. Their blades received Nath's mana and trembled slightly. That trembling was creating a high-pitched sound. It was as though the 666 swords were making fearful voice. Seigi's eyes were raised angrily. What's wrong, sixes? Carve her apart. Dozens of swords attacked Nath as though they were encouraged by that voice. Barricade. A defensive magic was deployed around Nath. Damn fool. You still don't understand that normal defensive magic won't save you. Seigi laughed scornfully. But the next moment her smile stiffened. What? The defensive magic circle that was deployed to the left, right, up, and down stopped all the sixes' swords. This is a normal defensive magic, but the mana is special. What did you say? Nath softly put her hand on her chest. This is the mana I received from Yuto-kun. It's still remaining inside me. Lovers, mana you said? I'm not alone. I can feel Yuto-kun even if we are separated. I'm feeling Yuto-kun's love and trust. That makes me stronger. Nath's eyes shined blue. Stand up. Top runner. The skewered sphinxes on the ground stood up. They got enveloped by a blue light and the swords stabbed into their body got peeled out. And then the completely destroyed chariot wheels were getting restored as though time was rewound. Nath activated her characteristic magic while casting an advanced explosive magic, Destruct Shear. A gigantic explosion burst out under Seigi. Pew, oh? Six's swords got thrown everywhere in the sky. Seigi's body also got hit by the shockwave and she was sent flying until the other side of the 400-meter track. Gah, something like this. Don't think that you can defeat me with just that. Seigi raised her sword and regained control of the swords that were scattered in the air. Several hundred swords rushed toward the other side of the explosion smoke. Drop-dead chariot. Metallic sounds rang out from inside the smoke in succession. Exclamation mark. Huge sphinxes flew out of the smoke. They let out a roar while sprinting through the track. Nath yelled with their rein in her hands. Go. Top runner. Destroy all obstacles. So now Seigi was ahead of their rush. Seigi made an insane grin and raised her sword. Interesting. Come to die in my hand. The swords of sixes attacked Nath from all directions. However, they couldn't catch up with the accelerated speed of Top Runner. The swords stabbed the space that had been passed by the chariot in vain. Nath spurred the sphinxes and crossed the track instantly. Her eyes were shining in joy of hunting a prey, and her lips were sporting a smile that was filled with killing intent. Her expression was unimaginable coming from the usually gentle Nath. Here I come. Justice. Seigi and the tips of several hundred swords were waiting for her at the other side. Come. Chariot. Seigi kicked on the ground and rushed toward Chariot. She was accompanied by the swords of sixes around her. The two collided. Flashes surged to all directions. Thunderous sound roared like an earthquake, gusts of winds were blowing madly. The two's collision caused shockwave to be transmitted through the space. The track and field track was cracked and the ground crumbled as though there was a powerful earthquake. In the middle of that, Nath and Seigi were getting closer to each other. The mana that was clashing between the two was rapidly thinning down. Seigi's sixes pierced the mana wall and stabbed the sphinx's masks. I won. As Seigi's face distorted in joy. The 666 swords of sixes all broke at the same time. Su. Trampoline. Top Runner sent Seigi's body flying. Seigi was defenseless after pouring all of her mana into sixes. It was like a normal human got hit by a car. That body flew in the air all too easily before falling in an arc. and then the body rolled on the ground for dozens of meters. Seigi's body didn't even twitch when she finally stopped rolling. All the bones in her body must be broken everywhere. When Nath pulled the rein to stop Top Runner, she stared at the fallen Seigi. Her lips were moving slightly. Nay, Summer. Black swamp spread out from under her body. You are, there, Nay Summer. The black swamp embraced Seigi's body. She was sinking underground. Nay Summer, can't possibly die after all, from here on, we'll always be, together. When Seigi's body had completely sunken down, the black swamp vanished as though it got sucked into the ground. Nath didn't feel happy even though she won. She stared fixedly at the spot where Seigi vanished into. For some reason she was filled with a feeling of desolation. But I have to advance now. Nath dispelled Top Runner and landed on the ground. Quick, I need to reunite with everyone. Nath ran toward the exit of the ground. Part 5 I managed to meet up with Reina over here. Super lucky ye. Miyabi was talking with Yuto through phone. Reina was also beside her. The phone was in speaker mode, so Reina peered toward the screen and talked. We are also inside the school building Desu, but unlike Oniai-chan, it looks like we are at the first floor Desu. We are just walking steadily going step looking for an exit, but there isn't any stair to go up. It's strange Desu, what about at Oniai-chan's side? I also can't find any exit at all here. Unlike the usual school building, the path here is complicated like a labyrinth. I don't know at all where should I head to. There is also no change even when I enter the classroom, and I also can't find the stair. What if we destroy the building? Like bomb? Before that testing whether the door can be opened or not will be better. I already tried both but it was no good. Let's contact each other again after some time passed. Ruija. Understood Desu. Miyabi cut off the call after replying like that. Then, let's continue looking for the exit to him. Ahead, Miyabi found a nameplate that was written with the word infirmary. Want to stop by at the infirmary for a bit? Huh? It's fine but, is Senpai feeling unwell anywhere Desu? Haha, last night, I couldn't find any good place to stop when playing game, so I'm lacking sleep right now. Senpai is going to sleep Desu? Haha tilde, I don't really plan to sleep though. Just lying down for a bit I guess, so it should be fine isn't it, I think. Isn't saying that completely raising the flag for falling asleep soundly, Reina thought. You know tilde. It's impossible to hold back for that kinda of thing right? Like when eating snacks at night. Rain understand that Desu. Snacks and sweets felt completely irresistible that Reina unconsciously ate them all. Eating things like cup ramen at midnight is crazy good ain't it especially yakisoba. No, Reina isn't that far gone. The two opened the infirmary door while having such leisurely talk. Near? It wasn't an infirmary inside. Instead of beds, there were stately chairs and tables lined up. The stylish and high-class interior looked like a first-class restaurant. Instead of the smell of disinfectant, there was sweet and delicious aroma drifting. Ain't this the cafeteria? It was the cafeteria that Miyabi also often used. Sweets that looked like jewels were lined up on one of the tables. Tilde, can't resist. I looked down on this place because it's a school cafeteria, but they looked pretty delish. A girl was stuffing her cheeks happily with parfait. Both her outfit and makeup looked more to be gaudy than stylish. Such description fitted her. The sun, Sansa Summers. Sansa lifted up her face as though she had only just noticed them. You girls also came here? Wanna eat? Sansa didn't wait for a reply and called out to the kitchen. Gimme an additional cheesecake and cream cheese pancake. For 3 people's portion. Asking for 3 people portion, you really don't have any moderation. A boy wearing glasses appeared from inside. He was lean and tall. His slightly gaunt cheeks and silver-rimmed glasses made him give out an image of being highly strung person. His white shirt and black apron that was wrapped around his waist made him look like a cafe's waiter or sommelier. You are already here, so how about you also eat? I'll refrain. Sansa is persistent, so I already ate a pancake just now. Thanks to that I had gotten an intake of 1 meal worth. Oh. That man's eyes stopped at Miyabi and Rhaena, who were standing still. Someone finally showed up. Phew, aren't they the princess and knight of lovers? Miyabi was familiar with that man's face. You are a third year if I remember right, isn't it? Oh, I heard that the lover's princess is stupid, but to think that you remember my face. This is unexpected. Don't call me stupid. Sansa laughed at that exchange. Ha ha. Then I'll leave those girls to you. Oh, you aren't going to fight, Sansa? Oofufu, fighting to protect a woman is the cherished desire of a man, right? Do your best, Temperance. Temperance. Miyabi and Rhaena's wariness ratcheted up hearing that word. I see, so you're the Temperance Devil King candidate. Yes. I am Mizusawa Balance of Class 3A. He was excessively courteous for a Devil King candidate. He gave off the image of a well-mannered, honest student with irreproachable conduct. It made Miyabi and Rhaena wanted to doubt if he was really a Devil King candidate. Mizusawa stepped away from the kitchen and approached Miyabi and Rhaena. The cafeteria was so spacious that a concert could be held here. He walked until the middle of the area and stopped. Phew, the two of you are weak toward desire and far removed from moderation. This is a good fortune. Huh? What are you saying? Mizusawa turned his palms upside and held his hands to the front. Stress-free abstinence cancel. Antique cups made from metal as big as a wine glass appeared on his hands. They had detailed ornament engraved on them. They gave off a presence like they were the Holy Grail. The left cup got filled to the brim with red liquid that looked like wine, while the right cup wasn't filled with anything. Wah, what is that desu? I don't know, but be careful, Rhaena. A snicker slipped out of Mizusawa seeing the two like that. Phew, cuckoo, be careful. It's pointless even if you are careful. His serious atmosphere until now vanished. Mizusawa's face was changing into something wicked. I'm living with temperance as my principle. Like the saying, less is more. You should apply moderation to everything. Suppressing desire and keeping things in moderation is a virtue. I'm always paying attention so that everything is in harmony, balanced. Mizusawa started talking about something, but the two couldn't understand at all. But you know that kind of thing can just eat shit. Mizusawa suddenly got furious and tilted the left cup. The liquid inside began to pour into the right cup. Devil is a creature of desire in a meaning. They think of fulfilling their own desire as a virtue. In other words, temperance isn't suited with the devil race's true nature. Indeed, Miyabi and Rhaena felt like they could also understand that. It wasn't like devil at all in that respect, perhaps it was similar to lovers. Mizusawa was wearing an insane smile while staring at the liquid that was moving from left to right. I can feel it. You two are living in a self-indulgent way without suppressing your desire. You two are drowning in appetite for food, in sloth, and also in lust. What? What's with your know-it-all acting? There isn't anything like that at all. Miyabi talked back. Mizusawa sported a malicious grin in response. Last night, you couldn't stop playing and continued until it was almost dawn. And then during that time you repeatedly drank and ate far too much beyond moderation. Am I wrong? How do you know that? Mizusawa's gaze moved to Rhaena. And you there, last night you indulged in your lust and gave in to obscene act, didn't you? It was an indulgence that was far away from moderation. Rhaena's face was dyed bright red. What are you talking about? Rhaena's head was filled with panic that she repeated the same words like a broken record. Miyabi made a surprised face. Reina, yesterday, you did lewd thing with Yuto? Not fair. SSSS, sorry. As expected, living under the same roof is unfair. But. Miyabi puffed out her chest toward Mizusawa. That ain't your business at all. Don't butt in. Mizusawa stared at Miyabi enviously. Yeah, acting as your desire guide you. That is nothing but a virtue for devil, and yet. He suddenly snapped. Shit. Why do I have to hold back so much like this? Living while suppressing your desire, that's just impossible. The stress ain't a joke at all. Seriously. The two were taken aback by the degree of his change. Mizusawa turned a bloodshot gaze toward the two. But, that stress is my savings. He held up the right cup that was filled with red liquid toward the two to show them. This cup is the body of you two. My stress is filling both of you. Huh? Just what are you talking about? I don't get it at, goo? An intense pain ran through inside Miyabi's chest. What, this? She couldn't keep standing and fell on her knee while pressing her chest. That intense pain didn't just stop at her chest. A pain like something was rampaging inside her stomach was hitting her body.
Reina, are you okay?
Reina's body can't move, Desuda. Reina collapsed on the floor in the middle of talking. She stopped moving with her eyes staying open, as though she was a doll. That looked like the seizure that often occurred in Reina previously. By replacing the magic stone in the center of her body and getting linked to Yuto's mother and Mana, Reina became able to live in a healthy state. However, she was now returning back to her original state. Reina. Get a hold of your. Miyabi tried to encourage Reina like that, but she herself almost fainted from the intense pain that was coming and going inside her. Her head, eyes, ears, throat, everything was in pain from agony that she had never experienced until now. With this, it was completely impossible for her to circulate mana inside her body and formed magic circle. This is your characteristic magic? Exactly. The stress that I have been piling up all this time became a resentment magic and bestowed retribution to the opponent who lived as they pleased. That is stress-free. Mizusawa was feeling refreshed from accomplishing his revenge. Devil is a creature of desire. Therefore they don't have any affinity with my characteristic magic. This magic is effective against any kind of devil. It's a waste to use it for you two, but... Mizusawa turned around with a smile that was filled with malice. Ahead of his gaze was... why you, against me too? Was Sansa, who was tortured by intense pain throughout her whole body. She was drenched in cold sweat. Yeah, I'm using stress-free here, so might as well. It's more profitable to use it to take care of 3 people rather than 2. Yo, you dare to look down on this me? Isn't it you who have been looking down on me? It seems that you are thinking that you can manipulate anyone if they are male, but that can't work with me. After all, I'm living in moderation, so I also won't get deeply involved with women. So fucking annoying. Even though I want to just rape you hard. Mizusawa let out a long sigh. Then he spoke with a smile. It seemed he had slightly regained his composure. Besides, if I'm deal with 2 of lovers cards, I have to balance things. I thought that you were just right for that. Balance, you say? Yes. I forgot to mention one thing. Temperance has the meaning of balance and harmony. That is to say, I'm adjusting things so that both camps are balanced and with equal combat strength, so that harmony can be created. That is the most ideal development. You, damn asshole. You are just making us crushing each other. You said that, but you yourself have been acting as spectator while making others fight, haven't you? I want to say that we are of equal status, but I'm the one better in playing the game than you. Far, far better, foo ha 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 ha. Mizusawa laughed loudly. Sansa glared at him hatefully. But her expression changed completely. It was as though she was looking at something unbelievable. Her eyes widened in surprise. Mizusawa also felt dubious seeing Sanse's change. What's the matter? Have you thought up some kind of new excuse? Sanse's eyes shook and she gulped. What's with that star on your forehead? Star? Mizusawa lifted up the cup of stress-free to his eye level and used it like a mirror. His face that was reflected there peered back to him. There was a grey star there, like birthmark on his forehead. What is this? The cafeteria's entrance opened. That's a star of misfortune. A girl wearing a white uniform entered. Mizusawa doubted his eyes. Impossible. She certainly managed to get away, but it should be impossible for her to get back on her feet again. This woman should have her mana supply severed and reduced into a battered rag. The Star Devil King candidate Hangyakusha Stella. Are you purposefully coming back just to get killed? However, Stella's confident smile was unwavering. The flame of revenge was burning fiercely under that smile. How about you try it if you really can? It will be a sight to see just what kind of misfortune will befall you. Star of misfortune? With my characteristic magic horoscope, you are living under a star of misfortune right now. You will fail no matter what you do. Your luck is the worst. I recommend that you hurry and go home and be a shut-in without doing anything. Although Stella sported a wicked smile that was far removed from an idle smile. Misfortune might still come uninvited to your place. Impertinent. Mizusawa's hand let go of Stree-Free's cup. The cup stayed floating in the air while Mizusawa held up his left hand. Attack Magic's magic circle formed at his fingertips. Thunder-Ra? Question mark. He misspelled just a single word of the chant. Mizusawa was surprised by himself. Wah, one more time. There was a sound above his head. What? He thought and looked up. There the chandelier that was hanging on the ceiling came crashing down. Sue! He leapt aside in panic. His jump caused his waist to hit the table hard, and in a further stroke of bad luck, his toes got caught by a loose part of the carpet on the floor. He rolled on the carpet pathetically. Mizusawa couldn't understand what had just happened. Him, a Devil King candidate of all people, had committed such blunder. It was an unbelievable fact. Star of misfortune. Don't get tricked by such nonsense, he persuaded himself and tried to stand up. Yuri. His face suddenly got punched. Mizusawa's body rolled in a comedic way before he crashed on the wall. He couldn't even deploy a defensive magic, so the damage directly hurt his flesh body. What in the world hit him? When he looked there, he saw Yugao's Miyabi. She cracked her fist while standing and glaring imposingly at Mizusawa. You have really done it just now. I'm gonna beat you up like Bam and Pow to death. There was one more person behind her. Koiwai Reina was pulling out her katana from the sheath on her back. Mizusawa's thought was starting to fall into panic and anxiety. Crap, for some reason incomprehensible misfortune, the misfortunes keep coming. Bad luck, to an impossible degree, miraculous misfortunes, now that it come to this, run away? No, it's a strategic withdrawal, just run away right away now. Sue. Mizusawa activated the magic of stride. He kicked on the floor and ran toward the opposite direction of door that Stella entered from, toward the kitchen. Wait, you bastard. This time his magic displayed its effect well. Mizusawa's body rushed through the kitchen like wind. There was a back door in the kitchen. Let's run away from there. He didn't know where he would come out at, but it couldn't be helped. If this star of misfortune was really real, he didn't know what kind of misfortune would beat him up. Even so, he would have bigger chance rather than staying here. Shit. Fortunately, there was nothing obstructing him. He also didn't stumble. He leapt at the other side of the door. This place? He was at the school's rooftop. He looked around, but there was nobody. Mizusawa sighed in relief and regained his composure. Fu, it seems even Stella's characteristic magic can't affect me anymore after I have gotten away to this far. You got marked with a star of misfortune, huh? Sue. A voice came from somewhere. It was a mysterious voice that sounded like both a boy but also a girl. Over here. He turned around and looked up. There was a small building like a hut that acted as the entrance to the rooftop. A girl was standing on top of it. It was an adorable girl with blue hair. The girl who was dressed in sailor uniform was looking down while wind was making her skirt flapped. I'm Korma Rookie. It wasn't a girl but a boy. Or he should be. However, for Mizusawa, there was a bigger problem than that. You are in the camp of lovers, aren't you, in that case? That's true, but, if possible, I don't want to join the battle this time. It will be best if I can just watch. But, you already came here, as expected. If I just ignore you, it will bring a lot of problem for me. He talked like it was other person's problem. For some reason, the atmosphere that he was someone involved was thin. Even so, Stella-chan's horoscope is amazing. I think that perhaps, coming here where I am at is your biggest misfortune. What did he say? No, it might be just a bluff. In fact, no misfortune befell me while I was running away to here. I could also use magic. And there was nothing that got in my way. But what if no obstruction got in his way because coming here is the biggest misfortune there is?
Then, I'll hand down the judgment, okay? What?
Rookie put both his hands on his chest and closed his eyes. Last judgment. And then he nodded a little before opening his eyes. He grinned brightly and pointed at Mizusawa with an adorable gesture. Too bad, it's death sentence for you. Huh? Mizusawa grinned wryly. What's this? A child's game? I don't really feel any dangerous magic. As I thought the effect of Star's characteristic magus has run out, fufafu, then there is nothing more to fear. He felt a strange presence behind him. When he turned around, there was a black box. What's? He was about to ask what was that, but then he noticed what the box was. It was a coffin. How? His body was sucked into the coffin and settled there. Wah! What the? Shit! What's this? He couldn't move at all. Even though he tried to get out of the coffin, he couldn't even move a single finger. That was why I told you. This is Last Judgment, you know. Last Judgment? Just to be clear, you aren't going back to Devil World or get your soul stored in Purgatory, you know?
Because this is an absolute death and annihilation that won't even allow reincarnation, okay?
Rookie floated in the dark sky. He could see white wings on his back. 12 pure white, shining wings. What? What the hell is this guy? He is like in the story. Angel. The coffin's lid closed. Mizusawa was wrapped in pure darkness. He couldn't hear anything, see anything, he lost all his senses and then he vanished. Part 6. After Mizusawa escaped from the kitchen's exit, Miyabi and Reina were pressed to make a decision whether to give chase or not. What to do, chase after him? But, we finally can join up with Stella-san. Besides, Stella-san is still. Reina glanced at Stella, who was still in a glaring match with Sansa. Right, besides doing this with 3 of us is gonna be. What are you two muttering over there? Stella spoke without taking off her eyes from Sansa. There is no need for all 3 of us to do this. I'm already more than enough for Sansa. Also, don't go off on your own. It'll be troublesome to look after you all again. Miyabi and Reina smiled dryly at her fully confident attitude. Stella still hadn't recovered her mana's lifeline. Right now she was only stocking mana inside her body from Yuto's infinite lovers. It was unknown how long that stock would last. Stella's face was full of confidence, but she might be just bluffing. Miyabi and Reina were nervous inside their heart watching her. Sansa, someone like you aren't in my radar at all. But, I'm going to make you pay back my debt for before this. Oh, it's fine even if you are indebted a bit more to me, you know. This is a good chance. I want to see Sansa's true strength here. You are always making man fight for you while hiding in the shadow, so I don't really know how strong you actually are. Using other person is also a part of my true strength. The sun grants the other stars its blessing with its radiance. I am that kind of existence, not like the loner Stella. It's more comfortable to be alone. You're lying, right? You're simply scared of other people. You can't trust anybody, and you also can't come to like anybody. What's with that? A trauma from your childhood thingy? Stella's teeth made gritting sound. Sansa, I'll teach you one thing first. Huh? There isn't a single thing that Stella can teach me. It's only for a limited time, but I'm not alone. Stella pressed her hand on her chest. She recalled the sensation of Yuto's hand touching her. From the depth of her body, a scorching and heart-rending heat and affection burned up. It's really annoying though. Stella's mana swelled up drastically. Sansa's complexion changed. This girl? Compared to before she''s. She sensed Stella was forming a terrifyingly large-scale magic formula. In order to oppose it, she constructed her own strongest and greatest magic formula. That was the sun's characteristic magic. Sunshine. Sun descent. Sansa clapped both her hands and opened them. A round flame was blazing between them. A miniature sun, it was enlarging. Sansa lifted up her hands as though to hold up that sun. The sun was rapidly approaching even the tall ceiling that was like an atrium. The temperature inside the cafeteria rose drastically. Hot wind blew. Wah wah wah? What's that, or rather hot? Defensive magic. Use armored and magic to cool the body in parallel desu. Miyabi and Rhaena were flustered. On the other hand, Stella didn't even take a step back and held up the star arcane to the sky. Galaxy 0. That was Star's characteristic magic. The astonishing feat of strength of dropping an asteroid. Even among the many magic, it was a prominent massacre magic. However, this place was inside a school building. For an asteroid to fall on it meant the ceiling was pulverized. Galaxy 0 fell and crushed the school building. Pillars were smashed, and glasses exploded to everywhere. Don't look down on the sun. Sansa blocked Galaxy 0 with sunshine. The clash between stars caused even greater destruction in major scale. A building of the academy was completely blown away. Miyabi and Rhaena were also tossed about by that catastrophe. It was a great explosion and shockwave that they experienced for the first time. Even though they deployed their defensive magic, they felt like they were going to get blown away. Stella yelled toward those two. Miyabi. Rhaena. Protect yourself with your own strength. The two also responded to that yell. No need to worry like that. Get her. Please blow her away, desu. A smile unconsciously slipped out when she heard those cheers. It was really not like her. Even though they were only standing there without being of any use. Strangely, it was reassuring. Besides, she didn't see him anywhere, and she didn't even know where he is right now. But she felt Yuto. As though he was right beside her. As though they both were watching and holding the hand of each other. They were being connected by an unseen bond. She felt it. She could believe in it. To think that something like that could become strength for her like this. Stella stared at the phenomenon unfolding before her with eyes that were filled with confidence. The asteroid and sun were clashing before her eyes. It was completely absurd. If the clash was between the real things, then the sun definitely wouldn't even feel an itch. However, this was a match between characteristic magic. It was Galaxy 0 that was several times bigger than Sunshine. But Sunshine's heat was melting Galaxy 0. Sansa put all her strength to support the sun. She was sweating rivers. Blood oozed out from her bitten lip. Blood was also flowing from her palms that were holding up the sun. Damn it. It's fucking heavy. Just melt already, melt, 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 melt. Stella stared at such Sansa with glee in her eyes. I can't believe that you hold an arcane of celestial body with that level. How presumptuous. Sue. You bitch. Fall down, sun. The sun was crushed. Sansa's figure instantly gone from view. The asteroid crashed on the floor. It destroyed everything including the building's foundation. Yuwa-wa-wa-ah-ah. Hiya-ah-ah-ah-ah. Dust violently robbed Miyabi and Rhaena's sight. When the smoke cleared up, the asteroid, the sun, and Sansa too weren't anywhere in sight. There was only a crater remaining. And then... Stella. The two ran toward the collapsed Stella. Why, you all right? She collapsed, but she wasn't unconscious. Stella responded with a wry smile. Geez, it's pathetic, but I ran out of gas. Miyabi and Rhaena looked at each other, then they smiled in relief. Can't be helped then. As the senior, it's my duty to look after the newcomer. Right, Rhaena? Yes, Desu. They answered with smiling face, then the two lifted up Stella's body and supported her from both sides. Wait, what do you mean newcomer? Miyabi smiled broadly when Stella asked in displeasure. Because, that's the fact. Look here, I'm the ace, you know. Even being the ace doesn't change the fact that you are the newest newcomer. Humph. I won't forget this. Rhaena looked up at Stella with a cheerful smile. But, it was really amazing, Desu. As expected from the ace, Desu. Yep, seriously. It was seriously amazing. Stella. Naturally. Are you getting a bit red? Sue. This is because of the heat. Even that kind of shabby sun would still be hot as expected when it was that close. Yes. Anyway, we need to join up with Yuto. Rhaena think going to the different exit than the kitchen will be best, Desu. You too. Are you listening to me? The two dragged the yelling Stella and returned into the half-destroyed school building. Part 7. After I finished talking with Miyabi, I put my smartphone into my blazer's pocket. I looked ahead at the corridor once more. It felt like the corridor continued endlessly until the end of the earth. It made sighed unconsciously. I wanted to move to another place, but I couldn't even find the door for that. Miyabi and Rhaena met at the cafeteria, so I should also be able to meet them if I headed to the cafeteria. That's what I thought, but I can't find that cafeteria. From what I seen outside from the window, this seemed to be the 3rd floor. That meant I have to go down the stair, but there is no stair. There are classroom doors lined up, but even when I tried to enter them, I wasn't teleported to other place. Then perhaps, particular classrooms like the science room or art room are the place for that kind of teleportation. I have to quickly find the entrance and join up with everyone. I continued waking as I thought that, but the unchanging scenery continued endlessly. There is a change. Or rather, someone is collapsed. Is it an enemy? Or else? I approached that silhouette while being on my guard. It's a girl. She has a unique pink-colored long hair. Her arm is bandaged. I peered at her face while being on my guard. Don't tell me, no, there is no doubt. After we defeated Rikamaru, among the people who appeared together with Lost, this is the Devil King candidate of Wheel of Fortune, Shimokazuma Rin. Why is she lying on the floor at this kind of place? Her clothes aren't messy, so it doesn't look like she had fought against someone. Is it a trap? But there isn't any sign of anything happening even when I got closer. Oi! What's wrong? I resolved myself and tried shaking her shoulder. Then she opened her eyelids together with a faint groan. You, ha? She raised her upper body in surprise and backed off to get away from me. And then she looked around restlessly. What is she scared about? Lost, where? She asked with a trembling voice. At the very least, I haven't seen him. I have only walked through this corridor the whole time though. When I told her that, she sighed in relief. Just, what in the world happened? Rin looked down with a sad expression. Lost, he isn't, like lost from before, anymore. What do you mean? He was kind before, especially to someone like me, people with wounded heart, or the weak. I was saved by Lost. That was why I followed him until now, and yet. I recalled the past Lost that I heard from Poran. What Rin is saying is the same with that. And now he has changed completely. He tricked us, using us like disposable pawns. He said that I have no use, and tried to kill me. I could only desperately run. And then she sported a smile of resignation and looked up at me. It's your fault. My fault. Since he met you, Lost changed. He became more irritated and violent. Since he met me? Why? Ryan took out a smartphone from her skirt's pocket. I have a friend. Just one person. She is in danger. Surely Lost will also kill her. Just why is Lost trying to kill you and your friend? I don't know why he tried to kill me, but, my friend, it will be bad for Lost if her ability got used by the enemy. That girl can act as guide in this labyrinth. Eh? I also followed her guidance to escape for dear life from Lost. If it's her, she will be able to guide you. Please, save her. I promise that she will act as your guide. I stared at the smartphone that Rin held. Sorry. I still can't run away. I have to find everyone, my comrades first. Then, please take me along. Take you? Even with her guidance, there is no guarantee that Lost won't find us. With me alone, we will get killed without being able to do anything. That's why, it's just until you find your comrades. And if possible after that too, if we can stay together with you until reaching the exit of this space. Rin started inputting letters into the smartphone's screen. I'm contacting my friend through SNS, please wait a second. It seemed the reply came. Rin handed the smartphone to me. Please, I ask you. Rin looked down and hid her face. She seemed very anxious. The smartphone that she held up to me is shaking slightly. Got it. After I join up with my friends, I'll overlook you too. I took the smartphone and looked at the screen. The screen is written with this text. Morioka Yuto become Lost's comrade. What's this? Is this a message from Rin's friend? Me, becoming Lost's comrade, what's with this text? I don't get the meaning at all. Because. That's only natural, right? I replied like that toward the screen. Rin quietly took back her smartphone from my hand. She has gotten back on her feet when I realized, and stood beside me. There is no anxiety or sadness in her face. There is only a mask-like smile there. Rin inputted letters once more into her smartphone. The content of it is finished. Thank you. Then please show the route. Are we going to Lost's place now? Yes. I see. Is that so? Is there anything in your mind? I tilted my head at Rin's question. Why are you asking something like that? What a really strange question. That's obvious, isn't it? Because I'm Lost's comrade. Chapter 6, This encounter is fated. Part 1. My name is Lost. I was born from a village at Chevalez. No, I don't know whether I was born there or simply got discarded there. Either way, I grew in that poor village. The matter of the populace and the territory management didn't exist in the mind of the feudal lord of Chevalez. He never carried out any policy to better the livelihood of the people or taking measure so that the crops or game in the territory could increase. The nobles thought that taxes would automatically come every month. They didn't care at all that everyone in the village went hungry and died in order to pay tax or died from braving danger in order to hunt prey. The nobles thought of such occurrences as natural. It was frustrating. Detestable. However, I didn't have any way to oppose it. The nobles possessed terrifying power. Powerless mixed-blood devils like us couldn't possibly match them. Our fate had been decided from the moment of our birth. Something like effort is meaningless. No, there isn't even any way to put effort into. What exists is only absolute resignation. But then a turning point visited me. A noble came to the village. I don't know his name. He only introduced himself as a sorcerer. That sorcerer said this: "Come with me if you want to become strong. The strength of mixed blood devil is decided by the blood of monster that our ancestor absorbed. In order to become stronger, we have to absorb new monster blood. But, in most case doing that will bring death without success." Everyone understood that, so nobody moved to follow that sorcerer. There the sorcerer said. He had developed a new way to absorb blood. Therefore the danger is lowered and the method became safe. The nobles feared the mixed blood devils obtaining strength. That's why this is a secret ritual for the sake of freeing us. When the sorcerer was asked if he is also a noble, he laughed and said that he is a rebel against this world. What he said was incomprehensible, but he wasn't really scary even though he was a noble, so we felt a bit relieved. After that the magician went around persuading the villagers, but most people hesitated to take his offer. However, I didn't have anything to lose. I followed that sorcerer together with 20 other kids. We crossed a mountain and arrived at a facility that looked like a hospital. We were placed inside there. What began there could only be described as a deathly experiment. Inside a room that had complicated magic formulas drawn on its whole surface on the floor and the wall and also the ceiling, the sorcerer burned incense and chanted incantation. It was a mysterious ritual that I didn't understand, and then muddy black liquid from unknown blood got injected to us. 3 people died at the first week. 5 more people died at the next week. Is this really a safe way? We got scared and begged to be returned to the village. However, we got imprisoned. Our room was locked, and the hospital also got covered with barrier. We became unable to leave outside. We were tricked. We were ignorant, incompetent, stupid, and easy to deceive. We were brought there simply as guinea pig. It was already too late when we noticed. I wandered the boundary of death many times. Each time I would cling to life. What supported me was only rage, resentment, and tenacity. When half a year had passed, I became the only one remaining. And then the sorcerer gave me one job. At that time the bloods of 6 types of monsters had been mixed inside me. I was told to test that power. The job's detail was to kill noble children. Even though the sorcerer was also a noble, he told me to kill the noble. I felt puzzled. The sorcerer guided me and I went to human world for the first time. According to the sorcerer, a child of a very high-ranking noble would come to a certain place. I was to lie in ambush and kill them. When I asked how did he know the child would come, he said that such future was set in stone, so don't ask any question. But it was unknown whether the arrival would be tomorrow, or 3 days later, or 1 month later. The location was a riverside area. Looking down from the embankment, there were grasses growing there with the river flowing ahead of it. There was a large bridge spanning the river, so I was waiting below it. Like that 1 week passed. I was taught a magic to prevent people from approaching near from the sorcerer, so I was able to avoid coming into contact with human. However, I got hungry. I never really got hungry since getting experimented by the sorcerer, but as expected it was getting painful. That must be why my focus was interrupted. I got discovered by a human child. Are you hungry? That guy took out a triangle-shaped object with white and black color from inside his handbag. That was my first time seeing an onigiri. It was so delicious that tears came out. Tasty, right? My Karsan's rice ball is tastier than buying in restaurant. That child introduced himself as Morioka Yuto. I called him Yuto. After that Yuto would come again sometimes. I was also bored, so I didn't drive him away. There shouldn't be any problem even if I got into contact with just one human. I could just kill him if necessary. But after 1 week passed, Yuto's arrival became something that I looked forward to. Thinking that there would be no problem as long as I didn't leave the riverbed area, we ran around and played together. I felt like I was returning to be a normal child after so long. No, perhaps that was my first time spending time as an actual child. When I was living in the village, I had to help with the adults' works regardless of morning or night. When I got a bit bigger, I had to look after the younger children. And then I was made to do more dangerous work. Right now I had nothing to do but playing around. I also made a friend. Someone who I could feel safe around, someone who I didn't need to be wary against. Perhaps the fact that Yuto was weaker than me and a human played a part in making me feel reassured around him. I completely forgot about my work. Thinking back now, I got the feeling that was the happiest time in my life. Every day was fun and I was impatient for tomorrow to come. It would be nice if that time continued forever. At first I thought of human as pitiful. The human thought that they knew everything about the world, that they are the ruler. Even though they are actually just livestock. Humans don't know that there are a wider world around them that is beyond their comprehension. They don't know that their destiny is in the grasp of the devil race. But, compared to me who lived a hellish life in the devil world, which one of us was happier? Perhaps pretending to not know anything, pretending to be human, and living here wouldn't be a bad thing. Such thinking crossed my mind. If Yuto would be my friend forever, It was at that time. A girl passed through the riverbank. She appeared. She showed up. The one who I should kill. That girl's name was Himekami Liesel. Part 2 Yeah, Yuto. Lost waved his hand above the stage inside the gymnasium. He is wearing his hood like usual. There is a friendly smile under it. We finally can meet. Rin, good job. With Rin's guidance, or rather, with the person at the other side of the message application's guidance, we safely reached Lost's location. I also raised my hand and smiled. Yeah, we finally can join up. Lost. What? What's this discomfort? Strange. Lost and I are comrades and yet. What's wrong? You got a long face. No, nothing. Are you sulking because I was late in helping you? That's not it. I had talked with Liesel Senpai and everyone, and thought up various methods to escape so. Why did I call Liesel Senpai and others? Looks like you are still confused, Yuchu. Lost turned toward Rin and nodded. Morioka Yuto, look. When I turned toward Rin, she held up her smartphone toward me. Text is flowing in the screen. Himekami Liesel and other cards of lovers are enemy. They are tricking Morioka Yuto to use you as their puppet. Morioka Yuto is Lost's best friend. It has been so since the past. Fight together. You and I are rebels of the Devil King Academy. Isn't that right? Yeah, that's right. I met you when I first came to the human world. You helped me. I still can't forget the taste of onigiri that I ate that time. Yeah, that's right. How did I forget such thing? I played together with you. We talked about a lot of things. I completely thought that humans are persecuted beings. I thought that they lived an even harsher life than even a mixed-blood devil like me. But, I was wrong. Lost stared at me with a miserable gaze. And then I was shocked. It felt like I saw a part of the world's truth for the first time. This world is made to suit the convenience of the ruler. Human doesn't know about the fact in the first place. They aren't allowed to know. That's why they don't even know that they are livestock. I thought, what a pitiful existence they are. Humans don't know about the truth, but they are living quite happily. Mixed devils knew the truth, but they are living a horrible life. In the end, which one of them is happier? That was why we swore an oath. We will change this world. We will destroy the framework of this world. We deny the order and rule that are created by the nobles. We will make a new rule, a new world. That's our rebellion toward the world. Lost turned toward me and held out his right hand for a handshake. Come Yuto. Let's fulfill our promise at that time. I will rule the devil world, you will rule the human world, and then the two of us shall rule the whole world. In order to make a better world. I started walking toward the stage. I remembered after Lost said that. I was terribly angry when Lost told me the truth. Those bad guys are unforgivable. I'll definitely defeat them, I said that with childish naivety and purity. That's right, I made that kind of promise. To be honest, I thought it was a pipe dream though. That dream will turn into reality, by the two of us. Lost. There is just a bit more distance until the stage. I have to apologize to you. At that time, I dragged you into my job. Eh? That's why you got caught by that noble kid. Job? Come to think of it, how did Lost and I got acquainted? That's right, I think he said something like, assassinating someone. At that time I thought it was just some kind of make-believe game. Yuto, taking you back from that woman is my atonement. And then... that woman. A girl's figure surfaced at the back of my mind. Astonishingly white skin, and glossy long black hair. A girl with mature aura, and a bewitching beauty that was somewhat out of this world. That was my first time seeing something that beautiful. That girl's name was The stage suddenly exploded. You? My body got hit by the explosion's shockwave and I tumbled backward. What? What in the world? The stage crumbled and the front half of the gymnasium was blown up. Lost. I reflexively yelled. And then Lost's figure showed from inside the flame. His hood is burning. The red hair and the wolf ears underneath it became exposed. Lost glared angrily at the gymnasium ceiling. Don't come back again after running away the last time, world. World? I also looked up. A spherical barrier that is packed full with magical letters broke through the ceiling and fell. And then inside that barrier is a man with grey hair wearing a white uniform. Running away? What insolence! I simply overlooked you that time, Death. A spite? A spite who was floating in the air landed in front of me. What's wrong? You're making a stupid face. No, eh? I'm not Lost's comrade, that's right, in order to defeat Lost I. Oi! What are you doing looking distracted like that? Why yeah, Rin the Wheel of Fortune, when she showed me her smartphone, it made me thought that Lost is a comrade. Lost said what? With a frown, he glared at Rin. Rin flinched and stepped back from that glare. Humph, you must be controlled by that woman. You're really weak when it comes to woman. I really wanted to deny it, that it's not true at all, but I have no way to argue, I'm ashamed. But, you saved me there. A spite sported a prideful smile in response. Naturally. After all I'm threat spite of the world. But enough about that, it fired up already. We're eliminating death too while we're at it. No, please wait for a bit. I stopped a spite and talked at Lost. Lost, I can understand your grudge at nobles considering your harsh life. But, not all nobles have done horrible things to you. We should talk it out. Yuto, you really don't know what you're talking about. The nobles are oppressing and abusing us mixed-blood devils. They are one-sidedly making humans into livestock without telling them the truth. That's the reality. Nobles are sinful simply by being a noble. That's wrong. Only the nobles who oppressed the mixed-blood devils are evil. Doesn't matter. Either way, revenge is necessary. Having a talk with them can only be done after making them pay for their debt first. I won't be able to calm down unless that is done. I'll make the nobles suffer for thousands of years. We can have the discussion after that. That will be just you venting out your anger. Lost's eyes turned dangerous. What did you say? Wanting to stand higher and rule the other with that way of thinking the war will never end for eternity. I wanted to convey what I'm feeling to Lost. In the first place, our races are different. There will be conflict if you try to forcefully insist on your own thought. You have to accept that there are other different races than yourself in this world. If the devil world is turning from human emotion, then humans shall provide it. But, I won't allow human to be given suffering for that. In exchange, the devil race should also have something that they can provide as compensation. I don't know whether I'm conveying my thought well, thinking that it's possible for someone in a completely different position to share the same feeling and thinking like you, that's simply asking for the impossible. But even if it's impossible for me to share other people's feeling, it's possible to accept and understand their thinking. Similarly, it should also be possible to ask other to understand my thinking. We can just decide from the talk after this about what should be done. That's why because anyone should be the same in wanting to be happy. That's why I will become the Devil King for that. Lost stared back into my eyes. Please, I begged inside my heart. However, Lost spoke coldly. No matter how much I struggle, this is still the Devil King Great War. Let's get into killing each other. Wait. Lost. Lost's lips moved. Dreaming. From Lost's body, muddy black liquid flooded out and whirled. It wrapped around Lost's body as though it has its own will. That's none other than the black swamp that swallowed Devil when they died. Lost? The black swamp that enveloped Lost formed the shape of an armor and hardened. It was a lean armor that wrapped around the body tightly, like a body suit. The jet black armor coated Lost's darkness and despair and hardened to be an armor that protected his heart. That's how it looked like. This black mud is me. It can change anything no matter its shape or nature. This is my skin, and also my armor. This is dreaming. Lost talked about himself. His voice sounded somewhat proud, and somewhat self-depreciating. Its other trait is the absorption ability it has. I have been infused and modified by the bloods of a lot of monsters. Perhaps that's why I can absorb the trait of other specimen. For example, I have the Death Arcana because I have Morris Golgotha's blood inside me. A Spite cautioned me with a tense voice. Be careful. You will get eaten if you touch him carelessly. Yeah. Now that it has come to this, we can only fight. I haven't given up on reaching an accord with Lost. But now, I'll win against Lost, in order to make him listen to me too. A Spite held his left hand forward. Red magic circle unfolded ahead of it. I also held my right hand forward. Red magic circle also unfolded in front of it. Let's do this. Fidozanon. Fidozanon. I matched a Spite and activated advanced level magic. Sorry, Lost. Two lids of hell opened and flames of blazing hell surged out. Lost held both his hands forward. The armor all over his body started to move. It changed shape while gathering in front of Lost. It transformed into many layers of shield. It looked like a small fortress. The double hellfire enveloped that fortress. However, that cursed bastard. A Spite clicked his tongue. The magic circles of Fidozanon closed. At the same time, Dreaming's armor changed shape again and Lost appeared with a composed face. Normal magic won't be able to defeat me. His right hand transformed into muddy liquid. As the result of the sorcerer's modification, my body became undying. His arm stretched long and thin. The tip changed shape into a huge semicircular blade, a scythe. Not only I can't die, I can adapt to any kind of environment. Being inside fire or water doesn't bother me at all. I also don't need to bring weapon with me. Because I can freely change my body into weapon like this. The right arm became a huge scythe and slashed. Exclamation mark. A Spite and my chests got cut. Impossible? We are still this far away from him. A Spite is flustered. Lost smiled seeing that. Tell me if you want to die in a particular way. I'll go along with your request as much as possible. Let's keep a distance. We don't know if Lost is still hiding anything else. A Spite and I backed away while protecting our body with armored. However, Lost snickered seeing us like that. It's pointless. There isn't anywhere for you guys to run inside this barrier that the current Devil King created. Lost looked like he recalled something and spoke. But well, playing tag also isn't a bad idea. What about it, Yuto? Let's play tag after so long. Lost's lower body melted. And then it swelled out while changing shape. It transformed into a shape with 4 legs. A Spite grimaced seeing that form. Oi, he is imitating Centaur this time. It's a horse torso. Lost's upper body occupied the place where the horse head should be. And then both Lost and the horse body got clad in armor. That's like a robot transformation. Lost chuckled at the muttering that I unconsciously leaked out. Honestly speaking, I used the transforming robot anime and movie that Yuto showed me as reference. It was really useful. Lost's lower body started running. Yuto, we're going out. Yeah. We activated Stride and rushed out from the half-destroyed gymnasium. The other side of the crumbling wall is the schoolyard. I thought that we would get sent to a different place again, but Aspite and I only came out at the schoolyard. Lost came running from behind with great speed. His arm changed into an abnormally long spear. He looked exactly like a Middle Ages cavalry troop. For now, let's stop his charge. TSK. Barricade. We formed a wall of defensive magic together. The centaur Lost crashed into it. You? We are pushed back along with the barricade. Shit. What's with this horsepower? Ha. Should I keep pushing like this? You two are going to get flattened on the barrier's edge, you know? It won't be that easy. Lost. I poured even more mana and somehow held my ground. You have worked hard, Yuto. But is that fine? Your mana is rapidly dwindling though. Aspite gritted his teeth and glared at Lost. Enough prattling. You two are in the same boat. Ha. My body originally has indeterminate form. That's why it doesn't take that much mana for me to change shape. Thanks for worrying about me. Lost stabbed his spear onto the barricade. The mana barrier got cracked. Aspite. Can't you do something with your world revision? I don't understand this guy's magic circle and that body's principle. It's impossible if I can't construct the anti-formula. Normal magic wouldn't work against Lost. We can try all the advanced level magic by turns. But that will only consume our mana. Lost is only attacking us using his own body. Perhaps he isn't good with using normal magic. In that case, both sides here don't need to fear magic attack. Lost's spear pierced the barricade. Exclamation mark. Aspite and I leapt at left and right respectively. Detonate. I immediately exploded an explosion-type magic right beside me. That's not to deal damage to Lost. It's to send my own body flying using the shockwave. I somehow dodged Lost and opened the distance once more. Then I stood at Aspite's side. The mana inside my body is decreasing. It will be nice if I can do healing lovers, but none of my cards is here. Shit, we will be in a deadlock at this rate. Our side is barehanded if attack using magic doesn't work. While Lost's whole body is a weapon, either way, we are at a disadvantage. Lost is completely composed. He seemed convinced that he will win. He is slowly walking toward us. Oi, Yuto, there is no other way. Do that. That? What do you mean that? Aspite spat out his words angrily. That thing that destroyed my world revision. World fall. But, that's. I recalled when I defeated Rikamaru. I couldn't control it and the world literally almost got destroyed. I can't. If it goes out of control, it will cause chain reaction of destruction without end. Perhaps it won't affect the world outside because we are inside the headmaster's barrier. But, everyone is here. I can't expose them to such danger. Then this great me will control it. What did you say? My great world revision can rewrite the law of the world if it's within 3-meter diameter around me. Hand over the magic formula. Then I'll rewrite the world's law so that the outer part of world revision will generate law that neutralize that formula. Aspite held out his fist toward me. But I still have hesitation. With normal magic, Lost won't die even if he get damaged from them. That's the feeling that I got, although I got no proof for it. But world fall, that unresolved magic formula, it can annihilate even Lost's body. That's why we're going to do it. You idiot. Aspite's angry yell slapped me. I don't know what kind of thing you had with him. But if you aim to be the Devil King, there is only one thing to do. A spite. Beat him up. Morioka Yuto. I bit my lip. I clenched my fist, then I held it against a spite's fist. Arcana. Acknowledged. Transferring magic formula to world. A spite grimaced in that moment. Sue. What's this? Can you do it? A spite. What kind of shitty annoying magic formula is this? It's not beyond me, but something like this will only last for several seconds. That's just fine. Lost crossed the courtyard and headed toward us. Looks like you guys are busy discussing a lot of things. Have you two finished? Yay, sorry to make you wait, Lost. Let's go, Yuto. We started running toward Lost. A spite was running parallel of me. I ran while deploying the magic formula of World Fall along my left arm. Lost is calmly waiting for us. My revived childhood memory flashed before my eyes. I don't know how I could forget it. It should be a good memory. After all, the nostalgic feeling painfully filled my chest. But, even so. World Fall. The magic to destroy the world ran through my left arm. World Revision. A spite's world surrounded me. Guo Yuatu. We leapt at Lost side by side. Lost pointed his spear with a pitying gaze toward me. Loosed. My left fist touched Lost's spear tip. Black liquid scattered. Lost's eyes opened in shock for the first time. My first pierced through the spear and struck his centaur's body. Wah! Lost's armor instantly returned into liquid. And then it scattered explosively to the surrounding. Lost's lower body that became a horse is blown up. And then, the wound rapidly spread and destroyed Lost's body. What the hell is this? Lost's scream is accompanied by a spite's pained voice. Ku, I'm at my limit. I hurriedly dispelled World Fall. A moment later, the barrier of World Revision vanished. You? A spite tripped over and fell on the ground. A spite. Are you all right? I moved to lend a spite my shoulder. Forget about me, what about that guy? Yeah, we did it. We only destroyed Lost. Just a bit more and... I turned toward the crumbling Lost, Sue. A pink-haired girl stood in front of Lost. She narrowed her eyes with a smile. And then she put her cutter knife on her arm. Eh? A moment later, I recalled Shimokuzuma Rin's characteristic magic. Crap. Shimokuzuma Rin ran her cutter knife over her arm. Blood spurted out from her wound. What? A spite and I became speechless. A faintly shining letterboard floated behind Rin. It has the shape of a magic circle with clock hands attached. The hands started moving in the opposite direction of a normal clock. However, the hands got stuck in the middle and stopped. Gah? Rin's face distorted. She pressed her hand on her chest. This is impossible, revival is. Her body trembled while large drops of sweat trickled down her face. She is fighting something desperately. Perhaps, there is also a situation where it's harder to rewind the time. To overturn the result of a powerful magic like World Fall will require considerable power. Such conditions seemed possible. Ku. Rin grabbed her cutter with a trembling hand and placed it on her left arm again. Exclamation mark. The wounds on her arm increased. Blood flowed. I'll definitely save you, I won't let you die. Rin kept cutting her arm over and over as though something is possessing her. She injured her arm over and over and over and over. I won't let you die. I won't let you die. I won't. I won't. The hands of the letterboard that got stuck in place shot back and rewound the time. What? Time is rewinding. Before me, Lost is standing in his centaur form. A spite looked shocked beside me. Oi, this is? However, Things aren't completely the same like before. Rin has collapsed under Lost's feet. Rin. Lost's lower body transformed into human form once more. And then he kneeled beside Rin. Rin doesn't answer even when he called at her. Perhaps she is unconscious. His eyes moved to her shredded arm. I was only making use of you, you should have noticed that at least, right? Lost muttered that before standing up. He is glaring at us with a glare that is filled with killing intent. A spite, one more. Beside me a spite fell on his knee. I told you, I can only do it for several seconds at best. Shit. Even though time was rewound, that doesn't mean that everything has returned to normal, huh? It's impossible to use world revision any more than this. Most likely revival's main effect is to rewind the target's time. Any other effect than that is just incidental. In fact, although time is rewound, we don't lost our memory. Similarly, the consumed mana and fatigue in our body also wasn't returned back to before. In that case, this is bad. Lost's right arm changed shape again. This time it changed into a sword. Sorry, Yuto. Even someone like me has something that I shouldered. Shit, what now? Though I said that, it's not like I have a lot of options. There is no other option than attacking using normal magic to find a means of escape. Destruct shear. I exploded advanced level explosion magic underneath Lost's feet. Crimson flame blast spread through the dark schoolyard. Lost rushed out with that flame behind him. Something like that won't work. Lost's right arm shined. When the sharp sword is swung through the air, a sharp shockwave cut apart the schoolyard while heading at me. Coup. I leapt to the side to dodge, but it felt like my body got sucked toward that shockwave. At the same time, my cheek got split and blood scattered out. I'll start with crushing you. Lost raised his fist toward a spite. That fist is enveloped with armor and transformed to be twice the original size. I grabbed a spite's collar and desperately leapt back. Newer? Lost's fist sunk on the ground where a spite was at. Cracks ran through the ground. The ground split open with a fierce tremor and the ground caved in. We slid on the ground and opened the distance once more. However, nothing has been resolved with just that. I needed to think up some kind of plan. Lost slowly showed himself from the crater that he created. I'm fine with beating you to death just like this, but we are still an old acquaintance regardless of everything. I'll kill you painlessly. What? That bastard, is he still hiding something up his sleeve? A cruel smile formed on Lost's lips. I have been infused with various monster bloods. Let's see, I myself don't know the precise number, but perhaps there are at least the bloods of 40 races already. Well, it's an absurd story, isn't it? Thanks to that my body became unable to even maintain its shape. I myself already lost track just what kind of existence I am. But, the one in front of me right now, is unmistakably you lost. It took me many years until I became able to maintain this form. Well, if there is one good thing from this form, it's that physical attack can't defeat me now, I guess. My form is originally a liquid, so physical attack will just change my shape. So explosion-type magic doesn't work, huh? Then, if I attacked with magic that dealt damage directly. Just so you know, my whole body is made from magic formula. That's why my magic resistance is a cut above the rest. After all, my body is absorbing all other magic formulas. Putting aside a special case like the one just now, a normal magic won't be able to defeat me. But, you also can't use normal magic. Isn't that right? Lost chuckled self-depreciatingly. It's difficult for me to use another magic with this body. My body itself is a magic formula that absorbs other magic formula. That's why the formula will vanish inside my body before I can finish forming it. Lost smiled eerily after saying that. But you see, there is just one magic that I can use. No, rather than a magic, it's more a curse. Lost's left hand changed shape. What appeared is a black handgun. That handgun gave me nothing but bad feeling. I unconsciously stepped back from it. This is happy end life severance, a curse of instant death. Instant death. A magic to discontinue life at that moment. Any kind of defensive magic won't work. This is the strongest curse. Defense won't work, you say, so it's not a normal magic? The path that is your life until now, your life that should still have a future ahead, they will be forcefully ended. No matter how much mana the opponent has, no matter how advanced the magic formula that they can use, it doesn't matter. They will simply be ended where they stand. Cold sweat trickled down my face. A spite is the same. What's that? How can such thing be possible, huh? Various lives has been absorbed into me. Their fates have been cut off unreasonably. They want someone to clear their resentment, it doesn't matter who. They can't accept to be the only one unhappy. They also want to make other experience their suffering. Resentment draw further resentment, and death call even more death. A chain of unhappiness that is happy end. That's truly the worst magic that made me wanted to vomit. This is the only magic residing inside my cursed body now, Yuto. Let's start from you. Lost's gun pointed at me. Ominous black something is lurking inside the gun barrel. Sayonara, human who was my only friend. Lost's eyes shined gold and black miasma flew out from the gun barrel like a smoke. Pitch black light shined in exchange of fire. And then the bullet that is a lump of unhappiness is fired. I reflexively held my hand forward to put up a defensive magic. I might die here. But I won't give up until the very end. I heightened the mana inside my body to the maximum in order to oppose the bullet. Infinite lovers. Mana swelled up explosively inside me. The mana can't be stored completely inside my body and flowed out. Barricade. The moment the bullet collided on the magic circle, it got swallowed by overwhelming darkness. The view in front of me became total darkness. I can't see anything, hear anything, or feel anything. Overwhelming emptiness. Overwhelming darkness. I can't feel it when I'm alive. This is death. The view in front of me burst. The schoolyard that was dark like night felt bright like daytime. Compared to the darkness, that gloom that enveloped my body for an instant, this felt like being enveloped in light of hope. What in the world happened? I'm feeling bewildered. In front of me, Lost is opening his eyes wide in astonishment. That's on my palm, a mark that looked like star is floating. It's a beautiful star that changed color like a rainbow. This is? You're too. A yell cut through the schoolyard. I reflexively turned toward the direction of the voice. Something jumped out from the academy's building from its rooftop. That's a chariot that is being pulled by two sphinxes. That means Nath? Yuto. Sorry to make you wait. Oni-chan. Not just Nath, Miyabi and Reina are also riding on the chariot. And then. That's my strongest ever horoscope there. So I'll kill you if you still lose with that. Stella. It was good and all because the mana of infinite lovers came flowing in good timing, but if you were going to do that, then you should do it quicker. As I muttered my bad inside my heart, a clear and beautiful voice rang out. See? It's just like I said, right? You can go to Yuto-kun's location if you jump down from the rooftop. A beautiful girl wearing white sailor uniform is standing on a sphinx's back. Rookie. And then there is one person on the other sphinx's back wearing black sailor uniform. Liesel Senpai. After the top runner that Nath is driving landed on the schoolyard, it rushed to my side in the blink of eye and stopped with a spin turn. Yuto. Liesel Senpai jumped down from the sphinx's back and hugged me. Liz. Senpai's soft lips blocked my mouth, and our tongues touched. This place. It's the riverside area near my home. When I look to the right, there is the slightly elevated embankment. At my left there is a grassy field that continued until the flowing river ahead. I can see a large bridge that spanned over that river. I should be fighting at the schoolyard of the Devil King Academy. There are 2 children running around on the grassy field. That apostrophe S me. They are Lost and me playing together when we were children. They are playing tag, but I can't catch up to Lost at all. Lost was fast. He was also strong. I think I was honestly impressed by how amazing he was. The 2 are running toward me. I was too focused on Lost, who ran past beside me, that I'm unable to avoid me. In that moment, my consciousness entered inside the child me. What in the world is this? My consciousness felt like it's melting into one with the child me. I'm I stopped running because I can't understand what's going on. Lost called out to me, seeing that. Oi, what's wrong? You. Lost's face stiffened in surprise. His gaze went over me toward far behind. I turned around to follow his gaze and saw a girl standing on the embankment. From her height, she seemed to be 1 or 2 years older than me. Is she in the 2nd grade of elementary school? I never saw a girl that pretty. The girls in my class couldn't be compared to her. Long black hair, black dress. Her white skin and long black hair are beautiful, mature-looking, and radiated a mysterious charm. That girl went down to the dry riverbed and headed this way. Lost's complexion lost its color when he saw her approaching figure. That girl? The girl asked with a criticizing tone. Why is there a mixed blood devil in this kind of place? By whose permission you are here? Shut up. Lost took out a magic stone from his trousers pocket and he ran toward the girl. Come to think of it, I can defeat a noble with this. Lost told me that, though Lost himself also didn't specifically know what kind of effect it had. The girl waved her hand and the magic stone got flicked to the air, as though an unseen hand stole it from Lost. Ah? Lost stayed in place in panic. The magic stone drew an arc and fell to the river. And then a large explosion occurred. You were? That was a strange explosion. It had no flame and smoke, it exchanged bluish-white light and strange letters. World. Magic explosion, I see, so this is suicide bombing using a kid. The girl narrowed her eyes and laughed. Lost stiffened like a frog who got glared by a snake. To try to assassinate this me, originally such act is worthy for an eternal torture as punishment, you know? Hi. Lost let out a small scream and pointed at the girl. Shining letters formed at the tip of his finger. The next moment. You were? Fire burst on Lost's chest and he got blown away. What? I ran toward Lost in panic. Are you all right? Rue, run away, Yuto. You will get killed too. Killed? I noticed a presence and lifted up my face. The girl has come until very near. She is looking down on us with cold blue eyes. She isn't human. That thought came from my instinct instead of rational mind. No matter what I do, I don't have any hope to match her. If this girl felt like it, she can kill me easily. But, even before that, someone like me doesn't enter her consideration at all. Because most likely for this girl, I'm not an existence that is of little importance. It's just as Lost said, I can just run. Perhaps, this girl won't bother to do anything to the likes of me. But I stood in the way of the girl. Oh? That girl looked at me in puzzlement. You aren't a devil, aren't you? Why, yeah, just a normal human. Please don't hurt this guy. He is a good person. Yuto. Lost is moved to tears. I forced a smile on my face toward him to act strong, then I begged the girl once more. Please. This guy, he went through something horrible, he attacked you also only because he got ordered to. That's why. The girl stared all over me scrutinizingly as though she is evaluating me. Then, I'll have you take responsibility for his deplorable act this time. You, mixed blood devil over there. You can keep your life. Lost, who is lying on the ground, tried to stand up while trembling. Wait, this is something I did. Yuto, isn't related. However, the girl only glanced at him with a cold gaze before snapping her fingers. Then, strangely, Lost's eyes rolled back and he collapsed again. Ah? He only fainted. She said that with a bored look. Then she took out a smartphone from her pocket. It's me. I found a mixed blood devil who crossed over illegally. Pick him up and return him. And then, after giving a simple explanation of the location, she cut off the phone. You, come over here. Strangely, I'm unable to go against her words. My name is Liesel. You. Morioka Yuto. Liesel led me until under the bridge and stopped beside the bridge pier. We can avoid other people's gaze here. I have also put up a human repellent barrier just in case though. At that time, I was unable to comprehend what Liesel is saying. But, strangely, I didn't really mind it. I was only feeling happy that I could be together with this girl. Even though I understood that Liesel could easily kill me. I came here in order to interact with human. Human? Wait, as I thought, you aren't a human? That's right. I'm a devil. That meant, she is the same race with Lost. However, her ear looked humane. If I want to draw out the power of lovers, it's necessary to get involved with human. The Devil King said that. I came here in order to ascertain that. After saying that, Liesel took off her dress from her shoulders. What? Liesel's pure white body immediately came into view. The only things remaining on her are just a mature-looking small panty, socks and shoes. Liesel doesn't look embarrassed at all even though I'm in front of her. And then she even started to pull down her panty. Wait. What are you doing? You too, take off your clothes. Sue? In this kind of place? My cheeks got heated from shame. It felt like my head would boil. Isn't this something that children shouldn't do? That question kept going in a circle inside my head. I panicked. However, for some reason I obediently followed her words. As expected, I hesitated when I only have my underpants remaining, but Liesel callously said, take that off too. Quick. When I also only have my socks and shoes remaining, Liesel stared fixedly on my body as though she is licking me with her gaze. And then, she particularly observed my lower body with enthusiasm. So it became like that. This is embarrassing. Don't worry. There is barrier around us, so other humans won't be able to see. Even so, it's still embarrassing. Aren't you feeling embarrassed too, Oni-san? Not really. Who cares even if some humans see me? More importantly, we are starting. What are Uwa? Liesel lightly pushed me. I fell on top of the grass. And then, Liesel hovered over me. Being shown the difference of girl's body with male, I felt shocked, moved, and my eyes can't move away. However, Liesel immediately lowered her waist and straddled me. I have researched it before this. Interact, it seems to mean to have sex. The word used here is kawaru, it usually meant to mingle, interact, associate. But in a certain situation it can also have the meaning of having sex. Liesel looked down at me with the sunlight shining down on us. Her small white breasts have pink nipples on the tips. They looked really lewd. Her breasts aren't particularly big, rather they looked almost no different from a boy, and yet, as I thought, it's different somehow. Perhaps it felt particularly special because of how pretty Liesel is. Perhaps because I'm in a daze from too much nervousness and shame, I came to full circle and got the composure to calmly observe her. Or rather, it felt like I'm an observer outside of my body. Liesel's hand touched my chest. It felt pleasant because her hand felt slightly cool. With our skins in contact like this, that's right, let's try kissing. Without even any time to feel surprise, Liesel's face came approaching. Her face is so well ordered that it made me question whether it's something artificial. Her eyelashes are long and her blue eyes are like shiny gems. She literally stole my heart. And then my lips got stolen. Liesel's lips separated from me. Her hands pushed on my chest so she could lift up her upper body. Her white cheeks that are like porcelain are dyed red. This feeling, I wonder what it is. Her gaze wandered and her body fidgeted without any calm. The chest that she puffed out proudly until just now suddenly got hidden by her arms. No way, it's embarrassing. Liesel muttered that. She looked really cute. Eh? Liesel's cheeks reddened even more. She pressed her hands on her cheeks to cool down that heat. Geez, just what's going on with me? And then she gasped with a look of realization. I heard that devil who came into contact with human before the magic mechanism inside their body solidified will get influenced, but, is this, that? Liesel spoke as though to question herself before she stared fixedly at my face. Strange, even though there is no reason or logical explanation for it, I'm thinking that you are cute, that you are lovable, even though there won't be any compensation for me to feel that. Liesel's face approached once more. Our foreheads touched. Is this love? Something shined above our head at that moment. That's. Liesel's face moved away and she leapt on her feet. Something like a card is floating in the air. I also got on my feet and stared at the card that is descending while sparkling. Liesel muttered deliriously. Why is Lover's Arcana here? Liesel's hand reached out. The moment she touched the card. The world changed completely. A sky with pale blue color and white clouds. A red mountain is visible beyond a flat horizon. And then trees are growing in front of us. And then a mature woman stood. She is a really beautiful woman with silver hair and golden eyes. She looked like a goddess. My name is Zine. You have done well coming here, Himekami Liesel. Liesel stared alternately at the arcana in her hand and that woman. Are you, Lover's Arcana? Are you the personification of Arcana, or is this a space that is created by Arcana's personality? I'm happy to have a clever owner. You mean, I have formally become the Devil King candidate of lovers? You have the qualification for that. Liesel fell into thought with a quiet look. But, it's hard to believe when it's so sudden. It's surprising that a Devil King's Arcana has personality, and I also never heard that the Arcana is the one approaching the candidate. That's because you aren't the owner of lovers in the true meaning. What do you mean by that? The Devil King's Arcanas were created more than 2,000 years ago. By devil and human sorcerers. You mean, by a joint effort? Exactly. In recognition of the contribution of the human sorcerers, it was decided that one of the 21 arcanas would belong to human. Don't tell me, you are saying that lovers is an arcana for the sake of human? Originally it should be something that belonged to human. However, the Devil King at that time feared humans' rebellion and snatched away lovers from humanity's hand. And then that fact and also the record of it were erased. Then, why did it appear before me? That's because you interacted with a human child. Zine and Liesel stared at me. The magical mechanism of devil can easily receive human influence when it's flexible during the childhood. From that, a mechanism as human was completed inside you. That's why you can meet me, you can see me, and you can hear my voice. That means, you have obtained the qualification to own lovers. Unbelievable, lovers belong to human? That's why lovers is the weakest until now. Because devils used it? That's right. That's why they couldn't draw out lovers' true strength at all. The devil race made it so their children wouldn't meet with human during childhood so to not receive bad influence from them. That was the cause. What an irony. But, that means the current me can draw out all of your strength then? No. Why? Lovers is an arcana created for the sake of human. Healing lovers and infinite lovers, and also the characteristic magic that use I myself as attack magic, it's difficult for devil to draw out all the power from those. I see, in the end, I won't be able to win in the Devil King Great War. Although, it's difficult even for human to make use of all my functions. Compared to devil, Humans' affinity for magic is remarkably low. Therefore, it's difficult for them to comprehend and analyze magic formula. In addition, their mana capacity is overwhelmingly insufficient. I'm listening to the talk quietly. I don't really understand what they are talking about. However, it made me felt hurt in my chest too when I saw Liesel making a really sad face. I wanted to do something for this girl's sake. Such feeling is growing in intensity. Is there anything that I can do? You? Liesel stared at me in surprise. Why are you saying that? Because Oni-san is looking troubled. Liesel's puzzled face is cute. And, why are you thinking to help me? I can't answer because it's embarrassing. I can't look at Liesel's face. How can I possibly say that it's because I fell in love with her? Liesel suddenly smiled. Her hand reached out and caressed my cheek. Thank you. I'm happy for your offer. Just those words made me felt like I'm going to ascend to heaven. I'm feeling really happy just from looking at her smile and just from her touching me a little. Liesel's hand moved away from me and her gaze fell on the arcana she is holding. At the background is the picture of an angel giving blessing, and at the forefront a naked man and woman facing each other. Zine. You said that lovers originally belonged to human. Yes. But, whether it's used by human or by devil, it will still be insufficient. Unfortunately. Then, what if both are using it? Liesel glanced toward me before talking to Zine once more. No, I guess both and you. If it's the human Yuto, he will be able to hear your voice. Can't you give him navigation for comprehending and analyzing magic formula, as well for magic and battle? It's possible. However, it will be necessary to use ritual magic to bind the relationship of the three people. The cost for it is also great. How much? Liesel, it will be half of your life. My heart jumped in shock. Half, she said, such thing. I became scared when I imagined Liesel dying early. However, Liesel herself showed no change in her expression. You mean that my lifespan will be halved? Yes. In addition, you will have to shoulder a part of the magic's processing. Your own processing ability and mana consumption will be affected. Then that's a cheap price. That's no good. Something like using up Liesel's life, that's too much. Liesel smiled, seeing me looking like I'm going to cry. You're kind. But this is just a matter of options. Options. Choosing which one to discard and which one to obtain. You won't be able to obtain anything if you fear losing something and can't choose. At this rate, I'll lose what is in my possession bit by bit. In that case, I want to bet on the biggest possibility to win. That's what I'm thinking. What is it that you want to obtain, Liesel? Everything in the world. The scale is too big that I can't reply. I was dissatisfied by my own birth. Of course, I know that I'm blessed if seen from the broad point of view. However, ability-wise, I think that what I have is still not enough. I hate that kind of world where everything has been decided since birth. I want to have something that is appropriate for my capability. It's the same with the mixed blood devil just now. If he has actual strength, then I think he should obtain something that is appropriate to it. I'm taken aback. To think that a girl who isn't that much older than me is thinking like that. She isn't just pretty at the outside, I'm also amazed by how smart Liesel is. That Liesel is making a small sigh. However, that stance will turn the great majority of the current devil world into enemy. That's why I want absolute authority. I almost gave up and abandoned myself, but Yuto, the situation changed after meeting you. I can see the path to be the next Devil King. Devil King? That's what you want to become together with me? You don't want to. I strongly shook my head to left and right. I'm not confident. Will I really be useful? Yuto, just now you put yourself in danger in order to save your friend, a mixed blood devil. You will be fine if you have that courage. Besides, when we touched each other just now, I had confirmed that you have good affinity with magic. And then she turned a questioning gaze towards Zine. Yes. There is nothing to criticize about his affinity. Liesel nodded smugly, hearing the answer. She looked even cuter to me. What about you instead, Yuto? I think that it might be asking too much to ask you to suddenly trust a devil who appeared out of nowhere. I shook my head to left and right energetically. You spared my friend just now, Liesel. You reported him, but you didn't tell them that he tried to kill you. You listened to my request and saved him. That's why I think you're a good person, someone who I can trust. Liesel smiled happily. Her smile looked angelic. I can't see her as a devil at all. Even so, I never even imagined that things will develop like this. I can't believe that this me is feeling this much affection toward a boy, a human boy at that. There isn't any particular reason for me to like you, and we had only just met, and yet. Liesel muttered as though in exasperation toward herself. That is what is called love. Zine spoke with a calm voice. I see, so this is love. Liesel spoke the word slowly as though to digest its meaning. Her voice made me felt unbearably embarrassed. After that Liesel spoke decisively. Well then, Zine, do it please. Carry out the ritual magic to connect Yuto, you, and me. Confirmed. I strongly recommend a relationship where Yuto become the Devil King candidate with Liesel as the support. Is that fine? I prefer to obtain the result rather than the title. Affirmative. Then when the next Devil King Great War break out, I shall redo the determination of the Devil King candidate. The time when is undecided. If it's about that, then I know when. For some reason the current Devil King secretly told me. The next Devil King Great War will be in 10 more years. There is one more thing to worry about. The ritual magic will put great burden on the human. In order to avoid any damage to the brain, I will erase his memory about this for a while. I see, so he will also forget about this encounter then. Liesel stared at me with a sad look. Yuto, can you stay unchanging even after 10 years has passed? That's obvious. I nodded strongly. Sue. When I opened my eyes, there is Liesel Senpai's face right in front of me. Her lips that were kissing me drew away. Yuto? Liesel Senpai. I see. So that's how it was. What's the matter, Yuto? Everyone is around me, and then some distance away my friend in the past lost is there. No, it's nothing. That's right. Right now isn't the time for that. I parted from Liesel Senpai and stared at Lost. I unbuttoned my shirt and took the lover's arcana that is hanging from my neck. You saved me, huh? Report. Mana capacity's upper limit has broken through the target. Sheesh. I really can't tell Liesel Senpai what it was that I saw to break through the upper limit. Characteristic magic's restriction is lifted. Yeah. Let's use it right away. I faced Lost and took a step forward. First. Infinite lovers. Mana welled up from inside me. My body is filled with mana after breaking through my upper limit until now. I felt like fizzling energy drink is rushing around inside my blood vessel. With this, I can use any kind of characteristic magic no matter how gluttonous for mana it is. I place my hand on the lover's arcana. I'm counting on you, my last characteristic magic. Zine. Sword. A sword's handle jutted out from the arcana. I grabbed that handle and pulled it out in one go. A silver sword appeared from lover's arcana. It's a single-edged sword with curved blade. The blade glistened as though it's wet. Golden pattern is engraved elegantly on it. Beautiful. It also contained a dreadfulness that surpassed human knowledge. It's truly Zine in sword form. With Zine in one hand, I walked toward Lost. So lovers has that kind of sword. Well, it doesn't matter though. Lost stared at my hand. Star's protection is already gone, isn't it? That magic should have consumed a considerable amount of mana too. Certainly, Stella's star has vanished. Lost turned his left hand that turned into handgun toward me once more. It's sayonara for real this time, Yuto. The bullet is fired with black smoke and black sparks. I'm feeling Zine that I'm holding with both hands. Reina had taught me to have a deep relationship with the sword. That will make me skilled with sword technique. What's important is how much power you can draw out by trusting your sword. My connection with Zine lovers is at the deepest and strongest level. That's why. There is no way I'll lose. I trusted Zine and swung the sword toward the approaching bullet. I don't perceive the bullet with sight by any means. Feeling wise, it's like I'm just cutting through air without hitting anything. However, I'm not worried. Rather, I'm convinced. There is nothing that Zine can't cut. When I finished swinging Zine, the silver blade has bisected the black bullet. The bisected bullet passed my right and left sides and turned into white smoke behind me. The curse was purified. Zine's voice came to me not through hearing. I understood her faster than sound. She felt really close. That sword, it's surprising. Lost's face twisted and he laughed. But, this is also fun in its own way. This reminds me of when we were kids. Yeah, we did a lot of things. Like playing tag, or pro wrestling. I never lost in any of those games. Then, this will be my first win after 10 years. I kicked on the ground in the middle of talking. To win against Lost's gun, I can only close the distance instantly. However, if he fired his gun from close range, it will make it harder to dodge or block it. However, I won't have any chance of winning without getting closer. I have confirmed that attack of normal magic won't work against him. I can only make a gamble here. Zine slashed at Lost, but sparks scattered when there is just a bit more distance. Exclamation mark. Do you think you can cut me just because you had cut that bullet? Lost's right arm doubled in size than before. Armor for defense has different toughness than just bullet. Besides, I can remake my body freely. If I thicken my armor, physical attack won't be able to defeat me. The right arm's armor got thinner, then next his sword changed to be thicker and longer. Sue. The sword slashed at me with speed that my eyes can't follow. I dodged it a moment faster, but next the handgun of his left hand aimed at me. Shit. I somehow struck down the fired bullet from an unbalanced posture. Ha ha ha, work harder Yuto. Lost headed toward me in his black armor. Fast. I blocked the lunging sword and our swords locked against each other. Exclamation mark. A bullet is fired from point blank. I dodged it with just my instinct. Not bad. Lost showed a composed smile. His sword shredded my chest. Gua? Red blood scattered. However, I'll be fine if it's the right hand sword. The problem is the left hand's gun. If I got hit by the bullet that is fired from there, it's game over for me. Oi, if you are that far away from me, you won't be able to win even if you can. Come at me. Coup. Then, I'll be the one who come there. Lost let his left hand's gun to simply dangle down and slashed with his right hand's sword. Shit. I desperately fought back by increasing infinite lover's mana. I can only increase my speed to oppose the sword and bullet. Ha 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 ha. I wonder how far you can keep up with me in speed? Damn it. I desperately raised my mana circulation, blocked the sword slashes, and struck down the bullets. I myself already lost track of what I am doing. I'm mostly leaving things to my reflex and sign. What I can do is only single-mindedly pouring out mana. But my limit is close. Thanks to my special training, I have as much mana as I wanted. My connection with Zine is also satisfactory. However, there is one more limit inside me. The limit due to being human. My magic circuit is overwhelmingly inferior compared to Devil. My mana is stagnating inside my body even though I have accumulated a lot of it. I'll be able to display Zine's power more if only my magic formula's processing is faster. However, this is a fundamental problem. The fact that I'm a human is becoming the greatest hindrance. Like this, my option is. There is a way. Liesel-senpai? She didn't call out to me. Her voice resounded inside my head. It's like when lovers arcana talk to me. You aren't alone. Liesel-senpai. I'm always together with you. Even during these 10 years when we were apart, I was always with you. You have been watching over me all this time, huh? I'll compensate for things that you are lacking in. That's why. Zion's silver blade started shining blue. We won't lose. You. Lost's right hand sword snapped. Zion's blade had severed Lost's sword. Huh? Lost showed a befuddled look for an instant. I myself am also shocked. This is. What is lacking is Yuto's magic circuit. Its processing power. Liesel-senpai's eyes are shining blue. Her whole body shined faintly. Countless magic circuits are running over her skin. If one person is insufficient, you can just divide the processing. Use my magic circuit too in parallel. That's possible with the inexhaustible mana that Yuto produced. Such thing is. I paid the great cost of half my life for that. This compensation is only natural. The dumbfounded Lost came back to his senses and pointed his gun at me. Sue, this is already over. His left arm is protected by layers of armor so that it can't be cut. Zion slashed in a flash that left arm whirled in the air. Exclamation mark. The severed left arm rotated in the air while returning into black liquid. It's cut. Lost's body that is created from agony, anguish, hatred, and grudge. However, even then Lost is showing a condescending smile. I told you it's pointless. No matter how many times you cut me, my body is. The left arm that returned into black liquid fell just like that on the ground and seeped into the courtyard soil. It doesn't return to my body? That's impossible. Lost. With that body you won't be able to win against Lover's sword. I pointed the sword tip at Lost's face. Let's start over, Lost. Shut up. Many arms stretched out from Lost's back like spider legs. It will be my win if I can touch you. I'll absorb you, Yuto. Lost. I instantly cut down the spider legs that approached from 4 directions. The severed tips regenerated new legs that aimed at me once more. Let's go, Zine. Liesel-senpai. I sent even more mana to Zine and Liesel-senpai. And then the processed result from Liesel-senpai's magic circuit returned to me. Zine's blade shined blue even more radiantly. It intercepted Lost with a speed that is like the speed of light. Cut. 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 I cut even deeper without even waiting for the regeneration. You're too. It felt like the exchange of attacks had lasted for eternity. However, each time Lost's body got severed, his size is rapidly shrinking. Shit. 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 His form is like his form in the past when we met for the first time as kids. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Even though, I just wanted to have it easy, with everyone smiling, and yet. Why did it turn out like this? Tears are flowing from Lost's eyes. I too am crying before I realized it. My sight is blurred. You are. Lost rushed forward with all his strength. Exclamation mark. Zine cut that body. Lost's body that has become small rolled on the ground. Lost. No more reply came back at my call. Lost's opened eyes aren't looking at anything. Black liquid is spreading from under that body. It's unclear whether it's Lost himself or the black swamp that guided Devil to death. But either way, it doesn't change that it's death. I continued staring at that black stain getting absorbed into the ground while shedding tears. To see off my old friend. Part 3 The barrier vanished at the same timing with Lost's disappearance. It's like the dark sky fell off to be replaced by the blue sky. Sound of applause resounded together with a refreshing wind blowing. Ha! Good job there you guys. Headmaster Gandu approached in a good mood. Ha ha, you all must be surprised by the sudden event this time. But, this too is a part of the disaster prevention practice. It will be pointless if you guys can't react to unexpected situation. Ha! I'm tired, and my feeling is also heavy right now. The headmaster's tempo is a bit painful at this kind of time. Liesel-senpai glared at headmaster with a slightly angry face. Can't you keep it in moderation with your interruption? The current Devil King making interference like this is not really something praiseworthy, I believe. Wahahahaha, you really hit Sensei's sore spot there. Liesel-kun is really scary. You are making fun of us again like that. Liesel-senpai's gaze got dragged toward far behind the headmaster. A pair of man and woman are standing there. The man has big built like a pro wrestler, while the woman has a bearing like a holy woman. Students? But they looked a bit too old to be one. Those guys. They were amusing themselves watching the fight of you guys. Who are they? They are Emperor and Priestess. Huh? They are Triumph? Liesel-senpai and everyone else also got tense. Certainly, they are radiating an abnormal pressure just from standing there. Even though they aren't really doing anything, I'm feeling a pressure that made me felt like my body would be blown away. They are clearly in a different level. Rather than us, their existence felt closer to the headmaster for some reason. If those two attacked us right now, we will. However, those two only glanced at us before turning around and leaving. The moment I sighed in relief, my eyes darkened and the world tilted. When I noticed, I had fallen on the ground. Yuto? Oi, what's wrong, Yuto? Yuto-kun. I see, I have used up my mana. I'm lying down face up. My sight is completely filled with the sky. But right after that, everyone's face blocked the sky from view. Oi, get a hold of yourself. Onii-chan. Owawa, what to do? Infirmary? Or should I call ambulance? Yuto-kun is super popular, My consciousness is cut off while I'm listening to everyone's voice. Part 4 When I opened my eyes, I'm sleeping on a bed. It's a splendid bed with a canopy attached. That means, this is the Academy's waiting room, the palace. Are you awake, Yuto? A pleasant voice tickled my right ear. Liesel-senpai, I'm sorry. I suddenly lost Kone. Liesel-senpai is there pushing her naked breasts on my right arm. Furthermore, she is utterly stark naked. If you are awake already, then hand over your mana quickly. I'm really uneasy over here. Stella's displeased voice came from the left side. Wait, Stella. When I twisted my neck to the opposite side reflexively, over there is the national idol without a single string covering her body. Before that, we need to give Yuto lots of mana like Bam Bam to Yuto though.
Right, I'll work hard too, so get well quickly, okay, Yuto-kun.
When I lifted up my head, a stark naked Miyabi and Nath are looking up at me from my lower body. So this is why my lower body felt strangely good. Someone caressed my lifted head and pulled it on the pillow again. That's completely no Desu. Onii-chan, please keep resting slowly Desu. Reina peered down on my face. My head was lying on Reina's lap, not a pillow. Somehow, thing is getting even more amazing. Liesel-senpai chuckled when I unconsciously muttered that. With this, the preparation to fight in the Devil King's civil war is finally in order. But Liesel-senpai, those two who showed up together with the headmaster. You mean the Emperor and Priestess? Just from looking, I can feel that they are bad news. It's like they are in a different level than us. It's all right. I had been preparing until now in order to win against those monsters. That's right. Liesel-senpai has been preparing since 10 years ago. She paid the cost of half her life in order to make me win. No. In order to win together with me. In order to rebel against the current world. I turned toward Liesel Senpai and nodded. Right. Let's win. For sure. My cheek got poked from the opposite side. Wait, why are you getting into a good mood with Liesel even though I'm right here, huh? Stella's dissatisfied face came closer. Yep, we are also here. Why Yuto-kun, I'll service you, heart. Everyone, Liesel Senpai, Miyabi, Reina, Stella, Nath. There is also a Spite and Rookie. Everyone, thank you. If everyone is with me, I can do this. And then, for everyone's sake, in order to make a world where everyone's wish can come true. Watch me, Lost. I absolutely will become the next Devil King. I renewed my determination while getting jostled by 5 beautiful girls. Afterward. My deepest gratitude for purchasing the 5th volume of Maou Gakuen no Hangyakusha. This is Kuji Masamune. Forgive me for suddenly making an unfortunate announcement, but with this 5th volume, Maou Gakuen no Hangyakusha is coming to a close for the moment. So to speak, the first part is finished.
In the end, what's over is only the first part, okay?
I'm dreaming of the day in the future where I can write the continuation. But, I'm glad that I can write until the conclusion with Lost and the Past with Liesel Senpai. Rookie and Triumph ended up practically ignored with them only showing their face, but I'll be pleased if those parts can stimulate your imaginations. But, although I said that, a lot of new characters showed up even in this volume, lol. I gave the obligatory Iwate prefecture-related naming to everyone. Actually, I also want to show their visual, but this is more or less the final volume, and it seems there is a custom for the final volume to not request for new character design. And so, the illustrations are basically only showing characters who have appeared until the 4th volume. It's a bit disappointing, but I hope everyone can let each of your imagination to compensate for that. And so Maou Gakuen 2 has reached a stopping point, but now I'm planning for the next work without even any time to rest. I have managed to create the concept to some degree and also made the plot, so perhaps I'll be able to announce it in the near future? I think. And then, one day I also want to write the continuation of Maou Gakuen no Hangyakusha. Is there no producer or director who want to turn this into anime? I want to try to have a miraculous revival here, lol. Well then, words of thanks. Thank you very much, Kakao-sensei. It felt like I have been liberally shown what it means to be a capable man who did the greatest work every time. I'm really thankful to you. The designs and illustrations that you drew are really the greatest reward for me. Mizoguchi Zaruchin-sensei, who is in charge of the comicalization. The stories became twice more interesting in the manga. I think the comic is still going to continue, so best regards for it. And then my 3 editors. All the people involved with the other publication. And then all of the readers who bought the books, gave me thanks, and always cheered me on. Thank you very much for everything. Please take care of Kuji Masamune from here on too. Kuji Masamune.